Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We welcome all members of the public, and we welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, February 6, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Interim Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. As we start the meeting, I want to acknowledge that while we're here, our first responders are out in the community still responding to the storm. Thank you to everyone who is choosing to stay inside as much as possible yesterday, today, and in the days ahead. It's clear that our communities took this weather event seriously, but it is not over. Because of everyone's collective action, Los Angeles County fared much better than what could have been, and a reminder that evacuation orders and warnings remain in place for our areas in the unincorporated, and the road closure information, as well as all updates, you can find at lacounty.gov/emergency. We need everyone to remain cautious. The earth is saturated and may be unstable. Just this morning, a boulder hit a car in Malibu Canyon, so the earth is still not settled. Please be careful, stay vigilant. We'll have more on the county's storm response later in the meeting when we have our read-in motion regarding the emergency proclamation. But thank you to everyone who is working diligently to keep us safe. We will begin today's board meeting with our county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. Our invocation today will be led by Casey B. Young, pastor, First Chinese Baptist Church in Los Angeles in the 1st District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Patsy Pitts, former Specialist United States Army from Los Angeles in the 2nd District. If you are able, please stand.
Let us pray. Dear God of new beginnings, thank you for the privilege and responsibility of those who have convened today to care for the business of our beloved Los Angeles County. With the passing of the first month of 2024, I pray that you will renew us with your presence and anchor our lives in an eternal hope that breaks through what we can only see dimly in our circumstances. Remind us of our need for personal and communal forgiveness and restoration in our relationships. Please help us take the first step in pursuing reconciliation with you and our neighbors. Give us a new beginning with what we deem hopeless. May we experience the grace and peace that comes with pursuing goodness, truth, and beauty. As we stand in anticipation of the Lunar New Year, remind us of the beauty that exists because of the diversity of our residents, cultures, and generations. Grant us a way of humility that helps us appreciate our diversity. As we have hopes for what this new year will bring and a brighter future, may we not be satisfied what is temporary and fleeting, but with what lasts and endures. I thank you that your kingdom is not of this world. Help us to pursue peace with everyone and holiness. Without it, no one will see the Lord. I pray for our Board of Supervisors and the issues and decisions before them. Grant them wisdom and discernment, compassion and courage, so that they will fulfill their duty and obligation. Please give everyone open ears to hear, soft hearts to receive, and gracious words to speak to accomplish that all that honors you, and for the peace and welfare of our county. In your gracious name I pray. Amen.
Everyone standing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis. I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Pastor Casey Young, for joining us here today. It's a pleasure to have you lead us in our invocation this morning. Pastor Young serves as the First Chinese Baptist Church of Los Angeles, one of the oldest and most historic Chinese heritage churches in Los Angeles, with over 72 years of history. Pastor Young grew up right down the street in Chinatown, attending Casteller Elementary School, joining summer camps at the Alpine Street Recreation Center, and spending most of his days helping his family's business. After graduating from Arcadia High School, he attended UC Irvine, where he received his bachelor's degree in urban studies, and then attended Biola University Talbot School of Theology, where he received his master's of divinity. He is currently a PhD student in leadership studies at California Baptist University. Pastor Young, as you can tell, is passionate about faith and empowering others. He is a bridge builder between our cultures. He is dedicated to fostering unity and guiding individuals and families to discover their purpose and potential. He is most proud of being a husband and a father and being able to serve the community of Chinatown, which is in the 1st District. My office is grateful for your dedicated service to the AAPI community and the 1st District residents. I'm honored to have you here today, Pastor Young, to lead the invocation this morning and to present you with a certificate of recognition on behalf of the County of Los Angeles.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Los Angeles. It gives me great privilege and pleasure to introduce you to Patsy Pitts. Ms. Pitts followed in her father's footsteps and joined the United States Army in 1973 and proudly served for 2 years. She's an honorable recipient of the Purple Heart. She served in Vietnam and attained the rank of specialist. She also received the Medal of Defense and Marksman decorations. She graduated from Manual Arts High School and worked as a nurse for 37 years, serving those with mental health needs. While working in medicine, Ms. Pitts used art to help soothe and entertain patients, drawing pencil portraits of them to hang on their walls. After retiring, Ms. Pitts used the GI Bill to enroll at Otis College of Art and Design, where she received a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree with an emphasis on painting and sculpture. She is currently pursuing a Master of Fine Arts degree. She considers her work a form of activism, and she is passionate about equity and women's rights. She is also the author of this children's book, The Zeven Loop. Did I pronounce that correctly? And I just have to, colleagues, read to you the amazing message that motivated the book. To the parents, this book is inspired by the Worry Stone Project, created to provide a platform for dialogue for the 643 initial separated children from their parents in 2018. A team of artists from Otis College, Still Life Ceramics, and other institutions made thousands of stones for this project. The designs of some of the stones were created by the children of Malawi, Africa. Many of those children lost their parents during the AIDS crisis of 2008. And the dedication to the children. We looked for you in Mexico. We looked for you in Tijuana. We looked for you in Texas. We looked for you in Pomona, California. We looked for you on the military base. Like the Zevin Loop, we looked for you high and low. We had no place to go, so we wrote you this book, and it is our hope it finds you well as you have a remarkable story to tell. We appreciate you for your vision and commitment. She is the proud mother of 4 adult children, Thera, Melvin, Michael, and Ebony. And thank you, Ms. Pitts, not only for your service to our country, your decorated service to our country, but to our community, our children, and our county, and for leading us in today's Pledge of Allegiance. It's my honor to present you this certificate of appreciation. Appreciate you very much. Let's step over here away from the microphone.
We will now have the pet presentation by Supervisor Barger.
This one is adorable. If you're looking for a dog that's equal parts sweet and snuggly, I want you to meet Betty Boop. Betty Boop is an Australian cattle dog and is available for adoption at our Downey Animal Shelter. She is very sweet right now, but I'm sure she's got a lot of energy. But if you want to adopt Betty Boop, you can call 562, 940-6898, 562-940-6898. But you can also drop by the Downey shelter and look at all the wonderful, wonderful puppies and older dogs that are available for adoption. But this is Betty Boop. Yeah, very cute. And it's unusual to get an Australian cattle dog, so this one is probably very, very unique and very happy. And then I want to direct your attention to the screen, introduce you to a dog in Palmdale. We have a lot of animals, and we're overcrowded up there. This is Autumn, a 2-year-old Siberian Husky mix. She is one of the Palmdale Center's longest residents, so she's waiting to find a forever home and has been waiting a long time. If you are interested in adopting, you can call 661-575-2888. And with all the rain, I'd like to share the reminder that the adoption fees are waived when it's raining. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So cute. With that, we'll move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 24. On item 2, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 72. On item 4, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also, Supervisor Mitchell would like to further revise Directive Number 6 of the motion to instruct the Executive Director of Racial Equity and other stakeholders to create and produce trainings for Los Angeles County personnel. On item 5 and 6, Supervisor Horvath requests that these items be held. On items 9 and 10, Supervisor Hahn requests that these items be held. Item 10 includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 13, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 15, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 16, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 20, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On page 18, Administrative Matters, items 25 through 69. On item 32, the Director of Consumer and Business Affairs requests that this item be referred back to the department. On item 38, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 39, the Director of Public Health requests that this item be referred back to the department. Item 47, this item relates to item 2D. On items 58 and 59, Supervisor Barger would like to abstain from the vote. On page 49, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 67C, this item relates to 3D. On page 50, ordinances for introduction, items 70 through 72. On item 72, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 2. On page 51, Special District Agenda, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. Item 2D is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of supplemental tax-exempt multifamily housing mortgage revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount to exceed $4,800,000 to finance the site acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, or development of Las Dalias, a 78-unit supportive housing development located in unincorporated East Los Angeles. Item 3D relates to item 67C and is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 53, notices of closed session. The requests for referred backs through CS3 are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today we will begin with item 10, followed by item 38, then items 2 and its related item 72, followed by items 15, 5, 6, 9, 13, and finishing with item 20, then the remaining items not held by the board and general public comment. So a little out of order today. I just want to make sure you know when those are coming up next. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain our speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please note, once your time is expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you're signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Please remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Okay, we'll begin with item 10, acquiring personal protective equipment and work uniforms for women firefighters and lifeguards, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. We have with us many representatives of our department, our Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, Eleni Pappas, Deputy Fire Chief, who I believe has a birthday this week, Sarah Rathbun, Battalion Chief, and Danny McMillan, Section Chief, Fire Department, are all available for questions. Supervisor Hahn, I will turn it to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for co-authoring this motion today, and also thank you for accommodating all of our members of our fire department that need to be other places later, so thank you for bringing this item up first. Colleagues, this motion today is about making sure that the women in our LA County Fire Department have uniforms and personal gear, protective gear that fit properly, so that they have the same access to protection, mobility as men do as they work to save the lives of LA County residents. A few months ago, members of the Women's Fire League approached my office and described the challenges that women in our fire department have with their uniforms and their personal protective gear, like turnout coats and pants. The problem is that most manufacturing companies that produce these clothes don't make ones that are meant to fit female bodies. And those companies that do produce uniforms for women won't provide them to our fire department unless we purchase a large amount that far exceeds the needs in our department. And as a result, the women in our fire department are forced to wear uniforms and protective gear that do not fit properly. There they are, and I tried one on earlier in the back room, and I know of what they speak briefly. I had a difficult time raising my leg to put it on a chair. I had difficulty squatting down. I had difficulty raising my arms over my head. And it's really not just because these uniforms are so heavy, by the way, they are so heavy, but because the fit is not made for a female body. So our firefighters do a number of little moves and dances just to do basic movements that they are required to do at the fire department. I'm going to ask questions just to get the answers to maybe what some of us are wondering. And Chief Rathbun, can you just explain the difference, first of all, between turnout gear and uniforms, for those who don't know?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, what you're looking at here are turnouts. And if I could ask Chief McMillan to stand up. What Marine Battalion Chief McMillan is wearing is our regular everyday work uniform, but this also serves as personal protective equipment on wildland fires when an additional jacket is donned.
And can you tell us how these coats and pants are made in a way that does not account for the differences in women's bodies?
Sure. Despite the fact that we take a lot of measurements before we fit turnouts, recently the NFPA actually, at the end of last year, published a study wherein they identified that most of the manufacturers didn't actually use a female pattern. And what that means is things like You can imagine a women's business suit versus a men's business suit. There are darts that accommodate for the chest. There are different ratios between the hips and the waist. And then there's a difference in the rise, which Chief Maroney and I did some research this week to figure out what that even meant. And it turns out it's the distance between the top of the pants and the bottom of the zipper. And that's drastically different, as you can imagine, on men as it is in women. So they do their best to tailor these to accommodate, but using a template that's made for men makes that a very creative process.
And how does that impact the safety of the women firefighters when they wear turnout pants and coats that don't properly fit?
Sure, this is actually something that I didn't realize a lot of people didn't know. Chief McMillan, she manages lifeguards that actually have to fight boat fires in these turnouts, which means they have to step from the dock over onto a boat that may be above or below the water. And so having to readjust the pants and pull them up before they step to make sure their stride is long enough is an issue. Firefighter Freeman, she's of smaller stature, and has to climb through windows, and that means her mobility is something that she works on with her body on the daily. And even though she has great mobility, she can't use it inside of the turnouts that she has because she has to hike them up really far before she can climb into and out of a window to effect a rescue. We also advance hose lines on the floor because that's the coolest part of a structure. It gets 1,000, 1,500 degrees where your head would be, so we crawl. And pulling a hose that has a high pressure and high volume of water in it while crawling in gear that doesn't allow you to move your legs and arms properly is very difficult.
And talk a little bit about the uniforms and how you described to me as like you were, if you have to immediately pull on the what they're wearing, how you're taking one problem and putting it inside another problem.
Sure. If Chief McMillan gets a call for a boat fire during the day and she's wearing this costume, quote unquote, she would have to put on her turnout gear on top of the attire that she's wearing right now. So unfortunately, that means you take one set of problems in that gear and transition them into the other gear, and now you've got two layers that are fighting you as you try and raise your leg.
You know, before I go any further, I just want to reiterate that the women in our fire department are fantastic and brave and courageous and are doing the job every single day. They don't complain. They don't want to make a fuss over things like this, because I believe we women, I think we'll all kind of relate to this. When you're in a male-dominated industry, you do everything you can to not act like a complainer, a whiner. This doesn't work for me. We all have tried to fit in, and they have never complained. This issue was brought to me by the Women's Fire League as something they thought this board would be interested in. But they're doing the job, and it reminds me of the quote, Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, but in high heels and backwards. And that describes them. They still do the job, they get it done, but we're making it really complicated. Chief Maroney, it's my understanding that the issue with the uniforms is a little different than the turnout gear, because the manufacturers we buy from technically have the ability to make women's uniforms, but they're never available or in stock. Can you explain that problem a little more in detail?
Yes, that's correct, Supervisor. As we looked into this issue, we realized that although they might make women's shirts for the work uniform, there is no template for women work pants. And if they do make the women's work uniform, they would like us to purchase in blocks of $100,000 or more. So I look forward to the 5-signature board letter that's going to be going to the manufacturers and the vendors that LA County Fire uses to make sure that both manufacturers and vendors carry uniforms that fit our fire service women. This is an issue of uniform and PPE inequity that we must address as we move forward to not only hire, but to retain and promote our fire service women.
Thank you, and I'm really glad you said that, because it's the goal of this board. I think you've heard it time and time again that we want to recruit more women. But sometimes our facilities are inflexible work schedules, and now we're hearing about the uniform problem. It may be adding to that challenge. So today we're asking our fire department to do outreach with the women in the department to better understand the clothing challenges, to collaborate with national efforts to pressure manufacturers to make female fitting gear, to engage with the current manufacturers and vendors, and to look into alternative manufacturers and vendors if the current ones won't step up. No pun intended. This motion that we're doing today will ask us to send a 5-signature letter from the all-women Board of Supervisors to the current manufacturers to urge them to produce clothes that properly fit women and make them readily available. There are manufacturers that we currently contract with that I think we have some leverage, and I think we need to make this known. And I heard a lot of stories in the back room earlier about how this continues to challenge. I heard issues of it's not just to look good or to have a better fitting outfit. You talked to me about safety, about gaps in the uniform that could let in smoke or embers or whatever. It is a safety issue for our women in the fire department. It's also a safety issue for those they are working to rescue in a split second. The fact that they have to hike up their pants or do something differently to make a very simple move, I think has been hindering. So want you to know, thank you for being here. I want you to know that we 5 women on this board, we have your back and we have your hips. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate you including me as a co-author because I know as we are seeking to make strides in diversity in our department, this is one issue that really needs to be addressed. The lack of proper PPE uniforms for our women firefighters just simply isn't acceptable. It's amazing that in 2023 we're having to talk about the differences in uniforms and that this hasn't been addressed before. And hearing that they're just not available or they're only available in quantities that don't make sense, is just one more reminder of how it's not perhaps as explicit as it may have been decades ago, but sexism is alive and well and we need to address it. I look forward to seeing your plan, Chief, for providing this new equipment. Proud to be partners with you in making sure it is delivered. And I hope that the manufacturers and vendors that make PPE and uniforms for our firefighters and our lifeguards work to provide equipment that's tailored to the needs of our female firefighters and lifeguards. This just makes sense. This is common sense, and I'm glad to be doing it. I think it's long overdue. Thank you to the Women's Fire League for bringing this issue to us, and I will strongly support today's motion. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Horvath, for bringing this in. And it's great to see you all. I've never been more proud. I mean, these women represent all that is good about LA County and LA County Fire. And Chief Maroney, I appreciate the fact that you support them 100%. It just, as you said, Supervisor or Chair Horvath, it's amazing that we've been having this discussion right now, in this time, in this day and age. And I hope that this reminds our manufacturers that we are watching. And it is important, to your point, this is not about a fashion show. This is about safety, about making sure that we give all the tools necessary for the men and women that are on the front line to do what they do, and that is to protect human life and property. So I am proud to support this, and I have to say I went out to the Prep Academy, and you're absolutely right. You all are on level playing field. You're not asking for a break as it relates to carrying the hose, or which, by the way, I would last 3 minutes in your academy. It is probably one of the most difficult training. What these men and women go through, and I say men and women because you go through the same thing as the men, to become firefighters and lifeguards is absolutely incredible. And I admire each and every one of you for your determination and your skill in doing that. So I will be supporting this, and I look forward to coming to the next Prep Academy, I think in a couple of weeks, to see the new recruitment that we're making with the young women out there that we want to recruit into LA County's family. So I will be supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Supervisor Hahn for bringing this forward and yourself. It is a critical moment for us. I'm just thinking back years ago in the state legislature when we had debates regarding whether women could wear pantsuits. That was an actual law. I mean, we had to actually vote on that. But now we're talking a little bit about a little difference, women in the workforce, but having practical uniforms and accessible equipment that makes them able to do their job. So we're not asking for, I think, a handout or whatever. It's really more the ability to compete in your job, to get there, to stay there, and be able to protect the safety and protection that's needed for our communities. So I applaud this realization that we've been out of touch, quite frankly. And I would also ask that when we look at our uniforms, we also look at your helmets. Because I know with your rank, that helmet gets heavier, because I happen to have one. As Secretary of Labor, I was given a hat, a captain's hat, and it is leather, and it is heavy. I think it's like more than 10 pounds. And I'm wondering if you're out there in the field, whatever it is, and how that also can impact you, because women's skulls, our physiques are different. Doesn't mean we're less capable of doing the job, we're strong, but I just think that perhaps looking at that, and I'm glad that this is going to send a message to other parts of the state, because when LA County speaks, it has reverberations nationally. So this demonstration that you put forward today, I think, is really good. And I would even ask that we look at working closely with the state legislature so that they can also contact the California Department of Industrial Relations, CAL FIRE, Cal OSHA, to update their statewide standards, regulations, and guidance on this matter, because it's about time. Maybe the military will, if they haven't already, begin to look at this as well. So thank you again for bringing this forward, and I will support this item. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Very much. And I too want to thank the authors of the motion, and was communicating telepathically with Supervisor Solis, because I had written right here, Cal Fire, ? And also that perhaps we reach out, and that's not only a 5-signature letter, but let's reach out to CSAC, and through CSAC communicate with all of our colleagues across the state. If all 58 counties who have women firefighters, I'm certainly hope the others do as well, that they can join us in this effort, because if we get that kind of, mass pressure, I can't imagine the manufacturers denying that it's not only LA County, but it's all 58 counties and their firefighters. When I saw Supervisor Hahn in the uniform, I had a flashback to a time when I was in the state legislature, and it was really a brilliant strategy. It was Fire Safety Day in Sacramento, and it was a time when a former mayor of Los Angeles, because of budget cuts, was considering taking one firefighter off each rig. And they came to Sacramento, put us in the gear, allowed us to take a ladder on top of the building to use the tool to find the soft spot, then try to hold the hose. The kickback was amazing. Go into a smoke field. And so to have walked a quarter block in your boots, no, not a mile, a quarter block in your boots, gave me a level of understanding like I will never forget. And so to see your demonstration today about how the gear that is supposed to protect you and allow you to do your job hampers your ability to be as agile as you need to be is ridiculous. So all that we can do to add our voice to support. I too have been to the Prep Academy, and because of that Sacramento experience with the hose, when they've offered me the opportunity in the Prep Academy, I've declined, because it is no joke. The pressure coming out of that hose, and the fact that women are able to step up and do that, anybody, but women in particular, please know how deeply proud you make us, and we're going to stand up and make sure we can do all that we can to get you the equipment you need to do your job safely for you and safely for the rest of us. So thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing this forward today.
Can I just add one thing?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add two things. I said one thing, it's two things. This is also about the lifeguard, the women in the fire department that are our lifeguards. They also have uniform issues, and they were showing me the board shorts that they are supposed to wear. And it's, you know, it's nothing as exciting as Baywatch, right? These board shorts actually are very boxy, and they don't make them to fit women. So this is also an issue for our lifeguards. And I also wanted to thank Chief Maroney. I failed to thank you for always being so supportive of this board's goal to hire and retain more women firefighters. I was with you when we dropped by 83s that day. And there happened to be a woman who was on duty that day, and that's one of the first things you stopped to ask her was, how does your uniform fit? So I appreciate your sensitivity to this issue, and we appreciate your partnership as we move forward to do really what's right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your extraordinary leadership throughout the department during this time of emergency. I know all of our communities that you serve have been incredibly grateful for the way that you all have responded to keep them safe, so thank you very much. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Shauna Lewis and Sheila Kelleher-Burkle please come forward, and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 10, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Guinevere Clabril. You may begin.
Genevieve, are you there? Genevieve? We'll go to our next caller, please.
We will go. Our next participant is Eric Prebron. You may begin.
What a nice idea to provide equipment that fits for our brave firefighter women. But let's just take a clear-eyed approach. First of all, in the interim, we have to remember that suspenders will pull them up. But in the meantime, $100,000 is not a big number for this brave Board of Supervisors to come up with, since we paid $27 million to Vanessa Bryant or something like that out of firefighter money. So this is starting to enrage me. Let's just get it done already. I mean, you know, a $100,000 order to resolve this problem is not a problem. You know how much money we spend with these companies above that for the men? So this is just infuriating. Where the hell is Dave Gelati? Why aren't people speaking out about this? Why has this gone on for years? And though I appreciate that Supervisor Solis has a leather fire hat, you know, these women need to be accoutrement properly. They need to have the stuff to get it done.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sarah Rubenstein. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. United Way opposes item 15, the proposal to file or
I'm
join
so sorry, Sarah. We're on item 10. Sarah, we are on item 10. So we'll put you back in queue and take you up on item 15, which is just a little bit later in our agenda.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Shauna Lewis, and I have the honor and privilege to serve as the manager of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at LA County Fire. my office, we stand in full support in making sure that we get you uniforms that fit properly for our female firefighters and our ocean lifeguards. We are intentionally and meaningfully leading to turn LA County Fire Department into a local, regional, and national model of equity through education, empowerment, advocacy, and action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Captain Sheila Kelleher-Burkle. I've been a proud member of Los Angeles County Fire Department for about 24 years. I love what I do. I wouldn't do anything else, and I echo Supervisor Hahn's statement is that I've never once complained about my uniforms, but that doesn't mean they didn't fit. And we are problem solvers by nature. It's what we do. I just have a handful more problems to solve every call I go out to get it done. And again, I love what I do, and where I have a problem is now I'm mentoring the next generation of young men and women coming through our department. And when I tell the 23-year-old girl, just figure it out. Just, I don't know, pull them up. tighten up your suspenders, it doesn't work. We need to do better. And we're in a position where there's more women now, and we have enough that whether it's through budget, whether it's through putting pressure on the manufacturers, we should get this job done. I thank the 5 Wonder Women up here trying to help us. We really appreciate you.
And we appreciate you back. Are there any more speakers? Okay. Item 10 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 10 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to item 38, a report on gender-based violence prevention, which I held, and it was continued from our last meeting. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. With us is Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of Public Health, and Andrea Welsing, Executive Director of the Office of Violence Prevention, Department of Public Health. They will first make a presentation, and then we will turn to board discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Horvath and supervisors, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present on our work and recommendations to prioritize preventing gender-based violence in LA County. I'm joined by Andrea Welsing, the Director of the Office of Violence Prevention. I want to start by thanking Supervisor Horvath and the entire board for their leadership in elevating the issue of gender-based violence, a health and human rights concern which is often overlooked. Gender-based violence is an expansive term which includes intimate partner violence, gendered cyber abuses, sexual harassment, sexual assault and exploitation, and homophobic and transphobic abuses. Despite the prevalence of gender-based violence in the county, many organizations working to prevent and respond to gender-based violence in their communities are insufficiently funded. We also recognize the need for more inclusive programming for the wide range of gender-expansive, sexually diverse, queer, non-binary, and transgender people who, along with those identifying as women and girls, experience gender-based violence. Many people who are victimized by gender-based violence are also marginalized and victimized for other aspects of their identity, including their race, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, their sexual identity, immigration status, and class. According to the 2016-2017 National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey, 47% of women in the United States reported having experienced sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner. In addition, according to an analysis published in the American Journal of Public Health in 2020, that when compared to cisgender individuals, transgender individuals were about 2 times more likely to experience physical intimate partner violence and 2.5 times more likely to experience sexual intimate partner violence. These data align with the findings of the Office of Violence Prevention's Violence, Hope, and Healing Storytelling Project. 100 stories were collected from LA County residents impacted by violence. Reading their stories, I was struck by how often a lifetime of exposure to violence began with gender-based violence experiences in the home at a very young age. We're in agreement with the supervisors that preventing and responding to gender-based violence in LA County is a matter of public health, justice, and equity. The Office of Violence Prevention looks forward to expanding efforts to address and prevent gender-based violence in coordination with the Office of Women's Health, the Domestic Violence Council, the soon-to-be-formed Sexual Assault Council, and other county and community partners. With that, I'll go on to the next slide. This morning, we want to briefly share with you our priorities. We can take the next slide. Okay, thank you. We want to talk about priorities and milestones of the Office of Violence Prevention, current gender-based violence activities, recommendations for preventing gender-based violence. Afterwards, Andy and I, of course, will welcome your comments and suggestions. Since 2019, with support and direction of the board, the Office of Violence Prevention has partnered with others to coordinate efforts to prevent and mitigate the impact of violence in LA County. OVP's mission and priorities have always been guided by the board and by community members, particularly the voices of survivors and those most impacted by violence. This is reflected in the 5-year strategic plan that was informed by input collected through multiple countywide listening sessions and by interviews with subject matter experts, key stakeholders, and community members. The plan lays out the Office of Violence Prevention's 6 implementation priorities that you see outlined on this slide. Next slide. In addition, the board has passed 20 motions with directives for the Office of Violence Prevention, including 12 with the Office of Violence Prevention as the lead department. This has included work focused on crisis response, suicide prevention, community-based public safety, deputy-involved shootings, school safety, and gun safety, among others. 8 of these board motions were related to gender-based violence. The Office of Violence Prevention and other public health divisions were named in these motions, which address gender-based violence data collection, education, and systems change. I'll now turn to Andrea Welsing to present the next few slides.
Good morning. Could you go back to the last slide, please? Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I'm happy to share with you a few of the milestones that we achieved since the office was established in 2019. We launched in 2019, and the following year, of course, we all experienced the COVID pandemic, but we were able to achieve some significant milestones, including very early on establishing our governance structure, which includes a county leadership committee and a community partnership council. The county leadership committee has representatives from the 30 county departments, and our community partnership council is a diverse group of 25 community partners that applied to be on that council and represent diverse forms of violence. So we established that early on in 2019. In 2020, we partnered with the Department of Arts and Culture to launch the Violence, Hope, and Healing Storytelling Project. And this was important because our work is really centered on the voices of survivors and those most impacted by violence. And we really wanted to hear directly from those most impacted. So as Dr. Ferrer mentioned, we collected 100 stories over a 1.5-year period and collected those into a book that most of you have received called Violence, Hope, and Healing. We were able to expand with the board support, the Trauma Prevention Initiative from 4 communities in South LA to 9 communities countywide. We were able to launch a trauma-informed care systems change pilot, and we did that in partnership with the Department of Parks and Rec, launching a trauma-informed training and systems change effort with them, but really working with all county departments to better inform our efforts to be trauma-informed. We also worked with the Department of Human Resources for over a year to develop a curriculum that looked at workplace violence prevention and actually resulted in a training, mandated training countywide for all county employees, and a second training that focused on managers and supervisors. This training also includes training specifically around the issue of domestic violence. In 2022, we called partners together after the Uvalde, Texas shootings and the Buffalo, New York mass shooting, and we developed a 40-point gun violence prevention platform that we publicly launched in April 2023, and we've been working diligently to advance objectives outlined in that prevention platform, including youth mental health summits, training for healthcare providers, gun violence restraining order trainings for law enforcement and for community partners. And then in July of 2023, we began a soft launch of our crisis response program in South Los Angeles, and also the family assistance program, which we are in the process of transitioning from the Department of Mental Health to the Office of Violence Prevention, and actually officially took over responding to incidents in February 2024. There are many other examples of work that we did during this 5-year time period, and one of the big ones not listed here is the release release of $20 million in American Rescue Plan funding to community-based organizations and developing that project design that looks at several different components, including support for youth programs, trauma-informed care services, a peer-to-peer violence academy, and others. Those are our milestones. Next slide, please. So right now in the Department of Public Health and countywide, really the funding focuses on response and services. And what we are proposing and what we proposed in our report is that we shift to an investment to prevention services as well. Right now, we are working with the Office of Women's Health and the Domestic Violence Council to coordinate services as best we can. Our role really in this up till now and moving forward as we think ahead is really leading data aggregation, collection, and monitoring efforts on gender-based violence trends and patterns across the county. We are integrating gender-based violence curricula into our own ongoing school safety initiative, teen dating violence, bullying, et cetera. And we are also working currently to improve the system of access to restraining orders to protect victims and survivors, both of domestic violence from firearms injuries and deaths, and those at risk of harming themselves or others. We're doing this work in partnership with the DVC. Next slide. So here, this slide just really highlights the work of the Los Angeles County Domestic Violence Council, which was created by the board in 1979 and transferred to public health in 2018. The DVC provides leadership in the creation and support of a survivor-centered, countywide and coordinated approach to educate, prevent, and respond to domestic and intimate partner violence. DVC and OVP collaborate to raise awareness about the intersectionality between gun violence and domestic violence, to improve access for DV survivors to GVROs and DVROs, and to improve policies and protocols to prevent domestic violence. We also have a long history of working with the Office of Women's Health, which administers the county contracts with community-based providers that operate shelters and provide other support services for DV survivors. We collaborate with the Office of Women's Health to raise awareness of gender-based violence and improve access to services for DV survivors, mostly around data collection and reporting, and then also providing technical assistance and guidance. Next slide. So as outlined in our report back to you on January 3rd, we are really making 3 recommendations to move this work forward, to centralize the Office of Violence Prevention as a coordinating entity for the county's efforts around gender-based violence. As I said, we've largely focused on domestic violence intervention and response services, and while these services are crucial to support survivors of gender-based violence, we must expand our efforts to move upstream if we are to get at the root causes of domestic violence. So our recommendations fall in 3 categories. One is gender-based violence data. We want to work to improve timeliness and access to data that supports action, capture the full spectrum of gender diversity data to elevate gender-based violence, and ensure that prevention activities reach those most impacted. We're well-centered to do this work. We have a supervising epidemiologists and a full research and evaluation team. We participate in the National Violent Death Reporting System and other, we have staff to support this work and would like to carry it further. We really want to ask for resources to focus upstream on gender-based violence prevention. And we've asked for funding in the board memo for specific things around gender-based violence prevention initiatives, and while at the same time advocating for and protecting funding for survivor services and crisis response. And then we want to engage all county partners in gender-based violence prevention efforts, and I think we're well positioned to do that as well with our county leadership committee and our community-based partners. I think we're really well positioned to move forward a coordinated response in LA County. So I think with that, I will turn it back.
Yeah, thank you, and we'll take the next slide. From the initial allocation of $3 million in annual funding, the Office of Violence Prevention currently has both one-time and ongoing funding from varied sources, including federal, state, and local dollars for key initiatives. This slide summarizes the key funding sources and the amounts for the office. Much of this, as you'll see, is one-time funding, including the $25 million from the American Rescue Plan Act that the board allocated. And that funding, as Andrea noted, funds community programming through 2024. Additional county funding includes about $7 million in Measure B funds to support the core infrastructure of the Office of Violence Prevention and the Trauma Prevention Initiative base and expansion. There's also an additional $4 million from AB 109 Public Safety Realignment Funds. That again is going primarily towards the Trauma Prevention Initiative expansion. That's that community-based in 9 different communities right now, as well as the Family Assistance Program. And then we have $1.8 million in Probation Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act money. This is to build capacity among grassroots organizations that serve system-involved youth and support positive youth development evaluation. This is one time, but we do have an opportunity to renew it annually with a new application process. We are getting right now $440,000 in NCC for the crisis response work that Andrea noted as well. We'll take the next slide. So, we're grateful for the board's ongoing support. We're grateful really in large part to our community partners who are doing so much of this work. And we look forward to the opportunity to build the infrastructure that will help us prevent and respond to gender-based violence in LA County in collaboration, of course, with our other county departments and with our community partners and with the board. With that, we're happy to take questions and comments.
Thank you very much. And I know that this office is one of those offices, like we saw at our last meeting, that has to bring a lot of entities together. And so it's important to me that we help support you in that work, making sure that we're working throughout the silos and not allowing people to sort of sit separated and not fully address what we know is before us. So thank you for this presentation. We know gender-based violence is a public safety and public health crisis. It affects everyone. It happens in public spaces as well as private homes, and we saw during COVID, even new risks. Populations at higher risk include women and girls living with disabilities, young and adolescent girls, older women, people who identify as LGBTQ+, especially our trans, gender expansive, and intersex community, ethnic minority women, refugees and migrants, and any combination of the aforementioned. Wherever gender inequality intersects with other forms of oppression, the outcomes are bleak, which is fertile ground for gender-based violence. And while we've made progress in our understanding, we also note that and we've codified some of that progress with the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act, the Violence Against Women Act, the Victims of Crime Act. There's still a long road ahead. And various forms of gender-based violence, be it intimate partner violence or domestic violence as it used to be known, sexual assault or LGBTQ+ specific violence have siloed approaches to accessing resources and services. And while this is often seen as an issue of the marginalized, the truth is we're all at risk or impacted by this issue, which is why I want to prioritize it this year. So a couple of questions. What do you see as the county's role as distinguished from our community-based partners in gender-based violence prevention?
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Horvath, both for your leadership and of course for the questions. I do think there's a specific role. I mean, it's a large county, so coordination becomes super important, as well as, I think, as Andrea noted, being able to collect information so we all can better understand what's going on. Sort of that standardization about information is critically important. I'd give one example, which is, the shelter-based system, and we're so grateful to the community partners who are standing up the shelters. But there's no centralized intake. People who are looking for space in a shelter are often on their own, trying to figure out how to find a space. They're calling one shelter, finding out if there's space. And then, if there's not, they're referred to another shelter and they're calling another shelter. This is a place where, as a county, we really could play a pretty pivotal role working with the wonderful organizations that take on this huge task and finding a way to make it much easier for people to get connected to the services and support that they need. It also would be a way for us to know exactly what we need in terms of the shelter system. So even in terms of supporting survivors, while we have these great community organizations, exemplary community organizations, we do have a role as a county to really try to reduce the barriers that people find getting connected to services. I think that's a role we play in all kinds of areas in public health, but I think it's critically important here. I would say also, there's always a role for advocacy here. Working closely with our community partners, being able to lift up the issues where there is a need for more resources or changes in policies and practices. That's something the county, under your leadership, has done brilliantly. And I would say it's a very effective role. I want to note that the council's, Domestic Violence Council in particular, has really lifted up this set of activities as being primary in really coming to solutions particularly for survivors. And I would say the third role that I think the county plays and can play a bigger part in is prevention. Because prevention of violence is prevention of all forms of violence. And many of the root causes of violence are shared. So getting in there with programming early that supports families economically and emotionally and physically to really focus on what's going on in our schools. As a high school principal, I have to say this issue of interpersonal violence is huge. And healthy relationships, sort of helping to develop the skills that we all need to participate in healthy relationships. It's something that is not paid a lot of attention to, but it makes a difference in everything from school climate all the way through your intimate relationships with other people. So, here again, these are roles that I think as a public health department we embrace and feel like they in some ways have us in a different place than some of our community-based organizations.
And how do we do outreach, or how do we make sure that people know about these services and that the services are actually meeting people where they are in that time of crisis?
Yeah, I think, again, we've spent a fair amount of time, and I want to thank the Domestic Violence Council in particular for the work they're doing around making sure people have access and know where to get services. And the Sexual Assault Council, I am confident, will play a very similar role. Our role is to make sure that the message is broader to people who may not see themselves or identify yet as being a survivor or a victim, and on the prevention side as well. We've been using a lot of, sort of, I'm going to say, our media, but in particular, what we rely on the most is our community-based partners and having that broad network. We fund community coalitions across the entire county so that the information is close to where people are living. And it also gets provided by organizations where people already have ongoing relationships. We can't do this alone. You can't really have a big campaign. I mean, a big campaign might be important, and it might surface an issue and put a lot of attention on an issue, but when people are trying to access services, they are generally going into their communities in places where they already have relationships. Our faith-based organizations are another place where we've developed a lot of relationships over the course of the pandemic in particular, and where we want to strengthen those relationships to really help us, again, reach people who are in need of services and not well connected.
And I would ask if you could help us understand what you would prioritize. I know you have your 3 buckets: data collection, resources and staffing, and increased coordination. What would we do specifically to expand that upstream prevention programming that you spoke about? Because I think data collection is important. We certainly can play that role in the whole ecosystem of services, but making sure that those prevention efforts are really happening is the most critical piece. And so I know that there's work being done there, and you'd probably like more support in doing that, which is really why I surfaced this. How do we help support you in getting that work done? What would you ask us to do to help you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we put forward a request for additional funds that would go out to community-based organizations that can best do this work. Again, I think our job is to identify those places where this work can happen. And in many cases, those places where this work is already happening, lift up those efforts, get them well funded, and take model programs and expand them where they're working. Clearly, our work with schools has benefited from the additional dollars that we received, that we were able to then use to partner both with schools and community organizations. So I think that model is the appropriate model. We're not looking to set up a big infrastructure here at the Department of Public Health. We think we have a good infrastructure to support this work, but we are looking for more resources to actually fund the programming that we think makes a difference. You can't build people's skills around healthy relationships if you don't have programming where people can have an opportunity to do that learning. And schools are a great place, as are programs where we're working with families, family support programs.
Andrea, was there anything you would like to add?
No, only I would like to call out our request for funding for the domestic violence, intimate partner violence prevention services. We are asking for $5.1 million. And a lot of that, as Dr. Ferrer said, is to go out to community-based organizations to do teen dating violence, to also work with those who perpetrate harm and violence, because oftentimes they have been hurt themselves, and there's a trajectory to that violence. And at the same time, we want to do innovative work in those areas. So we've asked specifically for funding around community grants for innovative solutions tailored to specific populations, including LGBTQI+ youth peer leaders, and economic empowerment for young women and people who are unhoused. We want flexible funding. And so the majority of that 5.1 is really to go out into grants to community-based organizations across a spectrum of strategies that we think will work to reduce gender-based violence. For the sexual assault council, that is $1.7 million that we're asking for. And again, some infrastructure and staffing. And the ask there for the community grants is a little bit less, principally because we need to engage that sexual assault commission and those who've been doing the work to develop a strategic plan to really understand how we want to move forward with that work. So a little bit less ask there in terms of community grants at this point, but we definitely need the resources and the infrastructure to move this work forward. We definitely want to invest in strategies that work and community-based partners.
Yeah, that makes sense. We want to know how you're measuring success, and I know that when we first started this conversation, it was maybe a little bit of a surprise that we wanted to prioritize it in this way. But I think really making sure that we're shining a spotlight on your work, that people see what you're doing, and that we understand what more it is you need from us in order to do more and better is very important to me, and I'm sure to our entire board. And I want to thank you for the work that you're doing in the Office of Violence Prevention. I know that we are going to have our first gender-based violence prevention deputies meeting on February 15th at 4 p.m. So we will continue the conversation there and the work as a county collectively all together with all of our offices. We know that in a 2018 study, the fiscal cost of sexual violence found prevention programs would lead to substantial cost savings. So if you're not moved emotionally, perhaps you're looking at what is the cost benefit of this kind of programming. I think that kind of investment, we need to really understand. Every prevented rape of an adult could save $163,000 and more. Every prevented rape or sexual assault of a child could save up to $227,000 and more. And we know that the cost is even higher to the well-being and our culture as individuals and as a society. So we need to be mindful as we're going into budget season. So I thank you for highlighting what would be helpful in terms of a request so we can prioritize your work. I know I will be doing that in my requests, and our short-term investment will not only save money, it will save lives. So thank you again. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the item before us. And I want to thank Dr. Ferrer and your team, Andrea, and we've been working with you for several years on different aspects of prevention. And I want to give you a shout out for what you also have done for victims of trauma, assault, all of those things that go on in some of our communities, one of which I recall in Pomona at the Pomona Hospital. and some of the teams that you have out there working with victims and families, which is really incredibly important too, because a lot of incidents that come up in our districts are surrounded by issues regarding violence, domestic violence, and trauma. So I want to continue to support you on that. I'm glad you're being clear on what your ask is for funding, and I think that's really critical because we don't often hear that from our departments. But I think it is essential for us to continue to help you push out what it is we're trying to do here and not leave any stone unturned, and working with other departments. I called to mind, you brought up, Andrea, that some of the community grants you want to provide are for LGBTQ plus economic development, which I'm totally supportive of, and think there may be a bridge there to work with DEO, because they're also working with women, but the nexus could be providing them with assistance, microloans for women who've suffered from trauma and domestic violence. I know one group that I work with, out in East Los Angeles, is doing just that. And many women, unfortunately, aren't out in the labor pool and really understanding what all that means, because they're faced with their trauma and violence, and sometimes working from home and having a grant or assistance to help propel their, how could I say, willpower to survive and be able to share with their community in some way, I think is incredibly important. So I want to work with you on that to see how we can do that, foster more of that. But also wanted to say that you mentioned on one of your slides on page 3, in April of 2023, you began the Gun Violence Prevention Platform. And I'm wondering, were you collaborating at all with the city of Monterey Park? Because the incident that occurred there, the 11 individuals that were murdered, was because of an intimate partnership trauma that occurred. And I'm asking that because mental health was out there, sheriff was out there, DA was out there, but it just causes me to think, here's a way that you could immediately be reaching out with our partners, our county partners, because there was still a lot of trauma going on there. And this isn't a subject matter that some particular groups, immigrant groups, don't like to talk about. And so I think it's really incredibly important for us to reach out when we have big issues. That was one of the biggest assaults that occurred in our county. So would urge you to do that. And I'm totally for the healing, the arts part of it, getting community grants out to groups, especially the LGBTQ and the trans communities. So I want to see more of that happen. And your point to homelessness, women, we know that the Downtown Women's Center released a study that we worked on, a women's needs assessment, and it continues just to, I think, cause us to understand that a lot of the trauma that women have been going through is a result of why they're in many ways homeless. And they are finding that there is a lack of shelter for them, and including their families. So I want to ask, how are we going to help bridge that? Because not only are women faced with this trauma, but trying to get them united in some way with their family and pushing out for more shelters that actually include their children is something critically important, because they're traumatized as well. It's kind of almost a double hit on the family. So any response, any questions?
Yeah, I really appreciate your comments about where the public health work is really important, and that trauma response work. We were partnering with Department of Mental Health on the Monterey Park horrific incident in the days after, and we agree with you 100% that the link there between being able to respond in a crisis with trauma-appropriate services is critically important, but also to be there in the long term around root cause issues that lead to these horrible traumatic events, including, as you noted, intimate partner violence. So we'd love to work with your office. If you have more suggestions about who we should connect with in Monterey Park, we're absolutely available. I mean, just a little bit of data in terms of what the shelter system is doing right now that we support, with the public dollars. The Office of Women's Health administers 85 contracts. They total about $27 million with a network of agencies that are supporting both shelter and supportive services. For 2021, 2022, the latest available year I have complete data for, this shelter system served about 1,100 adults and about 1,600 children were sheltered. So we do know that many of the shelters are in fact accepting children. Because there's not a centralized intake, we can't tell you how many people looked for a bed and didn't get a bed. What we can do is look at some other indicators that we don't have enough shelter beds. One of them would be that with the last count of people experiencing homelessness, there were 14,000, this was in 2022, on any given night there were 14,000 women who were unaccompanied. And this is just, we can just speak for those unaccompanied women. And we estimate that about 50% of women, or 48% of women experiencing homelessness, have reported a lifetime experience of being threatened physically or hit or made unsafe by a partner, which means that there are probably about 7,000 women who are experiencing homelessness on a given night who have had over the course of their lifetime some trauma. And if you say, you know, even 10 to 20% of them are experiencing trauma in that short time frame, which is again a realistic number based on the experiences we know, you can see that we have well over 1,000 women on a given night who might need a space and a safe place to be. And we obviously don't have enough beds right now in our shelter system. But I would like us to really commit to, in the next year, creating a more centralized system so that we actually can know who's getting beds, who's not getting beds, and then how do we reduce the barriers for people not getting into beds. I would venture to say that people who are experiencing homelessness and are fleeing or fleeing a safety issue are having a very hard time finding a bed. And many of them report to us anecdotally that they don't want to go to a regular shelter, that they don't feel safe in a regular shelter. So I applaud our vast shelter network that really takes a lot of responsibility for housing people who are experiencing homelessness, but it may not have the services and support that people who are experiencing domestic violence, gender-based violence are going to need, and we may need to expand our shelter-based system. So
I can't agree with you more,
question.
Dr. Ferrer. I think that is really essential for us to think about how we use some of our Measure H and HI funding to carve that out and start to focus on what other nonprofits are doing in that field, and then kind of figure out how we can coordinate. One last thing I just want to mention is our Human Relations Commission has funded what I would say is, or what they're calling dream centers, and that's at the high schools. And that is specifically meant to help provide prevention services for trauma, for the populations that we're talking about because of gun violence, trauma, sexual abuse, all of that. I'm wondering if you're coordinating with them on that.
Yeah, we're trying hard to coordinate, especially with our student well-being centers, and to make sure that we're sharing. I mean, one thing is that we want to be sure we're sharing curriculum, because there's a lot of resources that go into developing appropriate curriculum and updating curriculum that may not be targeting issues that are relatively new, that are facing young people. So yes, we are coordinating, and we will continue to be coordinating with them and sharing resources, because we're both working in the spaces, and there's way more need in the schools than both of our departments have resources to meet. So we don't want to either be duplicating, and we want to be able to really learn from each other's experiences so we can strengthen the work we're doing in schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I will now turn it to our executive officer to please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Patricia McAllister please come forward, and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 38, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Christina Dirks. You may begin. Hi there. My name's Christina. Like I said, I live in North Hollywood. I'm calling about item 15, and I'm calling to strongly oppose it.
I'm so sorry,
especially during
Christina,
this
that
rain.
we are
This
on
question
item
was introduced-
38. Christina, we are on item 38, so item 15 will be a little bit later in our agenda, and we'll call you then.
Next
Great.
speaker, please.
I said it was item 15, so my bad.
No, it's all good. We'll hold you to till we get to that item. Any other speakers on the phone?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board. Scratch that. We have a late respondent.
Okay.
Our next participant, a couple of them coming in. Our next participant is Philip Kim.
Okay.
You may begin.
Thank you.
Hello, board. I'm a constituent of Helga Solis in SD1, and I want to thank you for this report back and Dr. Ferrer's insight into the really horrible situation in LA County with the lack of beds. Last week, Dr. Ferrer said that there was a lot of success creating beds through CBOs that were funded through CSCI. So I think the ask is that Measure J be fully funded and CSCI get the money that it needs to get all these beds online, so the 7,000 women who are experiencing homelessness that have experienced gender-based violence have somewhere to go, especially today in this rain and in this cold. I'm seeing, like literally outside my window, a person walking around in the rain with like nothing, and they're soaked through. And I live near the downtown women's center, and they can't support everybody. So,
thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. This is an important issue, and I think people know that there's been a lot of research done on this in Europe, where you have 31% of women have experienced one act or more of physical violence since they were 15. 5% have been raped in Eastern European countries since they were 15. There's psychological violence, which you're doing against people who want to speak on item 15. There's domestic violence. 22% of all women who've had a partner have experienced physical or sexual violence since the age of 15. It's just very, very prevalent and very, very sad. But as Ferrer said, we don't need more infrastructure. We need something else. And apparently it's money. But I'm not connecting the dots. We need to educate both women and men, because a lot of gender violence is on gender. You know, there's no reason to.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, once again, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Great. We'll go here in person. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Patricia
Good morning.
McAllister. I think that you're not really addressing the real issues. I mean, I've heard on the media where they say men who are impersonating women, you call them trans, a lot of them are prostituting, and they're not telling the men that they're men and they're being murdered or beaten very, very badly. That needs to be talked about. So you guys want to sugarcoat it. We need to be realistic about this. That's why a lot of violence is going on. I read all the time. There's a very popular trans men been found shot and dead, and I gotta know what happened. You know, and the men that they're sleeping with, I mean, they've had mental breakdowns. They're laying down and they don't know they're with a man. That'll turn a straight man crazy. Okay, so let's talk about that. Another thing, most of the violence between homosexuals are between homosexual partners. So they need training on how to coexist with each other because their lifestyle is not natural. That's why there's a lot of violence among them, not the public attacking them. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay. This report is received and filed. Thank you very much for the presentation. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. We will now move on to item 2, increasing fair chance hiring throughout Los Angeles County, which will be taken up with item 72, County Code Title 8, Consumer Protection, Business and Wage Regulations Amendment, which were held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Wendy Shaw, Senior Deputy County Counsel, Rafael Carbajal, Director of Consumer Business Affairs, and Kelly Lobianco, Director of Economic Opportunity, will make a presentation.
Good morning, everyone. We're just getting set up really quick.
Good morning, everyone. We're here to present today on the proposed Fair Chance Ordinance for employers. Today, our presentation overview will consist of the proposed Fair Chance Ordinance for employers, ordinance development, key provisions, and DO will address outreach efforts in the ordinance development. We will also discuss an ordinance implementation plan. DO and DCBA will discuss the plan for outreach and enforcement, and DCBA will discuss administration and enforcement. The speakers today are me, Wendy Shaw, Senior Deputy County Counsel with the Office of the County Counsel, Kelly Lobianco, Director of the Department of Economic Opportunity, and Rafael Carbajal, the Director of the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. Just a brief disclaimer that before I do this overview, that the information contained in this presentation is for general informational purposes only and is not intended to constitute legal advice or create an attorney-client relationship. This proposed ordinance was in response to a February 28, 2023 Board of Supervisors motion establishing a fair chance ordinance in Los Angeles County. The motion directed County Council to work with several county partners as well as external partners in developing the ordinance. The County Fair Chance team consisted of County Council, Department of Human Resources, Department of Youth Development, Chief Executive Office, Justice, Care and Opportunities Department, Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, Department of Economic Opportunity, Public Defender, Alternate Public Defender, Internal Services Department, and Auditor Controller. Our external partners consisted of community stakeholders, reentry service providers, and the business community. We also consulted with local jurisdictions including the City and County of San Francisco and the City of Los Angeles. Moving on to the key provisions. The ordinance contains a policy section which states that it's the policy of the County of Los Angeles to overcome the stigma and unfair biases associated with persons with criminal records when employers are making hiring and employment decisions, and to ensure that individuals with criminal history have fair and equitable access to opportunities for gainful employment in Los Angeles County. The Fair Chance Ordinance for Employers has been introduced today to achieve this policy, which enhances public health, makes communities safer, and achieves rehabilitative outcomes. Moving on to some of the key definitions. Employee is any individual performing at least 2 hours of work on average each week within the unincorporated areas of the county. Employer is defined as any individual, corporation, partnership, association, etc., that is located or doing business in the unincorporated areas of the county, and then employs 5 or more employees, including freelancers and contractors as well. An adverse action is defined as an employer's action that materially and adversely affects the terms, conditions, or privileges of employment, including but not limited to rescinding a conditional offer of employment, an employer's failure to or refusal to promote an employee, or an employer's decision to discharge an employee due to criminal history. Now, with regard to job bulletins and postings, employers shall not prevent or discourage persons with criminal history to apply, including by using phrases such as no felons, no convictions, or must have a clean background. If the employer intends to review criminal history in the hiring process, the employer must include in any job postings a list of all material job duties of the position which the employer reasonably believes criminal history may have a direct, adverse, and negative relationship. Unless legally required, employers are prohibited from inquiring regarding criminal history before extending a conditional job offer to an applicant or an employee. If the employer intends to review criminal history after extending that conditional job offer, the employer must provide written notice to the candidate, which generally includes the following: a statement the employer has good cause to review criminal history with supporting justification. A general statement that criminal history review is required due to quote-unquote safety concerns is not sufficient to meet this requirement. And also a complete list of types of information, background or history that will be reviewed by the employer, including but not limited to education, social media history, employment history, motor vehicle history, reference checks, credit history, license verification, drug testing, or medical examinations. This ordinance also provides particular types of criminal history that cannot be considered at any time. This includes an arrest not followed by conviction except for unresolved arrest and other limited circumstances, referral to or participation in a diversion program or deferral of judgment program, convictions that have been sealed, dismissed, expunged, or where the convicted person received a pardon or has been issued a certificate of rehabilitation, an arrest detention adjudication that occurred while the person was under the process and jurisdiction of the juvenile court, a non-felony conviction for possession of marijuana that is 2 or more years old. Also, a conviction more than 7 years old, with limited exceptions for positions that involve providing services or care to a minor, dependent, or person 65 years or older, or a position that involves services relating to public funds or benefits if the conviction history relates to financial or fraud crimes. Also excluded is information pertaining to an offense other than a felony or misdemeanor, such as an infraction, except for driving infractions when related to the job duties. And also, lastly, a conviction that arises out of conduct that has been decriminalized since the date of the conviction. Once criminal history is reviewed by an employer, before taking any adverse action, the employer must conduct an initial individualized assessment that is documented in writing of whether the candidate's criminal history has a direct adverse and negative bearing on the person's ability to perform the duties of the job. Factors to consider with regard to this initial individualized assessment: the nature and gravity of the offense or conduct, the time that has passed since the offense or conduct under completion of the sentence, the nature of the job position, including but not limited to consideration of the specific duties of that job, and whether the position offers the opportunity for the same or similar offense to occur, and if the applicant or employee voluntarily provides any evidence of rehabilitation or mitigating circumstances at this stage, this evidence must also be considered. After performing the initial individualized assessment, if the employer decides to withdraw a job offer, a conditional job offer, or take any other adverse action, a preliminary notice of adverse action must be sent to the individual, which generally includes the individual's right to respond before the employer's decision becomes final, a copy of the initial individualized assessment, and a copy of any criminal history records in the employer's possession. The applicant or employee will then have 5 business days to respond to the preliminary notice and can make a written request to the employer for an additional 10 business days before the employer can make a final decision on taking an adverse action. The individual's response may include evidence of rehabilitation or mitigating circumstances, or 2, evidence disputing the accuracy of the criminal history information. In lieu of a written response upon request, an employer will provide an opportunity for the applicant or employee to present evidence of rehabilitation or mitigating circumstances orally to the employer via in-person, virtual, or telephone contact. Following receipt of the individual's response to the preliminary notice, the employer will perform a second individualized assessment documented in writing, assessing the same factors contained in the initial individualized assessment and the applicant or employee's response. If after this second individualized assessment, the employer makes a final decision to withdraw the conditional job offer or take other adverse action, the employer must send a final written notice, which generally includes a copy of the second individualized assessment, information regarding any appeal procedure the employer has for reconsideration of the decision, and notice of the person's right to file a complaint with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, DCBA, for violation of the county's Fair Chance Ordinance for Employers, and with the state's Civil Rights Department for violation of the Fair Chance Act. Now, with regard to the operative date, administration and enforcement will begin 6 months following adoption of the ordinance by this board. Before the operative date, the DCBA will establish rules and regulations governing the administrative process for the filing of a complaint, investigation, enforcement, and appeals, which shall be presented to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So just a roadmap of the administrative process: an applicant or employee alleging that an employer has violated the ordinance may, within 1 year of the alleged violation, file a complaint with the DCBA, and the DCBA shall investigate the complaint. Upon completion of the investigation, if the DCBA determines that a violation has occurred, the DCBA will issue a notice to the employer of the violation, and if appropriate, require the employer to immediately cure the violation, impose an administrative penalty, and/or order any other appropriate relief. And there's, like we discussed, there will also be an appeal process as well for any party to appeal a decision to the DCBA. The applicant or employee has also the option to forego filing an administrative complaint with the DCBA and can instead bring a civil lawsuit against an employer for violation of the ordinance upon timely submission of an intent to sue notice to the DCBA. With regard to penalties, for a first violation of an employer, the DCBA can issue a penalty of up to $5,000 for each aggrieved applicant or employee. For a second violation, the penalty is up to $10,000, and for third and subsequent violations, a penalty of up to $20,000 for each aggrieved applicant or employee. No less than half of the penalties collected by the DCBA being awarded to the aggrieved applicant or employee. Now, just to discuss some of the additional rights and protections of this proposed ordinance that will complement the state's Fair Chance Act, Government Code Section 12952, which is also a ban-the-box law that also provides protections to individuals with criminal history that are seeking employment within the state of California. So, with regard to a look-back period, there is no consideration of a conviction older than 7 years measured from the date of disposition, with limited exceptions in the proposed ordinance. With regard to state law, there is no look-back period under state law. With regard to a good cause justification prior to criminal history review, under our ordinance, an employer must send written notice to the applicant or employee that good cause exists to review criminal history with specific supporting justification. There is no requirement specified under the state law. With regard to an individualized assessment conducted by the employer regarding an applicant or employee's criminal history, this assessment must be conducted in writing and provided to the applicant or employee. There is no written requirement, and the state does not require the assessment to be provided to the applicant or employee under the state law. With regard to penalties for violation of law, DCBA may issue penalties to employers with no less than half of the penalties collected being awarded to the aggrieved complainant. The state Civil Rights Department does not issue penalties. However, an aggrieved complainant may pursue damages by filing a civil lawsuit. I'm going to turn over this presentation to Kelly so she can discuss the outreach efforts with regard to the ordinance development.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, community members. My name is Kelly Lobianco, and I'm director of the LA County Department of Economic Opportunity. Very excited to be here today. You just heard a lot about what we're presenting. I'm here to talk a little bit about the outreach that we did to businesses, community stakeholders, and workers in the development of this ordinance that builds off the state's Fair Chance Act and ensures additional rights, protections, and enforcement mechanisms for individuals who have justice involvement in seeking employment, as well as what we are planning to do to make sure that our businesses and workers who might be impacted by this ordinance have all the education and resources and technical assistance they need to come into compliance once it's effective. So you see here, our department supported listening sessions for businesses and reentry service providers last summer in June and July of 2023. At the time, we were actively deploying our Fair Chance hiring campaign out of our department for workers and businesses. And we leveraged our marketing campaign and our outreach efforts with our partner Root and Rebound to invite stakeholders to learn about the Fair Chance Act and ordinance underway. We co-hosted virtual sessions with the LA County Department of Consumer and Business Affairs and County Council, my colleagues here today. We held 12 virtual listening sessions for businesses, 2 for re-entry providers and advocates, and opened an online survey for 8 weeks. Very, very briefly, I will give some context to those listening sessions, and then we'll get into implementation. So we held, as I mentioned, 10 sessions for businesses. We had 71 total participants. We got the word out through DEO and our partner channels, making sure that we were pushing information about the virtual sessions and the ordinance to 50,000 subscribers, posting on social media, sending out personal invitations to business associations and affiliate groups through us and our partners. In addition to the 71 attendees, we had over 30 comments on survey. And I do want to point out that Because we were running our Fair Chance hiring campaign, we also had touch points with thousands of businesses through our American Job Centers of California and our partners. Just a couple quick highlights for the feedback that we took into account as we were developing the ordinance was the need for education and training for the business community to support compliance. As you saw, there's a lot there. And a recognition that there may be additional administrative burdens with complying, whether it's human resources or legal support that may be required. We also conducted listening sessions with reentry service providers and advocates. We had 80 participants in those and over a dozen comments online. Some of the highlights in terms of feedback were making sure, were sort of broad consensus in the development of the ordinance and making sure that we were strengthening areas related to unresolved requests, clear communications with candidates, applicants, in cases where there was a job denial or rescission, an opportunity for verbal presentation where there were mitigating circumstances for an employer. These were all considered in the ordinance development that you're seeing here today. All right, so now future looking. The Department of Economic Opportunity will be actively working with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, who will oversee enforcement, and you'll hear from my colleague Raphael shortly. But we want to talk about what our plan is to make sure that we are prepared upon effective date. So as I mentioned, we oversaw the Fair Chance hiring program since 2019. It started with the Workforce Development, Aging and Community Services Department, transitioned to DEO upon our creation in 2022. Since 2020, we've invested $1 million in American Rescue Plan funds. We had partners Leaders Up, a business intermediary, Root and Rebound, our subject matter expert, and who offered technical assistance to both workers and businesses, and Task Force, who helped create our marketing campaign that we'll leverage to promote new elements from this ordinance. And overall, the goal is always a care-first approach to outreach and education. We want folks to know that what they need to know to stay in compliance and offer that support. So as part of our Fair Chance hiring campaign, we were supporting businesses in understanding the State Fair Chance Act, pledging to Fair Chance hiring, and connecting to talent via the job centers of the county. And we also supported workers through targeted outreach, customized career planning, and connection to Fair Chance hiring employers throughout the region. Just quickly in terms of the connection, and I think the connection that we made during the Fair Chance hiring program will build on our ability to get the word out in the unincorporated areas upon the effective date of the ordinance. We connected with more than 2,500 justice-involved individuals and nearly 1,000 connecting to employment. We also worked with 1,700 businesses through our hiring campaign and other departmental services, of which 422 pledged and hired justice system impacted workers. These initiatives connect to other hiring and training programs with the department. Okay, so for the actual plan for the ordinance, we will be leveraging this campaign, including our brand, our marketing materials and channels, and our on-the-ground approach with partners and stakeholders to get the word out and offer technical assistance. We'll also be working closely with Justice, Care, and Opportunities, DCBA, County Council, and many others. Within 60 days, we'll be back to the board with an outreach and education plan for consideration. We will have an updated website and FAQs in 9 threshold languages. It's important that we're out there with cultural competency. We will deploy a marketing campaign across digital channels, including our networks and earned and paid media and social media, as well as host dedicated in-the-field workshops throughout unincorporated LA County. And finally, we will integrate our Fair Chance hiring ordinance for employers' FAQs and technical assistance through our job centers, our East LA Entrepreneur Center, and through dozens of small business and worker-focused programs and services. And finally, before I hand it over to Raphael, we are thinking expansively. We are identifying additional resources, including in our current budget process, to expand our marketing campaign to make sure that we do this work well. That includes marketing and resourcing train-the-trainer sessions for stakeholders who serve workers and businesses, and also funding our subrecipient to work to support additional grassroots outreach and education. This will be key to making sure that all workers and businesses in the unincorporated area understand the ordinance and know how to come into compliance. We know that this is key to our success here. And with that, I will pass to you, Rafael.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and our LA County community. Rafael Carvajal, Director, Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. We have the privilege of hosting the Office of Labor Equity. I'll try to be brief. I only have 2 slides, but I do want to provide some background on our role in working with our businesses and our community in rolling this out. Since 2015, DCBA has been at the forefront of protecting worker rights in the unincorporated, and as of most recently, consolidated all of these efforts under our Office of Labor Equity. Our Office of Labor Equity relies on a coordinated communication and engagement strategy with workers, employers, and our community partners to educate and promote the understanding of worker rights and educate employers on the responsibilities and best practices. So I just want to point out that we achieve this to three key elements. One of it is our one-on-one counseling, where our OLE counselors engage with workers, employers, and the general public about their rights and responsibilities. We do this in person, online, virtually, and on the phone. We heavily rely on education and outreach. Accountability starts with people being aware of what they're responsible for. So we rely on education and outreach to ensure businesses and workers understand their rights and responsibilities. This includes our proactive visits. These are literally boots on the ground, door knocking, walking into businesses, talking to the business owners and the employees about their rights, responsibilities, and resources available to them. Every year we try to do 300 to 500 proactive visits in person throughout the unincorporated area. In addition, we rely on community engagement. We partner with our CBO partners, both employer-centric and worker-centric, to get information out and engage with folks that don't typically like to engage with government. And we heavily rely on hyper and ethnic local media, which is a lesson that we learned through the pandemic, in particular, reaching our small business owners in the language and accessible information needed to fall into compliance. So should we move forward with this ordinance, we plan to incorporate all of these strategies, including everything that Kelly already mentioned, to get the word out. I think one of the biggest conversations around this is the enforcement. OLE relies on a combination of education-based compliance and administrative processes to address and correct these behaviors. We're not here to put businesses out of business, and we're not here to put workers out of work. We're here to ensure that our workers are protected and they have the ability to exercise their rights. But what I will like to point out is in most instances when businesses are engaged and an issue is raised, they self-correct. By the time that we bring any administrative action or reach out to them, they've already corrected the behavior, and it just becomes an opportunity for us to engage and discuss and settle the corrective action and any potential fines. One of the discussions here has been, and issues raised and concerns, has been the level of fines. Because of this, we do have delegated authority to engage and negotiate these fines. What we plan to do is first year, post-implementation, the ordinance becoming active, we will rely solely on education-based corrective actions. So for the first year, we will engage with any businesses or partners that have any of these issues and solely work with them to correct the actions without any fines. And even after that, after year 1, we will continue to exercise that right to actually negotiate any of these issues. The reality is almost 90% of our violations that we identify have been negotiated out at a lower percentage than actually is merited. What we do is we take into consideration the business size, the egregiousness of the violation, the willingness of the business to work with us in resolving this, and take all that into consideration in making a decision and reducing the fines, or in some instances even eliminating them. Slide 2. So really quick, all this is just to highlight some of the activities that we will undertake as we implement. 3 key elements here is outreach and engagement, as we mentioned, is important for folks to understand what they're being held responsible for. We will continue to work with our DEO partners and county council to ensure that we get this information out. Big component here is also the promulgation of rules and regulations as part of the implementation process. You have our commitment to continue to engage our business community and our labor partners in the development of these rules to ensure that everybody is aware and part of the discussions as we go through this. And again, going back to the focus on education-based corrective actions, you will see this codified in our promulgated rules and regulations, so there's no questions or concerns about that. And then just generally program ramp up. This is ensuring that we have the infrastructure and the ability to respond to our communities when the implementation of this comes together. So with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you very much. I will turn it, I know that Supervisors Solis and Mitchell brought this forward, so I will go to Supervisor Mitchell first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And could we put the slide back up that shows the state side by side? Because I think that should be something that we keep front and center as we continue to have our conversations. Let me start by thanking you, Supervisor Solis, for co-authoring with me. And a big shout out and thanks to our county partners, County Council. Thank you, not only for that comprehensive presentation, Wendy, but just for your work in getting us to where we are today in partnership with our county partners. It is clear that this ordinance was not developed in a vacuum. We saw the many, many outreach touch points. We often talk about here what outreach was done, and it is clear this is an example. You've set the bar pretty high. We're going to have high expectations for other ordinances in terms of how outreach, happens. And so I'd like to thank the business leaders and the re-entry service providers who really worked hand in hand in helping us identify shortcomings of state policy and helped us with the outreach. So I really appreciate that. Let me start by just acknowledging what I know to be the obvious, which is the bias against systems impacted individuals. For systems impacted job seekers, the promise of a fair chance is a critical opportunity to pursue a life of dignity and purpose. And when we talk about recidivism, all the studies show having opportunity to gainful employment is one of the most impactful ways to reduce recidivism. And so that's why this ordinance is so important. And we're clear that many employers are keeping that promise. Even with that, we still have a long way to go in making this promise real for every job seeker. More than a quarter of formerly incarcerated individuals are unemployed on average, which is in stark contrast to the general population, which is experiencing historically low rates of unemployment. And as a result, those with lived experience are more likely to experience homelessness and poverty. And with this ordinance, we can work against that. Years of research has proven the bias that too often denies system-impacted job seekers critical opportunities, finding that they perform as well as or better than their counterparts if given the opportunity. So let's talk about two of the areas that our proposed ordinance differs from state law, and that's the enforcement gaps as well as the exemptions to the look-back period. The passage of the Fair Chance Act started to move California in the right direction. Job seekers and reentry partners have highlighted shortcomings in its enforcement. Job candidates can't wait weeks, even months, for a final hiring decision after a background check is completed. What that does is it often forces them to seek lower paying opportunities because they can't afford to wait. Who can when you're looking for employment? When employers don't perform a written assessment of the risks associated with past convictions, candidates are challenged to defend themselves when a job offer is revoked. If adopted, this ordinance would add teeth and guidance to enforcement of the Fair Chance Act to ensure the letter and spirit of the law is followed more consistently. In addition, this ordinance would strengthen protections for systems-impacted job seekers and create tools for stronger enforcement. With regard to the look-back period, in recognition of the need to manage various risks associated with sensitive job duties, this ordinance provides an exception to the required look-back period for positions involving direct work with seniors, minors, and dependent adults, as well as positions involving the administration of public funds or benefits, provided that the conviction relates to the illegal access of funds or negotiable instruments. We are one of the largest employers in the region, and the county has, I think, an obligation to lead by example and ensure our hiring practices are equitable and transparent. A county policy with an independent enforcing entity, as well as discipline, performance evaluations, and other enforcement tools can enhance accountability and avoid a potential conflict of interest created by its inclusion in the ordinance. I think it's really going to be critical for the Department of Human Resources to not only help each department update their hiring and recruitment practices, but to provide ample education and training to shift the culture around for fair chance hiring. You know, from my perspective, again, while I think it's important that the county take actions outlined by the ordinance, is twofold. First of all, we have declared that we are a care for first, jails last county. And passing this ordinance is how we operationalize that kind of goal statement. Providing care to those who are systems involved includes helping them gain gainful employment. I was also struck by the presentation we saw last week around closure of Men's Central Jail. And we saw that chart that talked about having to, you know, reduce the population by 7,000, and those 7,000 can't return. And so how do we guarantee those 7,000 don't return? As we talked about housing, we've got to find them beds, and we have to make sure they have jobs. So as we talk about our Care First concept and theory, how we move it from theory to practice, I think this fair chance ordinance is a way that LA County operationalizes what we say is our mission and provide systems impacted individuals a true, clear, enforceable pathway to gainful employment. Again, I want to thank all of the county partners who stepped up. We're clear about the outreach that has taken place, the outreach that will continue, the supports to businesses to make sure they have every opportunity to understand the ordinance and conduct their hiring practices within it, and finally making sure that we, as the largest employer in the region, are incorporated in our own hiring practices and culture the policies this board has set forth as providing opportunities to those systems involved individuals so we can reduce recidivism rates and ultimately reduce the numbers who we currently are incarcerated in our own congregate care settings. With that, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I ask for your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for asking me to join you on this motion. In fact, I just want to state that before I became a supervisor, I was working on these issues back in the Obama administration as Secretary of Labor, and we looked at the Fair Chance Act and really trying to implement it at a federal level. And because we had so many unique programs there, I knew how important it was to help translate that coming back here to Los Angeles County. It's not lost on me that we need to provide more opportunities for this population, especially through way of educational training, technical training, apprenticeship programs, and especially targeting our at-risk population and formerly justice-involved youth. I think all of those elements should be brought into this design of how we outreach and provide information about where we're going. It's really, for me, is about dignity and respect and having a fair shot, and if you will, a second chance or multiple chances. The motion before us and the pending vote on the Fair Chance Ordinance, for me, is reaffirming what was just stated, that the board has a firm commitment to care first. And that has been reaffirmed here several times. And it's about finding long-term solutions to address the root of why individuals end up in the legal system to begin with. And it's about how to ensure that LA County and our community and business partners are removing barriers to formerly incarcerated individuals by improving success, independence, opportunities to contribute to their families and communities. And that means removing barriers to housing, employment, and to restore dignity. Today's adoption of the Fair Chance Ordinance is a very important milestone, I think, for the county. We certainly have come a long way. I recall back in 2017, the board supported my motion to establish a Fair Chance Task Force to promote adopting hiring practices within the county that included supporting Ban the Box, upon the bill's passage in 2018. And in 2018, I co-authored a motion directing the task force to develop an educational campaign to educate employees and employers on their rights and responsibilities under the Fair Chance Act. And early in 2019, I authored a motion to increase the hiring of justice-involved individuals in the County of Los Angeles. And later that year, I authored a motion to launch the Fair Chance campaign to also encourage businesses to adopt fair chance hiring. So we've taken a lot of steps in the county, and we did it with partners, we did it with chambers, we did it with many of our nonprofits, as well as the advocacy groups that are out there, and I want to thank them, because if it wasn't for their power to move and their voice, I don't think we would be here today. So I especially want to thank all of them. I know how important it is for individuals that are coming out of our incarceration system to get employment, because we know that it will reduce recidivism, without a doubt. We need to do more and create more networks, and I want to thank DEO, and I want to thank Rafael and our county council and everyone for working on this, because we really have come a long way. You've answered a lot of my questions that I would have asked with respect to how we provide assistance to small businesses, especially in areas that I represent, in the unincorporated areas. So I'm talking about East LA, Belinda, North Whittier, Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, and other parts in the San Gabriel Valley that I represent. And many are mom and pop businesses, and the limit I know here is 5 employees or more. But again, we have many immigrant business owners who are gonna need that additional step, especially immigrant communities that are not well-versed in our procedures. So I really would like to see more happening out there to partner and putting maybe more time into this if necessary. So when you do come back to us with the report back, that we also understand how successful or where we need to maybe make some adjustments. Because I am concerned when people are gonna read the headlines that there's going to be penalties, that's the first thing they think. And they're like, oh my God, here they go, they're being intrusive. Well, it's not about that. It's about helping to uplift our communities. The same people that may even own some of these businesses or live in the surrounding areas that could potentially have jobs in these areas that we are governing. So I hope that we do a good job and we explain this to them, and not just a one-off with a paper or a knock on the door, but actually engaging and maybe really expanding our outreach, small grants to these partners that can help us really engage, so everybody is fully aware when we begin the process. And I especially want to thank you, Rafael, for describing how you're going to take your approach, which is more of an education instead of a punitive approach right off the bat, because I think that is what people are maybe thinking about if they don't fully understand what we're doing here today. But we've come a long way, and I again want to thank all our departments who have helped make this happen, including our CEO. And you've done an outstanding job, DEO. Kelly, I mean, just so many outreach sessions. I'm so proud of where we come, because this is phenomenal. It hasn't happened. This takes a lot of work, and I know your staff and the people that we work with, including Rafael, everyone, our own staffs have been out there talking to people, telling them about this. People have long awaited for this to happen. So I'm happy we've arrived at this day, and I hope today that we are fully going to ban the box at the County of Los Angeles. So I too will ask for your aye vote on this, and thank you again, Supervisor Mitchell, to all the board members, and to all those in the public that have been helping us move this agenda item forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. And I just wanted to get some clarification, because I appreciate what you're saying, because it's absolutely true. We tell people to get a job and stay out of trouble, but then we put up barriers for them to be able to get employed. So that resonates with me, Supervisor Mitchell. But there was a clarification. We got a letter from the Southern California Contractors Association, and I just want to clarify this. So if I'm ABC Construction and I go to a union hall because I'm required to have union, usually the union selects the employees that are going to be sent on that job. But yet the employee or the employer is going to be held responsible, even though the employer doesn't have any say-so because it's negotiated. How is that going to play out?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor. I'll try to take the first stab at answering that, and I'll lean on my county council partners here for some clarity. So on a personal level, I'm a son of a contractor, and given my past work, I could definitely sympathize with their concerns. But the proposed ordinance is no different what they're already required to do under state requirements. And if we look at the state ordinance, it does not exclude our labor partners from being responsible from this. So what we intend to do is, as we implement our rules and regulations, we'll provide clarity on the responsibilities and the connectivity between that work. We'll make sure that we bring in our labor partners and our construction and contractor partners to be part of that conversation to ensure that they're aware and understand the responsibility of that. I will take a point to note that our labor partners have been at the forefront of helping our system impacted folks get work, get connected. They have been at the forefront of championing for these rights. So I would argue that anybody working with their partners in labor is actually better positioned to comply with this than anybody else.
So can you just reach out to the Southern California Contractor Association and educate them?
Absolutely.
Because I know that sometimes if you don't understand it, you assume the worst, and it sounds to me like that's already been worked out. And then on the outreach efforts to small and micro businesses, I'm really happy that you're going to be focusing on education strategies, because I'm hearing, I don't know how robust it was or how successful it was, but I would ask you to continue to do the outreach, because there is some confusion, and I'm told, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is for only unincorporated, but if an unincorporated business does business in, or I'm sorry, if a business in Pasadena does work in unincorporated, then they would have to qualify for this. So how are you going to enforce that? Are you going to have them have to, are all businesses going to have to sign up with the county, or how are you going to enforce that?
No, so part of it, again, it's about awareness and understanding what they're responsible for. So we're definitely going to continue to work in ensuring that everybody is aware of what their responsibilities are. Everyone that's impacted, when there's an issue, we will be proactively available to them to answer any questions and clarify anything. On a regular basis, we engage with businesses. They call us all the time for clarity on whether certain things apply to them or not, based on the situation that they find themselves in. So we will continue to do that. In particular, where we see some of the confusion is along those corridors where we're bumping, our unincorporated area is bumping up against another municipality. So what we found there is our door knocking and in-person conversations and engagement has been very effective in ensuring that they understand their rights. In particular, we saw some hot pockets up in your district, in particular in Old Town Road, where there was some confusion as to what applies to them and what doesn't. What we found that was very effective was hyperethnic local media. We bought some billboards, we did some flyering, we did a ton of engagement, and the response was very clear and effective. We had a lot of businesses reach out to us, and we provided them the clarity that they needed to in order to be in compliance.
So the one ask I would have, and I'm sure, because I know that you are very much about data and outcomes, is just to get regular reports from the DCV on how the appeals process and also how the outreach and education is going. Because you're right, I've got unincorporated right next to Glendale, and the people don't differ. So I mean, differentiate between the boundaries, and I want to make sure that I understand how it's being applied. So that would be my one ask on that. And then this is my last question on the state's Fair Chance Act versus the counties. And I apologize, but can you walk me through the look back in terms of no consideration of a conviction older than 7 years measured from the state disposition with limited exceptions, and the state's is no look back period. So.
Sure, I can clarify on that. So we're cutting off certain criminal convictions that an employer can consider in connection with hiring. So if someone had a conviction that, if they pulled background and they saw that someone had a conviction that was 15 years old, that employer can no longer use that conviction in deciding whether to rescind a job offer or to hire that employee or candidate. So that would be the difference. And the state does not have any look back period. So an employer under the state's law can look at convictions that are very, very old, 30 years old, 20 years old, in making a decision.
And then the limited exceptions are what Supervisor Mitchell mentioned, correct?
Right, yes. So services or care to minors, dependent adults, as in the WIC code, as well as 65 years or older, and then for if you have a job position providing services dealing with public funds or benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Mitchell for getting us to this point. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, just listening to you and the years of work that you've also put behind this idea of giving people a fair chance. And I am totally in support of this. I know that, you know, a person's ability to succeed, a person's ability to provide for their family, a person's ability to be in their community and neighborhood really depends a lot on getting a successful job. And we know the barriers to that for people who have past criminal convictions has been very, very difficult. So it was interesting listening. I'm glad you brought that up, Supervisor Bargo, because some people were saying, well, the state fair chance ordinance is at the state, and why are we doing it at the county? And some said, well, just so that we can enforce it. But it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. We took more input from this fair chance task force and our stakeholders to actually craft one that we think is better and better suited to the needs of us in LA County. So, and I do believe that we all are, you know, will hear from our businesses probably. Supervisor Solis brought up, it would be really helpful to have like a frequently asked questions and answers page or fact sheet that we could even share with our chambers of commerce, because I have a feeling that's probably who I'll be hearing from. And I think there'll be very good questions, but there'll be very good answers. And if we could have something like that, I think it would be helpful for our staff, you know, those in our offices who'll be answering phones. I think there's so much in this that just kind of a fact sheet would be very helpful. And obviously the county, we need to walk this walk and not just talk this talk. So I think what we're doing today is also moving forward the ability for us to craft our own fair chance policy within LA County. And I'm sure there'll be those listening today when we talk about enforcement, we talk about education, and we talk about, you know, fines. Maybe Raphael, you can answer who's going to make sure that we are doing it properly.
I think Wendy has a better answer than I do.
I think we all know, but our proposal would be that DHR, and they are right now the lead on fair chance hiring. However, if there's complaints from applicants or employees regarding internal county fair chance violations, they can file a complaint with our County Equity Oversight Panel under the CPOE, the County Policy of Equity, and that will be investigated and findings will be made in the same way that other types of discrimination complaints are resolved here at the county.
Thank you again, because I'm pretty sure people will be wondering. We're looking to enforce it on others. We have to make sure that we are also blameless as we move forward to creating a fair chance for everyone. And Supervisor Barger, again, I think you brought up an interesting point of even though your business is not located in unincorporated, because sometimes when we pass ordinances, we're like, that just applies to unincorporated county. But if you do work in unincorporated county, even though you're a business in a particular one of our 88 cities, this still applies to you. And I imagine in the beginning, we will probably have a little bit of confusion, and we'll probably get the complaints from the actual person who, you know, I'm guessing those that would benefit from the fair chance hiring are the ones that are going to really understand how this law applies to them and can benefit them. And they will probably be the ones that bring the complaints in the beginning. And again, we want to give everybody a fair chance, even the businesses. But I imagine in the beginning there'll be some that just did not know that it applied to them. And I hope we have a really good way of working with them and educating them so that we can bring everybody along with us, so that we have the kind of county that we really are giving people the second chance, the fair chance that they deserve. So thank you.
Thank you. I too want to thank Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for bringing this motion forward and bringing forward this discussion and all the work that you did to bring the item forward before us today. Fair chance policies are critical for all the reasons that have been stated. I just want to highlight that fair chance policies are also important in our fight against homelessness, because those with past criminal records may struggle to find a job, they may fall into homelessness or not be able to get out of homelessness. So I'm proud of the ordinance that's before us today. Particularly because it goes above and beyond state law, and it requires our county to lead by example. So Supervisor Mitchell, I'm going to turn it back to you for the last word.
I appreciate that very much, Madam Chair, and thank you all for this important discussion. I just wanted to highlight that the ordinance, if it passed today, wouldn't go into effect until September 1st, so there's still time for the ongoing outreach and education. And lastly, just wanted to echo what Mr. Carbajal said. I think the building trades have stepped up and have been leaders. You think about the work the carpenters, the electricians, IATSE has done in going out and recruiting and creating specialized training programs for systems-involved people to bring them into the union. You know, the carpenters and many of the building trades have programs at state prison facilities where you can get certified, and upon your release are brought into the union where your tools and equipment has been purchased for you. So I agree, they've been out in front of many others in terms of acknowledging the value of this population and providing training. So I agree, I think that they will continue to lead and will continue to help us in educating now employers about the value of this employee pool, if you will. And so the left hand will be supporting the right hand. With that, I ask for your aye vote.
All right. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Afton Branch Wilson, Akeem Browder, Clayton Miller, Dominique Perkins, Gerardo Gomez, Giovanni Hernandez, Ilka Rosales, Juan Gomez, Marcus Savage, Patricia McAllister, Paul Dumont, Paulette Dunn Sanders, Saul Campos, Shayla Myers, and Toyin Moses. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 2 and 72, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Sarah Glenn Listokow. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm speaking on behalf of Center for Employment Opportunities, or CEO. We're an LA County social enterprise community-based organization. Our mission for over 40 years has been to help people coming home from prison and jail get immediate jobs and the support needed to reintegrate back into their community and to create access to long-term economic and social mobility. Access to jobs affects us all, as you've heard already today. This is a civil rights issue, a public safety issue, and a poverty issue. This is deeply impacting the health of our community. When people who can and want to work are systematically turned away from jobs due to discrimination and bias, we're all harmed. This Fair Chance Ordinance reduces discrimination and bias in employment, and it increases access to economic stability, self-sufficiency, and public safety, as well as decreases public spending on the criminal legal system and public benefits. This ordinance is necessary to strengthen the California Fair Chance legislation and job seeker protection. It will also create clear procedures for both job seekers and employers. We know from studies across the country over the last decade, including one put out by USC's Full Price Center for Social Innovation, that fair chance regulations
Thank you. Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Alex Tron. You may begin.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Alexander Tron. I'm the staff attorney with the Social Impact Center. We're building power in criminalized BIPOC and LGBTQ+ communities through stigma-free organizing and mutual aid. We are a re-entry support services organization, and I wanted to express our utmost support for this ordinance. amongst all the folks that we serve, some of the most primary concerns are with employment. Folks that have criminal record histories face numerous barriers to employment, and by passing this ordinance, LA County will be leading the way and showing by example the value that our justice-involved community members have. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is David Schlussel. You may begin.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is David Schlussel. I'm an attorney with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles in the Restoring Communities Work Group. I want to express our strong support for this Fair Chance Ordinance. Access to decent and stable employment is maybe the key factor for people to successfully integrate into the community and to be able to support themselves and their families. This ordinance would help many county residents access more jobs for which they're already found to be qualified in terms of resume, interview. They're not excluded by law based on criminal history, but they still can be denied in the employer's discretion based on the background check. In my experience with clients, existing state law protections are often not known by employers, not complied with, and are not enforced. This motion would adopt more clear and fair procedures for background checks and individual assessments. It would establish meaningful enforcement protections and penalties and provide additional important protections such as for applicants with old convictions and those who have obtained licensing in their chosen occupation. I would encourage the ordinance's adoption to support our reintegrating individuals in our
Your time has
communities
expired.
and strengthen
Next speaker, please.
our families.
Our next participant is Stacy Hill Williams. You may begin.
Stacy, are you there?
Stacy Hill Williams, go ahead, please.
Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sandra Johnson. You may begin.
Hi, my name is, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and Solis, for introducing this motion that is truly aligned with Legal Aid at Work's mission. My name is Sandra Johnson, and I'm a formerly incarcerated individual, and I am the racial justice worker advocate here at Legal Aid at Work in the Racial Economic Justice Program. And I've testified for Ban the Box before it became law. I support item 2 from Mitchell and Solis, increasing fair chance hiring throughout Los Angeles County. The motion would help thousands of LA County citizens with criminal history obtain work to support themselves and their family. And because I know how important it is to have employment once you are released from incarceration, and also face the many barriers, and also have faced the many barriers that comes along with having a criminal history.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anthony Arenas. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Anthony Arenas from District 3 and with the Justice LA Coalition speaking in support of Agenda Item 2. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Solis for putting this motion on this week's agenda. We know that fair chance hiring is just one critical step in opening up opportunities for folks who have been incarcerated or otherwise impacted by the criminal legal system. And this fair chance hiring ordinance would only add strength and specifically to the enforcement of California's Fair Chance Act. The promise of a fair chance provides a critical opportunity for system-impacted job seekers to pursue a life of dignity and purpose. And while many employers are keeping that promise, we still have a long way to go in making it real for every job seeker. And as the largest employer in the region, as has been stated, the county has an obligation to lead by example and ensure our hiring practices are equitable.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Karina Melendez. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Karina Melendez, and I'm calling in part of Center for Employment and Opportunities, and also a former incarcerated individual, and also a constituent of the East LA area. I'm calling in strong support of item 2, only because it's fair chance and being able to work for an employer that understands where I'm coming from and my background has given me the pathway to succeed these last 2 years that I've been home, and being able not to only give myself but my children a home, a stable environment is very important for a lot of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ambrose Brooks. You may begin.
Hi, this is Ambrose Brooks, resident of District 5 and the Campaign and Advocacy Manager at Dignity and Power Now. First, I want to thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Solis, for putting forth this motion today. At Dignity and Power Now, we work with many people who they themselves are formerly incarcerated, who have struggled due to barriers to employment. We need to break down barriers for system-impacted folks to be recruited and retained in a county workforce as well as private employers. Supervisor Mitchell said it better than all of us could. Care First, Jails Last is also about gainful employment for system-impacted folks. Closing Men's Central Jail is about investing in the livelihood of those in the criminal legal system. As we continue to face a crisis in affordable housing, gainful employment is necessary to be able to live in Los Angeles. The county needs to make sure that those coming out of LA's jails have the same opportunity for employment as someone who is not impacted by the criminal legal system. Please pass this motion and invest in this ordinance. As the largest employer in the region, the county has an obligation to lead by example and ensure our hiring practices are equitable, transparent, and welcoming to those impacted by the criminal legal system.
Our next participant is Stacy Hill-Williams. You may begin.
My name is Stacy Hill-Williams, Executive Vice President with the Brotherhood Crusade, a 55-year-old nonprofit dedicated to improving the quality of life and unmet needs of low-income and underserved and underrepresented individuals. The Brotherhood Crusade is fully in support of Supervisor Holly Mitchell and Ilda Solis adopting the Fair Chance Hiring Ordinance. As an organization that focuses on trauma-informed youth development initiatives and programs, including a youth SOAR development program, we must provide opportunity and chances for those who have made mistakes and atone for those mistakes without judgment or systems that may prevent them from securing gainful employment. Booker T. Washington said success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles in which they have overcome. In order for our communities to thrive, we must nurture us all, which means providing grace, opportunity, and access free from judgment or prejudice of our past mistakes. Please join the Brotherhood Crusade and the LA County youth and families we serve.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Cosme Sandoval. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Cosme Sandoval, and I am the Career Program Manager at Defy Ventures, and we call today in support of item 2 and 72. I want to share my personal experience as being formerly incarcerated. Serving 25 years in prison, I often lived a hopeless life, and it wasn't until somebody gave me an opportunity, an equitable opportunity in employment, that has bred hope in me, and now I live trying to breed hope in others and sharing of this opportunity. So I ask that this measure be approved as it can impact society as a whole in a very positive and meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rena Desis. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in strong support of item number 2 today. Thank you to Supervisor Mitchell and Solis for putting forth this motion. My name is Rina Deaziz. I'm with the Government Partnerships and Policy team at REDIF. We are a 501c3 organization that provides grants, loans, and capacity building support to employment social enterprises across the country. And in our 2022 impact report of all the employment social enterprise employees we support, 78% have justice system involvement. Therefore, REDIF supports the Fair Chance Hiring Ordinance, which we believe is investing in an economy that works for everyone. Fair chance employment is important to REDIF, our employment social enterprise partners and clients that we serve, like Leslie. Leslie is a graduate at the Los Angeles Regional Initiative for Social Enterprise, or LA RISE, in partnership with Center for Living and Learning. Now she's a case manager at CLL and has acknowledged that her life has been challenging.
Next speaker, please.
We're actually going to go to in-person speakers and then alternate back to the remaining callers, so go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Afton Branch Wilson. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations at Chrysalis. I'm here to speak in support of the Fair Chance Ordinance for employers. Chrysalis serves people navigating barriers to the workforce, most often experiences of homelessness and justice involvement. We offer our clients a job readiness program, supportive services, and paid transitional employment. We're also a business. We employ our clients in both our transitional employment positions as well as permanent staff, and they add immense value to our workforce. One of the most common barriers to employment that our clients face is their criminal record. Every year, we serve thousands who are looking for a chance to work but have trouble finding employers to give them that chance. California's passage of the Fair Chance Act in 2018 was a step in the right direction to help individuals with criminal records secure jobs. Today, there are still gaps in enforcement. We know that employment is the single most important factor in reducing recidivism and minimizing the economic, social, and health costs of mass incarceration. That's what drives our work at Chrysalis, and we encourage you to enact this Fair Chance Ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Holly Mitchell and Janice Hahn for this act. I'm Akeem Browder with A New Way of Life, an organization who services Black and Brown people coming home from jail and prison, giving them opportunity in housing and employment. This Fair Chance Hiring Act for system-impacted job seekers, the promise of a fair chance is a critical opportunity for system-impacted individuals to pursue a life of dignity and purpose. While many employers are keeping that promise, we still have a long way to go in making it real for every job seeker. Research shows that approximately 1 in 3 working age Americans has a felony criminal record up to 65%, and individuals released from incarceration are unemployed after 1 year of release.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Patricia McAllister, I think this is a good idea, the Fair Chance Ordinance. My only problem is discrimination and the timing. I got the email from the Board of Supervisors, and it said exactly that they want the border crossers to come to LA County to work, and that immigration will not bother them. I have the email. You stopped sending emails recently. I'm really very suspicious because the Biden administration, they're evicting a lot of African Americans and bringing in those migrants.
This item is about fair chance hiring for the formerly
I'm on this Fair
incarcerated,
Chance
not
Ordinance
President
right now.
Biden
That's what I'm
or
talking
border
about.
issues.
And also, I'm thinking that maybe one person on this panel will be fair, and that's Holly Mitchell. I see a lot of you, the rest of you, are going to be discriminating against African Americans and getting in these jobs, and I think that the companies want them because they're going to pay them $5 an hour, not that $15 an hour. It's always about money.
Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Clayton Miller. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the Southern California Contractors Association. The SCCA is an all-union trade association of engineering contractors that build the region's state and public private infrastructure. Their contractors are signatory to multiple trade unions and employ a variety of apprentices and easily make states' skilled and trained workforce requirements. To be clear, SCCA is entirely supportive of the spirit of the county's proposed ordinance. The members take great pride in the freedom to offer employment to previously incarcerated individuals and others looking for a second chance. We are limited, however, to who we can offer employment to due to the members' binding labor agreements with our union partners. SCCA contractors do not hire, the unions send them the workers, so we offer some language that I don't have time to finish. I apologize. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome to share that information in writing with all of us. You can give it to our staff, and they'll circulate it to us if you'd like to do that. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gerardo Gomez. I would like to thank Ms. Hilda Solis and Ms. Holly Mitchell for item number 2, Fair Chance Hiring throughout Los Angeles County. As an intern in advocacy with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, ARC, this matter is highly important to us all. I served 17 years in prison and was released 90 days ago. I am a testament that if given the opportunity to join the workforce, my contribution not only within the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, but the community can be impactful. Opportunities such as Fair Chance Hiring throughout Los Angeles is encouraging and uplifting. It allows for future men and women to have the same opportunities as myself to contribute and make our community safe. It helps break stigmas and gives hope. It sets a foundation of equality that allows for safety transitions back into our communities and workforce. I know for me, being part of the workforce has given me a sense of purpose, and I now serve the community of Los Angeles as an advocate. May these opportunities assist to a safer future and lessen recidivism with all our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Hernandez. I'm a youth advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Solis for introducing this motion. And I share in their excitement about what this means for our fellow brothers and sisters coming home and those who are home already, trying to having to overcome this barrier. And having that worry lifted off. I myself am formerly incarcerated. I served 17 years. I was exonerated last December. And part of that is that I don't have that worry or that weight off my shoulder of having to have that barrier on me. And I wish that for everyone coming home and those who have been home, especially because I see the struggles with the people I work with of having to have that, get into jobs and get into having opportunities be afforded to them. And I thank you all, and I look forward to the next steps of what come out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Juan Gomez. I would like to thank supervisors for bringing this motion forward and everybody that was putting the footwork in the background. I've been home for 6 months after almost 12 years of incarceration, and I can tell you that coming back to society and being part of the workforce has helped me tremendously, because coming from that structured environment, having a job doesn't only provide me the routine to get used to society again, but it gives me value. It gives me the opportunity to contribute to the community in a positive way. Restores my worth as a human being, as a person. It feels great to be able to earn a paycheck in an honest way. I believe that this motion will cement fairness and equality for all of us that made horrible decisions in the past, but are willing to put in the effort to make a difference, because we're not our worst mistakes and we can be assets to our community as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Elka Rosales. I can speak on both sides. I was formerly incarcerated for almost 27 years, and I faced the barriers of trying to find employment. I'm currently a co-founder of a nonprofit called People's Pottery Project, and our mission is to employ and empower formerly incarcerated women, non-binary, and trans. 90% of the funding that is allocated towards reentry is geared towards men, so the little 10% that's left in helping others succeed and get jobs, we afford them an opportunity through arts, and we have had over 250 participants come through our program, and we have had a 0 recidivism rate, which shows the success of the program of support of hiring formerly incarcerated, giving them the necessities to grow, to build confidence in not such a fast-paced environment, gives them more success, which brings down recidivism, and we have happy customers, we have happy people. We even have a participant who does work under Karen Bass. So success is possible with things like fair chance hiring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dominique Perkins. I'm the CEO and founder of...
Can you speak right into that mic so we can hear you very well? We'll start your time over, please.
Hello, my name is Dominique Perkins. I'm the CEO and founder of People's Pottery Project. I was released almost 4.5 years ago. I faced barriers of homelessness because I didn't have a life sentence or a drug sentence, so there was no place to put me. Thanks to ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, California Coalition for Women's Prisoners, I received the opportunity to get employment and asked if I wanted to be a founder of a nonprofit organization. And we do have a zero recidivism rate, and I just accommodate you for allowing me to come here and speak on the behalf of People's Pottery Project, and just thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am in favor of item 2. I would like to thank Holly J. Mitchell and Hilda L. Solis for this motion. My name is Saul Campos. I am formerly incarcerated. Today, I am an advocate for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and I'm gonna be real quick. There's a quote by a famous president that says, "Ask not what your country could do for you, ask what you could do for your country." The reason I say that is in due fact that the Fair Chance Ordinance is a move from those who are formerly incarcerated or system impacted from relying on general relief to moving into work-based relief. By that I mean they'll be able to work for what they have instead of depending on our communities. They'll be able to contribute and give back. Thank you for your time. May you all have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker. We're going back to our callers. Go ahead, moderator.
Our next participant is Martha Delgado. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and Solis. I'm Marta Delgado from Worker Education and Resource Center. I'm calling in strong support of item number 2. Access to fair chance has been a critical opportunity for system-impacted individuals. I've seen it firsthand. At WERC, we work with individuals that report to us that they would have never applied to a county position if they were not informed, educated, and supported through the fair chance process. And now, as county employees, our participants report feeling grateful for the opportunity not only to have a stable job and stable income, but the opportunity for growth. Thank you for bringing this to for our participants and for the county at large. It'll make a great impact for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Veronica Sopins. You may begin.
Veronica from Center for Living and Learning. We support the agenda item number 2. We are a nonprofit in District 3 that provides employment and case management services to those with records and primarily staffed by individuals with records, including the executive director and myself. We see every day the consequences for employers that don't adhere to the fair chance policies. We also fully support the county doing more to hire those with records for county departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mr. T. Carter. You may begin.
I'm speaking on this item number 2 that Mrs. Mitchell proposed. It's very interesting that she used the word fair, inclusive, and hiring practices, because in order to keep a system fair, you should also not keep people who discriminate against people in office. Mrs. Sabalas and her 2 assistants discriminated against me over a year ago. I sent all
This
the
item
proof
is
to
about
Mrs.
fair
Mitchell's
chance
office.
hiring. So if you could focus your comments on that.
Because if you keep my comments are on that. If you keep people in office who discriminate against people, it's not giving other people a fair chance who are maybe coming out of incarceration. They could be having the position that Ms. Zavala and the 2 Hispanic females in Ms. Zavala's office discriminate against me, and Ms. Mitchell's office has not presented.
Again, this is about hiring both at the county and throughout the county. So if you could focus your comments on that
This is regarding hiring
ordinance.
in and out of the county in regards to if you keep people in an office that are discriminating, other people that are eligible for the job can be working there. Like people coming out of the jail, they can have the job that Ms. Zavala and her 2 assistants discriminate against me on.
Thank
That's my
you.
point.
Your time has expired.
They're holding
Next
jobs
speaker,
that other
please.
people.
Our next participant is James Sinney Conlon. You may begin.
Go ahead, James. James, are you there?
I may have mispronounced. James Sinney Conlon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is James Finney Conlon. I'm calling on behalf of the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm their Senior Public Policy Manager. We are calling in support of this item because we strongly see how it will create a stronger workforce that's more inclusive and a more thriving region for all. This closely aligns with our Education Workforce Policy Council, and we look forward to engaging and supporting small businesses to make sure that they're connected with county resources and understand the implications of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Giovanni Piss. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Pacey, and I'm an attorney with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I'm reaching out in support of item 2 and 72 from Supervisors Mitchell and Solis. In my work, I've seen firsthand how impactful a fair chance is and how finding and maintaining employment is one of the strongest indicators of whether a formerly incarcerated individual will successfully reintegrate into their community and avoid recidivism. I believe this ordinance takes deliberate and measured steps to add on and to strengthen some of the statewide protections in place, and I strongly encourage the board to vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Bridget Engel. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Bridget Engel. I am a supervising attorney with Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County. Our team receives hundreds of requests for legal assistance per month from individuals who cannot find employment following resolution of a criminal case, despite a significant passage of time and applying for dozens of positions. Gainful employment is a key factor in reducing recidivism, and when employment barriers are erected at every stage, it is no wonder that folks become trapped in a cycle of poverty. One of our clients was successfully working in retail for years, and she was asked to apply for a manager position. However, she declined the promotion because she knew the background check would be run and she would lose the job that she had been successfully holding for many years. The Fair Chance Ordinance would require employers to evaluate the whole person before them in the context of the job duties before denying employment, a common sense
Thank
change
you. Your
that will
time
make
has
it
expired.
possible.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Maya Hendricks. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Maya Hendricks. I am a community member in Supervisorial District 2, as well as a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. And I would like to thank Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for putting forth this motion, as well as the County Council for their thorough presentation and commitment to community outreach. As a formerly incarcerated community member, I would like to express my support to expand and increase fair chance hiring in Los Angeles County. In February of last year, the board took a crucial step in reimagining LA County by passing the motion establishing fair chance hiring in the county. Implementing this motion before us today will help criminalized Angelinos access employment opportunities, aiding successful reintegration into communities, and reducing recidivism. Having an equitable job helped me personally stay away from crimes of survival and reentering into the jail system. As the motion highlights, a 2018 report by the Prison Policy Initiative found that more than a quarter of all formerly incarcerated people are unemployed.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Philip Kim. You may begin.
Hi, Philip Kim, constituent of SB1. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Solis for putting forth this motion and express my support to expand and increase fair chance hiring in LA County. The comments and studies and everything supports this being a great idea, and just want to shout out the folks who gave the presentation for sitting through public comment, which didn't happen last week when JCOG presented on the closure of MCJ, or a theoretical closure of MCJ. And want to say that the presentation was super detailed, clear, and very exciting. That doesn't happen that much at the Board of Supervisor meetings, and would maybe encourage folks who work on this to look into closing MCJ for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kiana Tyson. You may begin.
Hello, I'm calling as an advocate. My name is Kiana Tyson. Firstly, I would like to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Solis for putting forth this motion, and I would like to express my support to expand and increase fair chance hiring in Los Angeles County. As you may know, the recidivism rate would decrease if people have more access to opportunities like this. And I believe this is the first step that we're taking to increasing these opportunities for the reentry community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kevin Clark. You may begin.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kevin Clark. I am a registered and federally and statewide registered apprenticeship program, and we are welcoming anybody who has an interest in pulling themselves up by the bootstrap and submitting themselves for qualification. So we've had some experience with ARC, inside-outside writers, and we've employed people from those circumstances. So I welcome any opportunity to work with Supervisor Holly Mitchell and Solis and gaining more interest in how we can serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
I support this kind of work. I wish it would have been expedited a little bit, but thank you for this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sir Bailey. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for bringing this motion to all the community that has worked to see what I heard so many times, teeth to what the work is, making diversity, equity, and inclusion a reality in Los Angeles. I am excited. I am totally pleased, and that the work is continuing. Thank you again for making the motion, and this is just a call of support that it will pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm sorry.
We have one more caller, I believe. Thank you. Sorry.
Our next participant is Daniel Rodriguez. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Daniel Rodriguez, Senior Manager at the Social Impact Center, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors. We want to call onto the board to help protect the rights of these vulnerable community members and vote in support of this motion to support our community and just reaffirm that criminal records do not define one's life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now turn to speakers in person. Go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I want to first of all thank Supervisor Solis and Holly Mitchell for bringing this initiative to our forefront. I am definitely a advocate of more jobs for our Angelinos. My name is Marcus Savage. I'm so sorry. I am the founder of GIG, a nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering the lives of our Angelinos and giving them job offers. I'm sorry, not jobs, but careers. I've been a union member for the last 20 plus years. I helped sponsor the program with the Carpenters Union called the Brothers Keepers Program, which we brought individuals straight out of prison pipeline into the Carpenters Union. And a lot of them are doing very well right now. A few of my best candidates are supervisor positions now. And so this is a very wonderful initiative, and I definitely wholeheartedly 1,000% support it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Paul Dumont. I'm the chair for Dignity and Power Now. We're a member of Justice LA. They prepared some really great talking points, and I submitted those in writing. I'd like to talk to you, though, about my personal experience. I'm formerly incarcerated, and I got out, and I got a job. I got my dream job. 6 months later, my boss was quitting. She called me in her office. She said, you know, all the girls in the department, everybody in the department wants you to be the supervisor. So I went ahead and I applied for that. They ran my record and fired me 2 days before Christmas. So this means a lot to me that we passed this ordinance. Another time I was released, and a guy ran my record. He said I was qualified. He ran my record and then made fun of me when I asked him to consider my record. On both of those instances, I went back to prison. So I really appreciate you passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Shayla Myers, and I'm a senior attorney in the Unhoused People's Justice Project at the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. For the past 4 years, I have appeared alongside each of you in the LA Alliance for Human Rights litigation, where we represented interveners and unhoused residents. We were happy to support the county and this board as you advanced Care First, Jails Last strategies in that litigation, and I am happy to join my LAFLA colleagues and community partners in supporting this ordinance today. Thank you to Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for this motion, and to the whole board for your deep investment in Care First, Jails Last. The board's leadership is paramount to combating the negative impacts of mass incarceration and the criminalization of homelessness, which we know makes it harder for unhoused people to find jobs, housing, and to get off the streets. Every time the county speaks on an issue, 88 cities are watching. The ordinance sends a powerful message to all 88 cities today about how to truly embody Care First, Jails Last, and we strongly support its passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, and thank you, Holly Mitchell,
for this, and also you, Miss Supervisor Solis. My name is Paulette Dunn Sanders. So, Miss Solis, you ask, how could this happen? Well, I have an explanation for you. This is a record that was done in 2003, and it's a violation. It's a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor and an infraction. The misdemeanor is driving without a license, and the infraction is having a crack on the windshield. Now, this is on that person's record, and it says criminal for that person. Now, all the way to 2004, that's on that person's record. And then that case gets destroyed in 2004. But now it's 2023, and it's still there as a criminal, with that person having a degree.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Toyin Moses. I am the Los Angeles Program Manager of California Lawyers for the Arts' Designing Creative Futures. I am here to speak in full support of the board's Fair Chance Ordinance. Designing Creative Futures is a successful demonstration of the economic and social benefits of hiring formerly incarcerated persons. We place formerly incarcerated individuals with art nonprofit organizations for paid 16-week internships. Since we launched the program in LA in fall 2022, we have successfully placed 61 people with jobs at 22 nonprofit organizations. For system-impacted individuals, the promise of fair chance hiring is essential in the pursuit of life of dignity and purpose. Our communities are more sustainable when every member is valued for the contributions they bring, the experiences they have lived, and the opportunities that are given to them for them to reach their greatest potential. I would like to thank all of the supervisors for your visionary leadership on this issue.
Thank you. I don't see any more speakers in the queue. Are there any more speakers on the phone?
No more speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm often struck by it, but just felt compelled to speak today just to thank members of the public who go into public hearing settings and have the courage to say out loud, I am formerly incarcerated, I'm formerly systems involved. It takes immense courage to tell perfect strangers and the who knows how many on the internet to tell something very personal about yourself, and I want to thank them for the courage in doing so, because it helps us understand life circumstances that these policies aim to support and fix. So thank you to the public.
Yes, it's incredibly powerful. Executive Officer, item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And item 72 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
For item 72, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 15, file or join amicus briefing regarding Johnson versus City of Grants Pass, which I held for members of the public on the telephone. Now's your time. Please press 1 then 0 now to comment on item 15. I held this item. It was being held and then not held. There was an amendment submitted, and so I wanted to make sure that the amendment was being accepted.
The amendment is absolutely being accepted.
Okay, and then I just wanted to understand a little bit better the idea behind the amendment.
Chair, let me first make sure that everyone has the current version of the amendment, because my team has been feverishly working with some of the advocates in getting language tighter and better. So I want to make sure everyone has the current version. It was literally just handed to me. Would you like me to read it?
Yes,
Madam
please.
Chair? Sure. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out. I have it. I was just trying to figure out if I was going to read my statement first. So the highlighted is, I don't think this is the same thing I have. I think we have two different things. I was hesitating, Madam Chair, because I wanted trying to figure out in my own head if I should read my statement or the amendments. But let me read the amendment first, and if I can, then go back to the statement after you speak, since you held it. Whatever you
No,
prefer.
go ahead.
So the amendment reads, we therefore move that the Board of Supervisors instruct County Council to file and or join in the amicus brief in the case of Johnson v. City of Grants Pass, urging a Supreme Court ruling, 1, upholding of the prohibitions of both criminal penalties and civil penalties that can escalate to criminal penalties, while 2, clarifying the application of Martin v. City of Boise to allow local jurisdictions to remove vehicles and items from the public right-of-way, and 3, the lower court's ruling only insofar as it extends the holding to prevent such removal. I see your furrowed brow. And let me just say that we listened to and worked closely with many of our partners who serve the unhoused. As the county is working to scale up Pathway Home, and as more cities see the positive impact of increasing housing options, like turning motels into permanent homes, we also need to have the appropriate tools for safe passages in public spaces for everyone, including people experiencing homelessness. And the county is on a strong and solid course of strengthening services and increasing housing options. And it's really important that we also understand the importance of making sure that our streets are clean and safe, and that we're not violating public health standards for every resident. I want us to continue to have the ability to regularly clean our sidewalks and streets of trash and debris in order for everyone to be able to have safe passage. So we really wanted to do all that we could to create a delicate balance, that we didn't want to just give County Council carte blanche to join the amicus brief, but to narrowly focus areas that we wanted further clarification on, and not compromise our current ability to have an effective RV encampment removal program, have an effective Pathway Homes program, and do all that we can to create safe, healthy streets for our unhoused as well as our housed residents. That's the nature of the motion, to, again, narrowly restrict the nature of the amicus brief. If County Council would like to add on to what I've said to provide further clarity, I would certainly invite that.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have nothing to add in terms of the narrowing aspect of the amendment. We're happy to file an amicus in a manner and in a manner that the board wishes us, and in a pathway that the board wishes us to advocate for. So with that, no issue, no further clarification. I'm happy to, if the board would like or requires, further clarification on what brought us to this point, what the two cases are at issue. If that's something that you would like addressed, I can do that.
And before you do that, I would just want to say, again, our goal is to not continue or reverse our course to criminalize our unhoused. That is not our goal. And yet allow us to continue to clean our streets. So thank you for clarifying how we got here.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will also just mention I do have my Senior Deputy County Counsel, Anna Lai, who's my lead on this matter and advises the CEO's Homeless Initiative. In terms of how we got here and the two cases that are at play, in 2018, the Ninth Circuit Appellate Court in the Martin v. Boise case, City of Boise, held that the cruel and unusual punishment clause of the Eighth Amendment prohibits local governments from prosecuting people for involuntarily sitting, sleeping, or lying outside in public when there are no shelter beds in a particular jurisdiction. In other words, criminalizing homelessness. Then in 2022, the Ninth Circuit in the Johnson v. City of Grants Pass case held that the City of Grants Pass's ordinance, which generally prohibited sleeping and camping in public and provided civil fines, which could eventually lead up to criminal offenses, also violated the Eighth Amendment when enforced against individuals who have no other option but to sleep outside or in their vehicles. So with Johnson, City of Grant Pass case, that expanded the Martin case, the City of Boise case. And so I will turn it over to Anna Lai to kind of explain the differences, how Johnson expanded Martin. But in short, the City of Grant Pass has appealed that case to the United States Supreme Court. They have agreed to hear it, and any amicus that your board would wish for us to file would be due March 4th of this year. So I'll turn it over to Anna.
Good morning, supervisors.
If you could speak right into that mic so we can all hear you, please.
Okay. So one of the ways that the Johnson ruling expands the Martin v. Boise case is that it interprets Martin to apply to civil penalties and not just criminal violations. So in the City of Grants Pass, they had issued civil fines against individuals sleeping on public sidewalks and roadways, and eventually those civil penalties would lead to an exclusion order. You can't sleep in this area, and then eventually, if there is continued violation, it would be a criminal prosecution for trespass. So the Ninth Circuit in the Johnson case is saying that it doesn't matter that it's civil ordinances that is involved, but if they're closely intertwined with criminal prosecution, criminal ordinances, then it still is in violation of the Eighth Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment. The second way that the Johnson case extended the Martin v. Boise case is that it extended the Eighth Amendment constitutional protection to not just the individuals, but to bedding materials, to include sleeping bags or other materials for bedding purposes. So the language that they use is that the court says the City of Grants Pass cannot enforce anti-camping ordinances to the extent that they prohibit the most rudimentary precautions a homeless person might take against the elements in public spaces. So this issue was not explicitly discussed in Martin. So those are the two areas that that has been viewed as an expansion of the Martin v. Boise case.
And I will just add that a number of jurisdictions are choosing to weigh in on this, and I think at the end of the day, what most jurisdictions are asking for is clarity. Both of these cases could either be broadly interpreted, narrowly interpreted, and so the real desire, I think, by most jurisdictions is to have the United States Supreme Court provide clarity on what the Martin v. Boise case is actually doing.
And I would just say this in closing, and I'll be done, Madam Chair, that it's clear to me that we can't avoid the Supreme Court proceeding, but we do have the ability to impact it and providing the clarity. And again, for our purposes here, narrowly defining the areas of which we will file an amicus brief, I think, is more appropriate. Thank you.
Supervisor Barger.
Dawn, have we seen a copy of what the governor of the state of California has submitted on their amicus? Are those public documents?
Yes, they're public documents. So the Office of Gavin Newsom did file an amicus brief in support of the petition for certiorari that the City of Grants Pass filed with the U.S. Supreme Court, which was granted in January.
Okay, and Madam Chair, I mean, and my co-author, Supervisor Hahn, I'm sure agrees, I totally support the amendment because the goal is not to criminalize. And that's what I hear. I mean, I believe this county, and even sitting on LAFSA with you, Chair Horvath, it's about compassion and working toward getting people housed. And when I saw the governor say that he, when he was talking about why they filed the amicus, it was because he felt that this was an impediment to the ability for them to get people housed. I believe that with these amendments, it addresses some of the concerns that the advocates have had, which I've heard loud and clear about the concerns about criminalizing and all. But I think it's important for us to get on the record weighing in on our wishes and our concerns, and that's why I brought it in with Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn, did you want to say anything? Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing this forward. I mean, there's a lot of sides on just the issue that we are addressing, not necessarily the Supreme Court decision, but in terms of our homeless crisis here in LA County. Sometimes it feels like a natural disaster with displacement, over 70,000 people sleeping on our streets over the past few years. And it feels a lot sometimes like that number, even though I think now it's 55,000 sleeping on the streets. The rest are in shelters or interim housing or supportive housing. But it feels like that solving this is almost impossible. And I know our cities and our communities are getting frustrated. And they want us to be making sure that we're doing everything we can. And we know, I'm going to say it right now, we know this crisis will never be solved without addressing housing insecurity, years of racial inequality, economic mobility. But while we work on these long-term solutions, I really believe that we need the ability to address our immediate needs as it relates to the health and safety in our public spaces. And I know some will criticize this board if this motion passes today by us saying that we want to have the Martin v. Boise decision reviewed, that somehow we're deaf to the needs of those experiencing homelessness. And I say that, this board has done more in the last few years to address this crisis than any time in the history of our county. And just because, I speak for myself, just because we want a review of this decision, in no way are we changing course in our efforts. We will continue to create more shelter, more housing, provide the critical services to those experiencing homelessness. And absolutely, we believe in respecting rights and individual dignity. But the issue at hand is that Martin v. Boise has caused a blanket prohibition that has tied the hands of our state and many local governments' ability to clear encampments or regulate the time, place, and way someone experiencing homelessness may sleep in our communities. And that has led, I believe, to huge encampments in many of our public spaces, our beaches, our metro stations, our parks. And we know that these encampments are unsafe places for people to live. We know that drugs are rampant. We know the violence against women is rampant in encampments, and the quality of life for not only those in the encampments, but the surrounding neighborhoods. And so I believe that the court's interpretation of Martin v. Boise have prevented cities and counties from imposing common sense time, place restrictions on key locations to keep people safe and move those who want assistance into shelter. I was going to ask, I know you talked a lot over here at the lawyer table, but for those of us who are not lawyers, can you tell us again specifically what question is being considered by the United States Supreme Court?
So the specific question that is presented to the U.S. Supreme Court is whether the enforcement of generally applicable laws.
Can you pull the mic over closer?
Yeah.
Thanks.
You can pull the whole thing, yeah.
So let me start that. So the key issue presented to the court is whether the enforcement of generally applicable laws regulating camping on public property constitute cruel and unusual punishment prohibited by the Eighth Amendment.
Thank you. And then secondly, should this motion pass today, can the amicus brief be written on how this affects Los Angeles County, similar to how the governor's wrote theirs for the state of California. And based on, by the way, I think Supervisor Mitchell's amendment was good. It tightened it up. And I'm wondering if we file the friend of the court, can we tailor ours to include the will of this board, particularly as it relates to the amendment that Supervisor Mitchell brought in?
Yes, we certainly can.
Because I think that's important, that we want to be specific about, again, no intention of criminalizing the fact of being homeless. We have some issues, but we want ours to sort of reflect those special needs in LA counties. I haven't read the City of Los Angeles. I haven't read the chambers or some of the, I know some of my cities in my district are also filing amicus briefs. I have not read them, but I'm just wondering, could we have confidence that you will tailor our amicus brief to reflect this board's, all of our previous efforts to address this crisis, as well as specifically what's in this motion today?
Absolutely, we will do that, Supervisor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis? You want me to go first? Okay. Well, I really appreciate my colleagues' thoughtful approach, and especially with the amendment to addressing the intention and what this board is trying to communicate as it relates to not criminalizing homelessness. But I think in effect, that's what this case will do. The motion asks us to file a brief to the Supreme Court in support of the appeal, which, as we heard, the question before this Supreme Court, let us keep in mind, is a local government can make it a crime to involuntarily live outside and unsheltered, in other words, to be homeless, when adequate shelter is not available. And when I think about the conditions that we've just been experiencing in LA, could you imagine if you were getting fined for trying to protect yourself from the rain with a piece of cardboard, or trying to keep yourself warm with a blanket? That's some of what is behind this court decision, and I am clear that's not what my colleagues have said, but this court decision is really about these elements. The Ninth Circuit Court found that these laws to be unconstitutional, like their earlier decision in Martin v. Boise, which held that punishing homeless people for publicly camping would violate the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment. And I want to emphasize, if they did not have access to shelter elsewhere. If we are clear that the solution to homelessness is housing and services, and this case already provides for that. We know that currently there are already restrictions being put in place, even in the city of Los Angeles. The city has their 4118 policy, which is still permitted with Boise and Grant's past decisions. So the suggestion that cities or other local governments can't adopt or enforce policies without a reversal of the lower court ruling, just to me, is not true. Reversing the lower court, I believe, will further expand and empower such policies in ways that put vulnerable people even further at risk. I understand that there are some cities who are advocating for this, and there are cities who are also opposing. Mayor Bass recently expressed opposition, saying that a ruling could embolden those who want to criminalize homelessness. I don't believe that this court is likely to affirm expansion of rights for our most at-risk residents. So this amendment, I'm very clear, is well-intentioned, but I don't believe it's realistic with this Supreme Court to think that that's what the outcome will be. This case does not embody, in my opinion, care first policies. It doesn't protect our most vulnerable by requiring housing and services. It allows basically for cities to push people to say that they can't sleep here, not offering a solution for where they can sleep or where they can be served, but you just can't be here. And I don't hear that as care first, and I'm not saying that that's what my colleagues are saying, but to me, that's what these cases embody. And I think our county's Pathway Home Initiative, Mayor Bass's Inside Safe program have demonstrated some ways in which street encampments have been resolved without locking people up, without fining them. And so I think we already have the flexibility that exists should we be providing the services and shelter that are required to actually solve the crisis.
services. So I see it a little bit differently, so I will be voting no on this item. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. I also appreciate where my colleagues are coming from. I understand this issue very well, but I also believe that the direction that we're going today is in opposition, I believe, of where we really need to be. And I'm happy that the chairperson clarified that a priority should always be for care first. We've always said that. And currently, given the Ninth Circuit's ruling in Martin versus Boise case, people experiencing homelessness are protected against cruel and unusual punishment per their 8th Amendment. That means that a person experiencing homelessness can't be punished for sleeping outside on public property in the absence of adequate alternatives. Because of the ruling, people experiencing unsheltered homelessness can't be criminally punished for simply trying to survive on the streets. When this board opted to file an amicus brief requesting the Supreme Court take up Boise versus Martin, I stood in opposition to the criminalization of homelessness alongside my former colleague, Supervisor Sheila Kuehl. And today I remain resolute in my belief that homelessness is not and should not be a crime. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the City of Grants Pass, Oregon, it will open up, in my opinion, a can of worms that will only make the problem of homelessness worse and will put the County of Los Angeles at odds with neighboring jurisdictions. We know that anti-camping ordinances will be implemented unevenly across the county, with some cities using this as an opportunity to heavily enforce at the expense of other jurisdictions. Allowing jurisdictions to implement anti-camping ordinances will put a strain on those cities that want to do the right thing. In many ways, they've been following us. Today, I see 2 mayors that are seated out in the audience that represent the San Gabriel Valley who have actually stepped up to the plate and provided motels and hotels to help shelter our homeless. And those are the cities of Baldwin Park, and I know Pomona and El Monte, and I want to applaud them because it has been a tremendous effort to try to lift up this discussion in a way of providing, I think, essential services to those that are the most vulnerable. Neighboring cities have not all stepped up to the plate, so I see on the list of cities, not all of them are mine that are represented on the list that I have here. In fact, I see many of them as very conservative and have not stepped up to help us with our housing issues or unhoused issues. Supporting the City of Grants Pass in the case will only enable those cities to shrink from their responsibility and push their unhoused residents across their borders into other cities or even in our unincorporated areas, which we know has happened, and that is unfair. The Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors has, for the last time in a long time, talked about the values of care first and jail last. That means we seek to find solutions to the root causes of homelessness rather than just take an easy way out by citing, fining, and incarcerating our most vulnerable residents. And we've shown time and time again that we can do this, leading by example. Through the county's own Pathway Home program, we have addressed encampments by offering people experiencing homelessness the dignity of a place to stay indoors. Since launching back in August of last year, the county has humanely resolved 10 encampments, moved 443 individuals into interim housing, removed 144 recreational vehicles, and permanently housed 25 individuals. And this is on top of the work that the county is doing to support the City of Los Angeles's Inside Safe initiative. In my district alone in 2023, there were 6 Inside Safe and 2 Pathway Home operations, bringing an estimated total number of 686 individuals off the streets and into safe interim housing, and in turn, returning public spaces to their intended purposes. The success shows that we do not need to criminalize homelessness to resolve encampments, both for those living on the streets and the surrounding neighborhoods impacted by those encampments. By supporting the City of Grants Pass, we're going against our own values and against the solutions that we know work. We know it is hard work to solve the underlying challenge of ensuring that the most vulnerable people have access to housing and services that they sorely need. But we have shown that we can do things better the right way by allocating our resources effectively. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the City of Grants Pass, the problem of homelessness would in fact become, in my opinion, even worse. Allowing unsheltered homelessness to be a crime, even while there is no shelter, would mean more people with criminal records, making it harder to get a job, harder to rent an apartment, and harder to find time to address barriers when life is filled with court appearances and jail time. These outcomes will disproportionately impact people of color, Black and Latino communities, and perpetuate the cycle of incarceration and homelessness for communities that have already been heavily impacted by our carceral system. Criminalization will not end homelessness. We know that we can do better, and we must. I think the motion before us and the amendment go in the wrong direction, and I will vote no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, this is why I'm always hesitant, frankly, to bring amendments to the floor, because it's difficult. I don't know how many of us have actually read the opinion, and I appreciate reading amendments into the record is a challenge, particularly something that's complicated. But I just need to restate that the amendments change the nature of what most of what I've heard my colleagues in opposition to the motion have stated. Let me say again, the case is going to be heard by the Supreme Court no matter what. An amicus brief allows our voice to be heard. We support the part of the lower court's decision, and our amicus brief would say that, around decriminalization. What we are telling the court through our amicus brief is to affirm the lower court decision, that being on the criminality of the ruling. But the decisions have made it unclear if we can remove items like bedding, because the lower courts expanded that provision. And so, again, our amendment changed the original motion pretty significantly. You know, right now, as I go out to our RV encampment removal, I am hearing that people are hesitant to remove items even if our unhoused person is not present. And so this is not about criminalization. My vote in support of today's amended motion does not signal that I support criminalization of the unhoused. It does say that I feel I have an obligation and a responsibility to make sure that our Pathway Homes and our HI initiative and our partners in the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department are clear about what they can remove and when, and that we have a responsibility in terms of keeping our streets clean. We are doing all the work my colleagues talked about transitioning people into housing. That's what the RV pilot did. We are moving people when we find them temporary housing and then into permanent supportive housing. Again, I'm sorry that our process, frankly, our own process of governance creates a situation where we don't have more time other than in real time to read issues into the record in the form of amendment. But again, I'll say I'm supporting it, and I believe that this action empowers us to more narrowly guide County Council in crafting the amicus brief that doesn't expand criminalization. That is not our intent, but does continue to seek clarity on a decision that will be before the court, whether we weigh in or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. And I also thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Mitchell, because I think, you know, and I don't know if you have a copy of the amendment, Supervisor Solis, but that is specifically called out as it relates to the prohibition of both criminal penalties and civil penalties that can be escalated to criminal penalties. So, you know, I accepted that amendment because, quite frankly, I think it makes it better. And to Supervisor Mitchell's point, this is going to be heard with or without our amicus being included. And I would argue that if in fact we're concerned about the criminalization, that by including this and highlighting our request, we are adding something to the discussion to ensure just what you are concerned might happen. So this is far different than the Boise motion that was brought in, Supervisor Solis. This is actually a motion that, again, it got my attention because when the state, when Governor Newsom talked about it, and even the mayor of San Francisco, London Breed, talked about the problems they were having, it was exactly what Supervisor Mitchell is talking about. So I appreciate you amending this to make it better. And you know, as far as cities go, I know Contract Cities was on calling in support of this. I know that Glendale, Laverne, and Monrovia are supporting it. So I don't know what other cities, Supervisor Solis, you're referring to in terms of conservative other districts. But my city has been very clear with me in terms of their position on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will once again state, at least for myself, I'm very clear about my colleagues' intentions that not to criminalize homelessness. And I see our participation in an amicus brief differently. I don't want LA County to be in the company of those who would criminalize homelessness, which are the people who are largely supporting this effort. Nor do I want to leave it up to a Supreme Court, which overturned Roe v. Wade, to be left to potentially expand rights in a reversal. That's just, to me, not realistic. I don't think that that would be an outcome of this Supreme Court. And I also think, as I said earlier, we are able to conduct homeless encampment resolution efforts that address the issues of some of the materials that are out, all of the issues that have been raised in terms of where people are wanting clarity. In fact, cities, as I said earlier, are able to further restrict, like 4118 does. So there are examples of cities who are able to narrowly tailor some of those policies under existing law. And so for me, I just see it differently. I'm clear on my colleagues' intentions, and I will still be voting no.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just respond since my name was invoked. Some of the cities and organizations that are in support of this motion represent areas in California: the city of Huntington Beach, city of Murrieta, city of Newport Beach, city of Orange, city of Roseville, California Association of Counties, Goldwater Institute, Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives Ben Toma, California State Sheriff's Association, Pacific Legal Foundation, California Business Property Associations. Those are some of the names that are listed. I just wanted to mention that so that people understand that there's a bigger force at hand here.
And Madam Chair, I apologize, Supervisor. I thought you meant within the County of Los Angeles, but I would add to that list Governor Gavin Newsom, who came out in support of it as well. But I hear you loud and clear, but I thought you were referring to my district when you held up the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any further comment? Okay. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Adam Smith, Ana Rodriguez, Antoine Wilson, Arthur Ross, Arturo Zamora, Ben Kay, Berlin Contreras, Brian Calderon Tabatay, Desmond Carter, Dexter O'Connell, Egla Grande, Emmanuel Estrada, General Dogan Gerson Fonseca, and Juana Romero. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 15, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Philip Kim. You may begin. Philip Kim, your line's open. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Philip Kim, SD1 resident, constituent of Hilda Solis, and I appreciate Hilda Solis's, Supervisor Hilda Solis's perspective and fact-informed take on number 15 and implore the other supervisors to please strongly oppose this motion. It is just ill-informed, but also, like, why are we going to work with Trump's superior court, the court that disregards bodily autonomy, like, as if it were the 1800s? I strongly oppose number 15 and hope others will also change their minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Catherine King. You may begin.
I feel that if the board approves this resolution, it will give aid and comfort to those who support overturning the Grants Pass decision, which I have read in full. If we in Los Angeles want our beaches, boardwalks, and commercial streets to be free of encampments, if we want our sidewalks clear for pedestrian traffic and our residential yards and parks unsullied by human waste, there are other solutions. We need to fast-track supportive, affordable housing like the Venice Dell project, install public bathrooms throughout the county, raise general relief from the $221 that I've told it has been for 40 years, and create safe parking areas for vehicle dwellers, as well as giving medical help to those who need it, instead of paying county attorneys to fight for the right to displace or criminalize unhoused residents.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
NIMBY lawsuits against supportive and affordable housing projects.
Our next participant is Kenneth Mann. You may begin.
Thank you. I want to go on record. The city of Lancaster stands with Supervisors Barger and Hahn's motion, along with those amendments. This ruling has been able to regulate public camping, and in regards to talking about compassionate towards everyone, it really hurts the ones that are most vulnerable and in need. This has also added additional tremendous cost to the city of Lancaster, and the staff must consistently relocate and clean up the same group of homelessness without being able to adequately get them wraparound services that they desperately need. We ask that all supervisors support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kath Rogers. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kath Rogers. I'm a resident of District 2 and an attorney with the ACLU of Southern California. We're here in strong opposition to this motion, including the proposed amendment, and we'd ask the board to hold this item for a future date to allow full public notice given the late-breaking amendment. It's disappointing that the board is considering using its resources to convince the conservative Supreme Court to roll back civil rights. As Supervisors Horvath and Solis clearly explained, Grants Pass is a simple, narrow decision. It says the government cannot criminalize people for life-sustaining behavior when there are no adequate alternatives. Civil and criminal punishments are never valid tools to address a housing crisis. Not only is criminalization cruel, but it hinders access to housing, targets Black and Brown community members who are overrepresented in the unhoused community. This motion runs contrary to our humanity and our fundamental rights. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Moya Kelly. You may begin.
Hi, I am Moira Kelly, and I am a constituent of Supervisor Holly Mitchell and a member of Hangout Do Good. I'm calling, urging all to oppose the motion on the case of Johnson v. City of Grant Passes. And why I'm doing this once again, even though Holly Mitchell does say this is not what we want to do, criminalizing homelessness means pouring resources into the criminal justice system rather than into housing and supportive services. Criminalizing homelessness is cruel and inhumane, and I oppose this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Patrick Prescott. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Patrick Prescott, City of Burbank Community Development Director, calling to support item number 15, a resolution as amended to join or file an amicus briefing regarding Johnson versus City of Grants Pass. In Burbank, we believe in a humane, trauma-informed approach to assisting the homeless on our streets. Cities in LA County need as many tools as possible in our toolbox to address the humanitarian crisis facing us, not to criminalize or harm people, but to help them, as well as to ensure the public rights of way are available to all residents, which is why I'm calling to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ishvaka Vashinta. You may begin.
Hi, this is Ishvaka Vashinta. I'm an attorney at Inner City Law Center, voicing my strong opposition to this motion. The board faces a pivotal decision. On one hand, the county can choose to invest in known solutions such as affordable housing and supportive services. On the other, it can choose to criminalize Angelinos for simply not being wealthy enough, squander valuable public resources without addressing root causes of homelessness, and actively make it harder for people to escape homelessness. If the intention behind these late amendments is to house people and keep them safe, this motion is clearly antithetical to that end. Removing people's belongings, such as their vital records, can result in the de facto termination of their public benefits, trapping them even deeper in homelessness. If the county supports Grant Pass's position, it would help undo decades of Supreme Court precedent, undermining the Constitution's protections for all of us, whether we are housed or unhoused. The argument before the Supreme Court and the proposition before the board today is one that is legally dangerous and morally unconscionable. Please vote no. Show us that Los Angeles is better than this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Gary Gilbert. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Gary Gilbert. I'm a constituent of Supervisor Mitchell, member of Hodge, Windsor Square representative for the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I'm urging my supervisor, in spite of her amendment, to consider opposing this motion. Supervisor Mitchell, we met when my daughter told me I needed to hear you because you were, in her words, the real deal. I saw she was right. You had both passion and wisdom to help make this a kinder, better city for all Angelinos. I've spent the past decade volunteering inside our criminal justice system, and I can tell you firsthand that criminalizing homelessness will sentence many innocent Angelinos forced to the streets through no fault of their own to be part of an indescribably horrific system that will ruin their lives and their family lives. I believe it would be a tragic error to support this well-intended, I'm sure, but more importantly, dehumanizing, short-sighted, and thoroughly misguided effort. Opposing this motion goes hand in hand with the Fair Path ordinance you also wisely just supported and approved. LA is unfortunately the world's showpiece of homelessness, and this support just might allow the Supreme Court to feel comfortable making a ruling that in the
Your
end
time has
will result in
expired.
criminalization.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Joanna Swan. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Joanna Swan. I'm an organizer, harm reduction worker out here in Skid Row today, calling to ask that you consider humanity over cruelty, not support this amicus brief. Governor Newsom's bad faith claims are mirrored in his betrayal of mental health advocates, homeless people, and drug users, while he himself has built his wealth selling one of the most harmful substances, alcohol. Supervisor Mitchell, you have obviously not seen how sweeps are conducted, either in the city or county. There is no clarity in what they can remove to the folks living outside, which is why people at doctor's appointments and jobs get their shit thrown out regularly. 5 years ago, when speaking in support of overturning Martin versus Boise, Supervisor Hahn said there's no justice in letting people live in squalor, which was then equivocated with the justice of the uncomfortability of housed people having to see a tent. That NIMBY rhetoric doesn't work anymore. And there is no justice in weaponizing the opioid crisis against the very people on the front line.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Buprenorphine medications and sweeps.
Our next participant is Mario Vallarta. You may begin.
Good afternoon, esteemed board. Mario Vallarta, Community Compliance Manager with the City of Palmdale. And unfortunately, courts have continued to block reasonable efforts by cities to protect the unhoused and the broader community from public safety and health issues caused by uncontrolled encampments. And while we empathize with those experiencing homelessness, leaving them on the streets is not the solution. Encampment cleanups have been criticized as cruel and unusual punishment. However, it is cruel and unusual punishment to let vulnerable populations suffer in inhumane conditions. It is also important to remember that the city, county serves all residents. While we strive to support those in need, we need to recognize that some individuals may not want our assistance, and in such cases, cities should have alternative options available. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to strongly support the motion put forward by Supervisors Barger and Hahn. I urge the Board of Supervisors to file the amicus brief in support of the City of Grants Pass. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, we're going to go to speakers in person and then go back. So we'll go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Burnt. I'm an advocate for the unhoused, a member of Hodge Hangout Do Good, and a retired state prosecutor. Vote no on this motion. Respectfully, I disagree with County Council. What the petitioners are trying to do, what the City of Grants Pass is trying to do, they're not only trying to reverse Johnson, they're trying to get rid of City of Boise versus Martin, because they're trying to completely take the 8th Amendment out. No protection, none. That there's no that the 8th Amendment does not cover pre or post-conviction conduct. And so you're taking the complete underpinning of not criminalizing homelessness or sleeping. You're taking the protection completely out. So respectfully, Supervisor Mitchell, what you're proposing with this revision, that will never happen. That will never happen.
Next speaker, please. Yes, go ahead.
My name is Adam Smith from the LA Community Action Network in Skid Row, and I'm strongly opposing this motion. The city and county of Los Angeles have a long, violent history of relying on criminalization to address poverty. Regardless of this well-intentioned amendment, ultimately by asking county council to join in supporting or filing an amicus brief, it would show that this board ultimately supporting the same old criminalization of poverty. Housing is the only solution that solves houselessness. We've heard today this idea of care first as an intervention in structural racism, but any conversation, or in this case, a motion regarding the criminalization of poverty that ignores the predictable outcomes of structural racism, and particularly in LA, structural anti-blackness, feels dangerously naive. We know in LA County, while only about 8% of the population is black, nearly 40% of our unhoused neighbors are black. LAPD's own data shows that nearly 1/3 of all use of force instances involve unhoused people. The clarion call from the people has always been and continues to be house keys, not handcuffs, not recommending a narrowing of how poor people are criminalized. House keys.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, General Dogon, fight back organizer on Skid Row with the Los Angeles Community Action Network. And I'm here today with other members of our Human and Civil Rights Committee, and we strongly oppose this agenda item, right? And Holly Mitchell, the words, the language you use is the same language that the homeless haters use. It's the same talk City Council had for the last 20 years that led them into all this litigation. We just trying to help. We ain't trying to criminalize the people. But I'm gonna tell you, policy and practice is two different things. Watch what you vote for, right? Because the handcuffs gonna come out on this one, just like it came out on all of them, right? The city is the worstest in the nation for dealing with homeless crisis. Why? Because they can't stop criminalizing people. And the majority of those lawsuits that they've been having in the last 20 years happen right here downtown in this district. Why? Because they can't stop listening to the business improvement district. They tell them to criminalize them, get them out of here, right? And it's the same thing that destroyed LASA, right, in your outreach team.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Calderon Tabatabai. I am the mayor of the city of West Covina, and I strongly oppose agenda item number 15. As the lone council member on a conservative council, you are removing one of the only tools I have to make my city council look seriously at the issue of our unsheltered. This is the only way I can get our council to even discuss permanent supportive housing. By taking this away, by joining the city of Grants Pass, what you are doing is you are saying that we are giving up. You are allowing my council members who have asked for our outreach to check IDs before giving support to our unsheltered residents to make sure they are residents of West Covina. That is what you are doing. I have gone to San Dimas, I've gone to Laverne, I've gone to the unincorporated areas of my region and speaking in support, like I spoke in support of Baldwin Park Mayor Emmanuel Estrada.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Estrada. I am the mayor of Baldwin Park, and I am also a full-time resident assistant working with homeless youth. The conversation surrounding housing insecurity is not easy. It is riddled with misinformation and is often politicized. The narrative that homeless individuals are there by choice, hurt property values, and increased crime are not only false, they desensitize us to the suffering and the mistreatment of the most vulnerable members of our communities. Encampment sweeps destroy shelters and take important medications and documents as collateral damage. Criminalizing homelessness will systematically limit people's access to services such as housing, jobs, and safety. As elected officials, we took an oath to protect our communities. It is our responsibility to combat misinformation, not give in to it. A reversal of the court's orders would allow local governments to continue dismissing the need for affordable housing, shelter, and stability. In 2 years, Baldwin Park was able to create 2 emergency shelters, one for families and one for adults, and these projects emphasize local preference, provide wraparound services, and discredit baseless fears. The city has partnered with multiple agencies and continues to secure funding for permanent supportive housing, rental assistance, food banks, and shelters. It is crucial for every city, regardless of its economic standing, to acknowledge.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Antoine Wilson, one of 3 program managers for our E6 outreach program. We provide our unhoused community supportive services and housing services. I just want to thank you for your consideration in this matter. I am asking the board to say no to this item this time, as I understand your deal is not to criminalize our community, but this is what it will do and create barriers in the building of rapport and locating housing for our unhoused. Adding more legal issues and fines that they cannot afford. We have not done enough to provide housing for over 75,000 Angelenos experiencing homelessness. I ask again that you guys oppose this item and assess a different way to address our homeless crisis. This item will immediately affect the unhoused, but would also take years for us to find them housing. Thank you for hearing me, and
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Arturo Zamora, and I am the CD9 Outreach Case Manager with HOPIX, SSG, a homeless housing provider in LA County. Criminalizing the homeless population is not the answer. They are human beings and deserve a chance. Our program has had different efforts like Inside Safe, Pathway to Home, and Encampment to Home, which the PEH has been receptive. Thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, my board and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arthur Ross. I'm employed by SSG HOPIX as a street-based engagement case manager working in South Central Los Angeles in Service Area 6, which is the largest service area in the city of Los Angeles. I'm here to oppose the agenda number 15 on your agenda. Frankly, we were quite surprised to find out about the existence of grants passed in their current state of litigation. We believe very strongly that if you offer a person an alternative to sleeping on the curb or sleeping on the sidewalk or sleeping in the park, they'll take it. It's my experience from doing a street-based engagement that when an individual is offered a choice, they normally will take the up road on the choice. That's my experience with this, as opposed to an individual opting to get a set of handcuffs put on him.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ben Kay. I'm also from HOPIX. I'm an associate director there. This past Saturday, the day before the storm, my wife and I and our 2 boys met a family asking for help. I'd seen them before. They were living on the streets. No one else was stopping. As a parent, it's my job to lead my 2 kids towards the good, always. We helped the family. There was a cost, but we were happy to pay it. When my son asked what we were doing, I told him that we bring people home. Regardless of the outside pressure this board feels, and I'm sure you feel it, I know you feel it, we ask that you continue to lead us towards the good. We ask you to vote no on item 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Berlin Contreras, the head of outreach at Hopix, overseeing 100 outreach workers who work with the unsheltered population every day, primarily funded by the county. We know that people living on the street are out there out of desperation and making it so that they're criminals simply trying to survive is against everything we work towards in the county's support. It will make it harder for us to find them and even less trusting of a system that has failed them again and again. Although we've tried to do our jobs and help them, our clients continue to receive fees for sleeping in certain places, which still leads them into criminalization. I hope we move towards a better tomorrow instead of criminalizing our unsheltered neighbors. We appreciate the amendment, but what is the substance of what it does to change this whole thing about reflecting on our values as a county, enabling things in which leads to criminalizing the people who can't pay for a home.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We're now going to go back to callers on the phone. Go ahead, moderator.
Well, Katie Hill, Lizzie Calhoun, Michael Pitkin, Michael Gordon Jr., Meha McCoy, Mindy Alvarez, Michael Johnson, Natasha Smith, Paul Demont, Shayla Myers, Soma Snake Oil, Todd Cunningham, Vanessa Castro, and Zeke Sandoval. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Anthony Arenas. You may begin.
My name is Anthony Arenas from District 3 in the Justice LA Coalition, speaking in opposition to Agenda Item 15. Our county definitely should be setting an example for how to compassionately expand affordable housing and support our unhoused community members. We should not file an amicus brief asking a court to further criminalize our unhoused community. And if you're behind the closure of Men's Central Jail, then you definitely should not be in favor of sending an amicus brief in this case. Criminalizing sleeping on the street will result in an uptick in the incarceration population. People need housing, people need food, people need community-based services and health care. Instead of paying county attorneys to fight for the right to criminalize unhoused residents, pay attorneys to fight the lawsuits against supportive and affordable housing projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sylvia Aroth. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Aroth. I'm a very long-time resident of Venice. And I'm so sad that somehow the NIMBYs get to rule what happens to our impoverished neighbors. It's hard to get reelected and all the money goes to people that don't want to see other people in their neighborhoods anymore. Thank you so much, Lindsay Horvath, for your courage and for opening up 105-bed shelter in Venice for this inclement weather. There are no places for any homeless people to go west of Western in the city of Los Angeles. It's horrible. How can anybody support this down at the street? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Arsenai Asain. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Arsenai Asain, and I'm calling on behalf of the City of Glendale in support of item number 15. I believe this matter requires our collective attention and intervention, and the lower court's ruling deeming such ordinances as constituting cruel or unusual punishment raises significant concerns about the legal framework surrounding homelessness and its rights of those experiencing it. By supporting the City of Grants Pass in this case, we are contributing to a broader dialogue on the humane treatment of individuals facing involuntary homelessness. We believe that this motion will empower the homeless response system to fulfill its intended purpose, which is to ensure that our unhoused friends have a safe and dignified place to live with compassion and understanding. I think the public needs to understand the struggle of our frontline staff and homeless service providers. We can develop all the homeless programs. We can create all of the
Thank
affordable
you.
housing
Your time has
programs and
expired.
congregations.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Stephanie Derridad. You may begin.
My name is Stephanie Caridad. I'm the Executive Director of NoHo Home Alliance, a nonprofit serving unhoused neighbors in the San Fernando Valley, calling to oppose this item. I thank Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Mitchell for highlighting that criminalization of homelessness is not the goal of this board. Unfortunately, by joining this brief, we will, without a doubt, open the path for criminalization, whether that is the intention of this body or not. Supervisor Hahn, I join you in celebrating the impactful advancements the county and this board have made in investing in services. It is incongruous to make these investments that we have at the same time while opening the door to the legal allowances which undo the advances that caseworkers, housing navigators, medical professionals, and homelessness providers make every day to bring people inside. The brief puts Grants Pass and other cities on a path to the worsening of the homelessness crisis in their jurisdictions. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath and Solis, for so eloquently outlining the concerns of those on the front line of this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Maya Hendricks. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Maya Hendricks. I'm a resident of Supervisorial District 2 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition, and I strongly oppose this motion. Although you say it's not your intention, this motion would take LA County steps in the wrong direction and ultimately criminalize homelessness. Quite frankly, I can't even believe that we are having this conversation instead of having a conversation that is focused on figuring out how to protect our homeless neighbors during this record-breaking rainfall. On any given night, there are an average of 75.5 thousand people in LA County experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Criminalizing the people that we don't have enough resources to support is not only inhumane, it's illegal. Criminalizing homelessness diverts valuable resources towards law enforcement and legal processes instead of addressing the root causes. These resources could better be utilized in creating affordable housing, mental health services, and addiction treatment programs. Profit over people has no place in Los Angeles County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Brian Cohan. You may begin.
Hello, thank you. As you all consider this motion today, I just want to relay an anecdote from this past weekend. I ran into an elderly couple who were facing the prospect of rough sleeping in the rain. So I called Los's winter shelter hotline, and I was on hold for 5 hours and 14 minutes before someone picked up after 9 p.m. Their backup plan was to sleep at a metro station, and the idea that we would expose them to any penalty, even civil, seems cruel to me. I hope that we can just keep our eyes on the ball and make these systems work better, because they don't. They just don't. And in my experience, 4118 is a more than adequate tool to maintain public rights-of-way in the city of Los Angeles. So I don't really understand what the point of all of this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Megan Hines. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Megan Hines from Practical Strategies. I'm a public health consultant, and I'm calling in strong opposition to item 15. I hear a lot of you saying that our goal is not to criminalize homelessness, but we all know that the road to heck is paved with good intentions, right? So I was an outreach worker that conducted outreach from 5th and 3rd on Main for over a year. When those blocks were swept and cleared, I lost contact with everyone I had been working with. All the progress I had made with care management, housing navigation, harm reduction services just evaporated overnight. And I hear you're adding hotels and motels, but honestly, that has very little to do with this issue. It doesn't help the most vulnerable unhoused people because there are no supportive services and they're not permanent solutions. So adding a couple of interim housing units without comprehensive supportive services is not going to solve homelessness. I hear the concern that encampments pose a risk to quality of life, violence against women, drug use, et cetera, but I'm just not clear on what evidence you're using to justify that disrupting homeless encampments will improve any of those issues. In fact, the public health research
Thank you. Your
shows
time
that
has
criminalizing
expired.
homelessness would
Next
make
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Thomas Babiskovich. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomasz Babiszkiewicz, and I'm with PAT. I would like to speak about opposition to item 15. LA County has already clarity in terms of supportive services and through housing options that can bring people inside without involving criminalization. In LA County, we have implemented Pathway Home and Inside Safe operations that have brought hundreds of homeless individuals indoors. We've been coordinating with social workers and mental health specialists to go out to various encampments, reserve hotel rooms, shelter beds, and bring those individuals inside and connect them with services. When people come inside, we work with sanitation departments and workers to clean any debris in those encampments. Enforcement makes our job much harder because when people experiencing homelessness are displaced, we're losing trust, connection, and we cannot offer those services. I'm hoping that we can demonstrate to the
Thank
nation
you.
that
Your time
LA
has
County
expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lee Kane. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Lee Kane. I'm the program director with the San Gabriel Valley Consortium on Homelessness, and I am calling in to express my strong opposition to item 15, which conflicts with the county's Care First agenda despite your amendment. Homelessness is not a crime, and using our jails as shelters is a short-term cosmetic fix to a problem that creates a long-term trauma-informed harm reduction response. Creating criminals of people who lack housing when we have no housing to offer will make it harder for them to ever stabilize their lives, burdening them with criminal records that can interfere with future employment and, yes, future housing. Until local communities step up to support and create a full spectrum of housing solutions, we will continue to oppose the enforcement model that you're imposing upon our unhoused neighbors. I strongly urge the board to vote no on item 15, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Shazrad. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Shazrad Shishigar, and I'm with the San Gabriel Valley Progressives, also a former social worker with the Department of Children and Family Services. My concern is that many homeless people are former foster children, so I have a passion for this issue. I'm in strong opposition to this item, including the amendments. The new amendments should be submitted sooner, so it allows us to review it. So I support a rescheduling of this hearing if it's possible. But in any case, we shouldn't be removing anything that belongs to the unhoused, considering mental health issues of the unhoused. I think that would further traumatize them and increase their distrust of the legal system and the government systems in general. I think NIMBYism is a problem and needs to be addressed, and efforts to addressing this issue should be a better use of our county Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Your time has
Thank you
expired. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
We're going to go in
Next
person. I'm so
participant
sorry,
is-
moderator. We're going to go in person and then go back to callers after. Go right ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No problem. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ana Rodriguez. I am one of the many HOPIX employees here. My role with HOPIX is I'm a lead case manager for the Red 1 zone in SPA 6. So I am here today to urge the board to vote no on item 15. Please consider a different way to show the 88 cities in LA County that are concerned citizens that you hear and care about their hope and address the living situations in blocking public spaces. This will not end unsheltered homelessness. Instead, it will push people further into the margins and make it even more dangerous to live outdoors. I ask that all of us here in this room reverse the roles and stand in their positions. So we wouldn't just be, unsheltered, but we'd be in the risk of being criminalized as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gerson Fonseca. I'm a program manager at PATH, where I lead our efforts to move people out of the LA River area into safe and supportive housing. I'm here in respectful opposition to item 15. Living along the river is dangerous. The last few days have proven that. However, many of our program participants deliberately moved to that dangerous situation because of harassment, enforcement they experience elsewhere in the county. When I've come by offering services, some people initially refuse because they think I'm there to push them out. Every sweep makes someone more suspicious. Every dehumanizing encounter eats away at someone's hope. On the other hand, when my team and I have time to build trust, meet someone's needs, they come inside. Thanks to a strong partnership with the local city council member, we can coordinate with our participants ahead of major cleanups, making sure that everyone's taken care of and we keep the river clean for everyone. Through that, we've moved more than 100 people into shelter, and dozens of them have already moved into permanent housing.
Thank
This
you. Your
approach
time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Desmond Carter, lead case manager with the HOPIX Homeless Outreach Program. The majority of our unhoused neighbors, in my personal discovery, are not mentally adequate to sustain a quote unquote normal citizen's lifestyle, which inevitably prevents them from achieving certain social statuses on their own. Another thing is some of our unhoused population, in fact, have a dire want and need to be placed inside, but most of the time, some of our organizations lack the immediate resources that are readily available in locations as far as beds and shelter, especially because the process they have to go through, which is a referral process, could take however long, because sometimes it seems like a lottery process. Us as normal citizens could barely afford to survive in LA County with inflation on the rise, so how can we expect the less unfortunate to be able to keep up? We also need more outreach workers and better wages for our workers to kind
Thank
of.
you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. This is Zeke Sandoval with PATH in respectful opposition. LA County already has clarity. Supportive services in true housing can bring people inside without involving criminalization. We all agree the status quo is unacceptable. Living outside is not safe, as we can really plainly see today. Fortunately, Los Angeles is already leading on the clear and proven strategy to permanently resolve these dangerous conditions. In concert with many of your offices, we've implemented Pathway Home and Inside Safe operations that have brought hundreds of people indoors. Social workers and mental health specialists go out to encampments, build relationships. Hotel rooms and shelter beds are reserved ahead of time, along with subsidies for permanent housing. People come inside, and sanitation workers are on hand to clean debris. This is already happening in full accordance with existing law. But when people experiencing homelessness are displaced, they lose contact and lose their trust with the county programs that are designed to help, programs that you're going to vote to approve later today, I hope. Instead of signing on to a court case that runs counter to the county's success, we ask you demonstrate to the nation that LA County already has the clarity and commitment to solve homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juana Romero, and I am a program supervisor with SSG HOPIX. At HOPIX, we believe in meeting people where they are, both physically and emotionally. Our outreach department, often referred to as the boots on the ground, tirelessly connects with the homeless population, offering them the vital services they need. But our efforts don't stop there. We've had meaningful partnerships with the county to implement encampment initiatives in Spot 6. The initiatives such as Encampment to Home, Pathway to Home, and Inside Safe efforts are designed to compassionately and effectively move individuals from the streets to safer and stable environments. Each day we witness the transformative power of these initiatives. We see lives changed, hope restored, and futures rebuilt. We also recognize that our work is far from over. There are still countless individuals in our community who need our help and support. Let us continue to advocate for those.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Egla Grande Outreach, Program Supervisor with HOPIX. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. We strongly oppose Agenda Item 15. Unfortunately, many of our unhoused neighbors are in their circumstances due to the factors such as mental health and trauma and et cetera. And to criminalize for being homeless is not the answer. Many of our unhoused families and individuals have a story that has led them to homelessness. I ask the board to please find another solution. This will not end unsheltered homelessness. Instead, it will push people further into the margins and make it even more dangerous to live outdoors. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Gordon. I'm an outreach case manager for SSG Hopics. I'd like to start with saying that I'm in opposition of item 15. I had the pleasure to work with Supervisor Hahn, and we worked on the Pathway to Home in Linwood. And it was actually really an eye-opening thing for me. And I really feel like this is not going to help anything by criminalizing people for being homeless, because how would you feel if somebody criminalized you for something that you couldn't control? Not to mention there's a lot of mental health. There's a lot of different situations that people have went through in order or that put them in this position. So if anything, it's only going to make it worse. It's going to make people more desperate. It's going to make things more dangerous. I don't feel like it's going to help anything at all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Miles, and I'm an outreach nurse with Hopics. I currently provide medical care to Los Angeles' most vulnerable population. From my years of experience with working with people experiencing homelessness, there are multiple factors that play a role to their vulnerabilities, such as mental and physical disabilities, lack of support systems, and limited resources. I believe criminalizing individuals based on their life circumstances is spiteful and completely counterproductive. As a community, we should continue to work together to increase individuals who experience homelessness quality of life by continuing to fund resources that would enable them to get off the streets and live the life everyone has the birthright to. Homelessness does not equate to criminalization. I strongly oppose item 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Katie Hill, former Congresswoman and Deputy Director at Hopics. Thank you for hearing from us. As you can imagine, I know better than many in this room the delicate balance between public safety and sanitation and the lives of the people that we're trying to serve. And I would urge you that this motion, in filing any kind of amicus brief in support of, or at least adjacent to support of Grants Pass, will send a message, and it's not the message that we want to send. It is one that we have been leading the way on compassionate approaches and on meeting people where they are and on funding the services and on ensuring that there is access to housing and resources. But if we send a message that we are unsure of what kind of steps need to be taken to humanely address this and to ensure that we can manage public safety, this is not it. So I urge you to reconsider. I know that this is a tough one, and I understand that the jurisdictions are supporting this, but I hope that you will not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, this is your notice. Come into compliance with Martin versus Boise, Grants Pass versus Johnson. If no room in city shelter, it is illegal to touch, move, take, or remove unhoused and property. Illegal to ship unhoused to other cities. Unhoused are no longer charged fees and fines. 24-hour written notice must be given before legally touch, move, take, or remove unhoused and property for surviving and sleeping. Law enforcement and sheriff have no desire to honor LAHSA CES mandated for my federal HIV health care. The same SPA double-dipping mandates apply to veterans. 1/2 of all winter shelters are SPA 6. U.S. Supreme Court is granting this case in April and a new national law in June.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the phones. Moderator, go ahead.
Our next participant is Rachel Venezuela Kirk. You may begin.
My name is Rachel Valenzuela Kirk. I'm a District 1. I applaud Supervisor Solis for opposing item 15. I believe it is unwarranted and will open up the possibility of very uneven application. It is disingenuous to say that this will not lead to criminalization and mistreatment of the homeless. Today, there are former foster children in tents, literally trying to stay out of the cold and rain. How will this help a growing number of homeless senior citizens now living in cars without the gas money to keep moving? How is living with the fear of having their meager belongings confiscated or destroyed if they don't move without there being a safe place to move them to productive? This seems like an emotional reaction to the growing homelessness situation, and it's punitive rather than helpful. I urge you to vote no on item 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Taya Heisel. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Taya Heisel, and I'm the policy manager for Downtown Women's Center, and we're dedicated to ending homelessness for women in Greater Los Angeles through housing, wellness, employment, and advocacy. And Downtown Women's Center strongly opposes this motion. We know from our 2022 LA County Women's Needs Assessment that was discussed earlier today that many women experiencing homelessness have no choice sometimes but to sleep unsheltered when alternatives might mean additional violence, a lack of trauma-informed care, or when way too often shelter is unavailable. We know what the solutions are, and you know what the solutions are. We urge the board to continue to prioritize real solutions to homelessness like housing, shelter, and outreach. We urge the Board of Supervisors to oppose this motion to protect the safety and dignity of unhoused women and all people experiencing homelessness in LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dion Turner. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dion Turner. I'm a public policy advocate speaking on behalf of Industry Law Center. We are in very strong opposition to item 15, the motion of file or join in Mika's briefing that will exacerbate the criminalization of people experiencing homelessness. At its most basic level, this case is whether or not cities can punish people for existing outside when they have nowhere else to go. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit had previously held in the case of Martin v. Boise that cities cannot fine, ticket, arrest, or otherwise punish people experiencing homelessness for sleeping on public property when no shelter is available, and this constitutes cruel and unusual punishment in violation of the Eighth Amendment. Any amicus brief filed should be in favor of upholding the lower court's decision. Criminalizing one's status on the basis of poverty will not end homelessness, nor will it decrease encampments on our streets. As such, we can expect disproportionate law enforcement threats to our unhoused Angelinos, encampments shifting from street to street, and the induced trauma of thousands of our unsheltered constituents. By providing no new resources for supportive services or pathway to housing, this single
Thank you.
most likely
Your time
outcome
has
of this case will be
expired.
punishing.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Angela Birdsong. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Angela Birdsong, housing rights organizer for Los Angeles Community Action Network, LA CAN. I strongly oppose this motion, agenda item number 15, and urging the board to vote no on it. With the current severe rainstorm, as I'm driving through downtown Los Angeles, I see wet clothing, I see wet belongings and falling tents and more with our fellow brothers and sisters. Should their items be bulldozed? Should their items be picked up in trash? No. Where is the help for them before a storm, during a storm, and long after and in between storms? Housing is the only solution that solves houselessness. The current housing crisis will only worsen as all COVID housing protections end on February 1st, leaving many Angelinos with few options. Some will end up on the streets. I urge a no vote on agenda item number 15.
Thank
Housing
you. Your time has
is
expired.
a human
Next
right.
speaker, please.
Thank you
Before
for
we
your
go
time.
to our next speaker, I just wanted to let everyone know, I know there were some questions about the language, so we're trying to get the language up on this screen and visible for those who are participating virtually, so everybody is clear on the language who might be participating from our audience, either here in person or remotely. Go ahead, sorry for the interruption.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Labeling criminalizing homelessness is a lie, replete with bovine feces. A large segment of this population is transients, and the driving force behind timely success is proper timely expenditure of billions of dollars. Ask Hacienda Heights. The board has failed to establish a countywide system of transient camps to accommodate these people, and the problem is efficient providing of services. Silda Solis has failed to declare 1532 Audubon in Roland Heights a public nuisance, allowing these transients to continue to degrade and endanger the community and the occupants of Hialeah Mobile Park residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Our next participant is Kathleen Crowley. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Crowley, and I'm Executive Director of Recovery Institute. And I really want to thank Supervisors Horvath and Solis for strategically, humanely, and eloquently opposing this motion. Supervisor Mitchell stated today that it is not the county's goal to criminalize homelessness, but unfortunately, goals stated by the county are often in direct.
We lost Kathleen.
Yep, that line dropped off the call.
Okay, if she calls back in, we'll give her the rest of her time. We'll go to the next speaker.
We'll do float her to the top. Our next participant is Anthony Martinez. You may begin.
Hello, good afternoon.
We lost him as well. Is there something wrong with our current connection for our virtual speakers?
Not that we can identify from this end. I'll have somebody troubleshoot that while we move on.
Okay, let's try one more.
Moving on to our next
we'll go
participant. Yep. Gabriella Sudik, you may begin.
My name is Gabriella Sudik, and I'm a constituent of Mitchell and a member of the California Coalition for Housing and Survivor Justice. We respectfully oppose this motion. Until humane shelter, housing, and services are made available, people will still sleep outside. We do not need to file a brief to clarify Boise. We need to focus on Angelino. Ending criminalization does not need to be clarified, and we need to focus on ending the harm happening to our unhoused citizens in our own cities. Every weekend, unsheltered people in Lancaster get pushed further into the desert, and unhoused residents in Venice get forcibly removed away from their homes for a one-night stay in a hotel. Please see reason and vote no. We respectfully oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tawanda Terry. You may begin. Tawanda Terry, your line's open. Go ahead, please.
We'll go to the next
Line
speaker.
Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, now we can hear you.
There we
Go
go.
ahead.
There I go. Okay. I strongly urge the board to vote no on item 15 until humane shelter, housing, and services are made available to people. People will still sleep outside. No one is choosing to live outside, so using the threat of jail to make them choose differently isn't going to work. Criminalization won't end unsheltered homelessness. Following this amicus brief would directly conflict with the county's pursuit of care versus jail's last agenda. If forced to leave their communities, a lot of these people will lose ties with their family, caseworkers, churches, and others that have been working with them. Jails in America are dangerous places and perhaps more dangerous for unsheltered homeless. I'm calling for a strong opposition to item 15. Homelessness is not and should not be considered a crime. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the city of Grants Pass, it will make the problem of homelessness much worse. My name is Tawanda Terry. I'm a program supervisor with Volunteers of America, and I strongly urge the board to vote no on item 15.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lizette Hernandez. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lizette Hernandez with LA Community Action Network, strongly urging you to vote no on item 15. On any given night, there's over 75,000 and over 46,000 homeless people in the county and city of LA, respectively. We at LA can see how the government continues to solidify the web of rules and laws criminalizing the homeless, all the while LA has yet to meet its housing unit availability requirements. We need you, therefore, to adopt a public health and human rights stance, especially during the middle of winter, where we will actually espouse care first policies. We recently had the UN Special Rapporteur come in last November and October of last year, and they said, quote, I was astounded by the information I received about laws and policies that criminalize homelessness, including the targeting of encampments, the banning of the sharing of food with unhoused people, and the disproportionate application of criminal sanctions. Like the criminalization of poverty, such practices unnecessarily and cruelly contribute to mass incarceration. Please
Thank you.
no
Your
on
time has
item 15
expired.
today.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mel Bailey. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon from District 2. While I recognize that the passing of this motion may actually provide job security for judges in their respective courts, I do strongly ask that this be one of the few times that we actually listen to the people before a decision is made, even if it means tabling it and just thinking until next week or next meeting. when we have the problem with the uneducated is educating. The problem when someone is unfed is feeding. And the problem with those who are unclothed is by clothing them. So logically, it would reasonably conclude that the solution for unhoused is housing. We're in a rainstorm. We should be focusing on that. And the last thing is, a lot of the unhoused need each other for support systems, and this may separate the only support that they have on a peer level. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're gonna go back to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Calhoun, and I'm a staff member of the Sidewalk Project and organizer of Food Not Bombs Downtown LA, a mutual aid organization who feeds and provides essential supplies to the community on Skid Row. I'm in strong opposition to item 15, which will further criminalize poverty and homelessness. Along with sleeping outside, the ordinance prohibits people from using blankets, pillows, or cardboard boxes for protection from the elements. It is cruel to deprive people of their basic comforts and needs. Every human must sleep. In LA, where there is exponential wealth and not enough affordable housing or shelters, unhoused people have no choice but to sleep outside and use whatever they can find to stay warm. In the days leading up to the storm, I watched as encampments were cleared in my neighborhood without viable offers of shelter made. People lose IDs, which cut off access to caseworkers, housing placement, and vital medication. Calling 211 was a dead end when trying to find shelter space during the storm. After hours on hold, no shelter bed was available for a high-risk individual.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Hello, pleasure to be here in front of y'all today. My name is Dexter O'Connell with Safe Place for Youth on the West Side, and we are in respectful opposition to this motion. We have a strong partnership with county agencies like DMH and DCFS. We appreciate that partnership, and we can see through that partnership how the county values individually the young people who we serve. That is extremely important because an amicus brief is a statement of values. And if the county board is going to state that what we value is letting the most exclusionary places in this county off the hook for providing the housing necessary to solve the crisis of homelessness, then that's fundamentally at odds with what the good employees who work for the county seem to be doing every single day when they provide assistance to the members that Safe Place for Youth is serving. So we respectfully encourage you to not file this amicus brief because it seems to be in conflict with everything that you've been doing up to this point. So thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Castro. I'm Program Supervisor with HOPIX SSG. When conducting outreach and engaging the unhoused, challenges that they have faced are lack of housing and supportive services resources. I believe we should be looking into resolving and providing adequate resources like mental health, substance use, and housing services. I believe that criminalizing homelessness will make their situations worse. Not only will they be running from the law, but also from service providers as well. This will create further challenges for service providers to locate clients to provide housing resources and placements. I ask that you oppose item 15. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Cunningham. I'm the Food and Wellness Organizer at LA Can. The city and county of Los Angeles, shaped by a tumultuous past, have often resorted to addressing poverty, often not because of their situation, but often mostly through criminalization. We have an opportunity to choose to not cause further harm, as evidenced by the Grants Pass decision, and instead move forward by embracing progress that helps those impacted to improve their own well-being. Have we forgotten what we've actually learned from all the dated, punitive approaches like that? Despite LA County's professed care first mantra, there's a disconcerting reliance on right-wing courts, which has been the setting for historical struggles for justice that resulted in disproportionately negatively affecting Black and brown citizens and other racialized communities. We seek your leadership for LA County that must prioritize human rights over regressive strategies, learning from history's lessons for a more equitable future. Please vote no on agenda item 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Michael Johnson, and I'm a program manager for encampment resolution with HOPIX SSG. We have proudly been a part of the LA County's growing homeless and housing and alternative to incarceration work through Measure H and Measure J. We have been part of the encampment to home, pathway home, and inside safe. And since then, we have put 164 people experiencing homelessness into interim housing. And even though you may feel that item 15 isn't criminalizing the homeless, it will. We have a duty to be humane, and we cannot dictate what being humane is and isn't whenever we feel the need. So please vote no on 15.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mindy Alvarez. I am an outreach program supervisor with HOPIX. In light of the situation, we're deeply troubled by the possibility of LA County backing the City of Grants Pass case, which directly contradicts the core principles of our ongoing efforts to address homelessness and incarceration alternatives. We acknowledge the importance of ensuring safe public spaces and improving conditions countywide. However, it's imperative to recognize the shortage of affordable housing and temporary shelters for Angelenos facing homelessness. Therefore, supporting initiatives that exacerbate these issues runs counter to our values and objectives. It's crucial for us to prioritize solutions that address the root causes of homelessness and provides adequate support of those in need. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Natasha Smith. I'm an organizer with the Downtown Women's Action Coalition as part of the Los Angeles Community Action Network, and we oppose item number 15. The city and the county of Los Angeles have a long violent history of relying on criminalization to address poverty by asking county council to join in supporting the reversal of the grant pass decisions. Shows Supervisors Barger and Hahn are firmly rooted in the violent, inhumane policies of criminalizing poverty. Housing is the only solution that solves houselessness. The current housing crisis will only worsen as all COVID-19 housing protections ended on February 1st, leaving many Angelenos with few options. Los Angeles knows empirically that the three leading causes of homelessness are housing, affordability, and availability, and poverty, none of which is solved by criminalization and policing. Temporarily moving people from one public space to another.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Soma. I'm Executive Director of the Sidewalk Project, and I also do street outreach. We work with unhoused people in Los Angeles, and I am also formerly unhoused. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the idiocy of item 15, whether or not this is amended. We are voting on whether or not unhoused people have the right to sleep. You want to go down that road, not only is survival meth going to skyrocket, we will be in direct violation of international understanding of human rights. The DOJ states sleeping is a life-sustaining activity. It must occur at some time in some place. If a person literally has nowhere else to go, then enforcement of anti-camping ordinances against that person criminalizes her and being homeless. As someone dedicated to the work around feminization of poverty, I would add that the level of violence towards women in the street is so extreme that some of my participants get raped on a weekly basis. Taking their blanket away from them is their last shred of dignity.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Maisha McCoy. I have been coming to the board meeting for about 3 years now. I am still homeless. I have begged the board, I have emailed, and all I wanted to do was get housed. Now I come today and you guys are trying to incriminate the homeless. Well, I have already been accused of stealing because I walked into Family Dollar with my duffel bag. That's all I have left to my name. I lost everything with my children, and I was accused of stealing some beanies and gloves. I had to spend 4 days incarcerated in jail because the police falsified legal documents. They said I hit them. They said I stole something when clearly my receipt was in my bag with the gloves that they took out my bag. Now, how you think that made me feel? Then I found housing. Section 8 HIP program said they didn't have no funding. 3 days before it's time for me to move in, I emailed the chairman's office. I emailed Holly Mitchell office and everybody to get assistance, but nobody want to give me assistance. All y'all doing is setting us up for failure by passing this. I think y'all.
If you would like assistance, Victor's up in the constituent assistance team corner.
Victor, I've been working with Victor for 3 years.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you for letting us know. Next speaker, please.
Where's the housing at? Y'all got money for funding, right? I need to be moved. Y'all have money.
Okay, your time has expired. And okay, next speaker, please.
Paul Dumont, I'm still with Dignity and Power Now in Justice LA. We're a hard no on this ordinance amicus brief. I am a person with lived experience on the streets of Los Angeles, and I'm blessed with the privilege of helping our unhoused community members in the San Fernando Valley. I've read most all of the amicus briefs, they're public record. Notably, I read the one from Brentwood Community Council with letters included from Pacific Palisades, and it became abundantly clear to me that it's the same old tire NIMBY arguments. There was nobody in the second district issued an amicus brief. It came from the wealthy property owners in Los Angeles wanting to move the unhoused people out of their way and out of sight. I would encourage you to set this aside, considering the amendments, and reconsider. We'd be glad. All these advocates have diverted the resources. We'll come down to the second district and help you clean it up without stealing anybody's property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Shayla Myers with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I appreciate the board's full support of the key holding in Martin and Johnson, and Supervisors Mitchell's point that the case is going forward with or without the county is not lost on me. But filing a brief in support of Grants Pass sends a message to the 88 cities that criminalization is a viable option. The opinion in Grants Pass does not address, let alone prevent, the removal of RVs and encampments. Instead, as County Council clarified, the court held only that under the 8th Amendment, a person can't be punished for using the most rudimentary protections against the elements. Last night, tens of thousands of Los Angeles County residents were on the streets in an unprecedented storm. To suggest today, of all days, that they can sleep on the streets but can't have a blanket or a tarp ignores their humanity and is the very definition of cruel and unusual punishment. If the board believes that the Ninth Circuit decision should be affirmed, then this board should further amend its motion and submit an amicus brief in support of the unhoused residents of Grants Pass. That deadline is April 3rd.
Your time is expired. Thank you. Before we go to our callers, can we please get the language of the amendment up on the screen for people to review? We'll go back to our callers. Moderator.
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
And the late posting of the information, nice try, Supervisor Horvath. Putting it on the wall at the last minute makes it hard to focus on. I think that the board should refrain from writing an amicus, though I, of course, am against criminalizing the homeless. And I think that the fact that there's division among the board is another good reason not to send an amicus. It's better to spend the money than the county council who have the cost of litigation report on today's agenda, which is wildly out of bounds, as anyone can plainly see, up, up, up in all categories practically. It's time to stay out of this particular one. The Supreme Court is packed full of conservatives. That's unfortunate, but it's unclear what they'll do in this case, and we don't want to tip it in the wrong direction.
Before we go to our next caller, County Council, there have been a couple of speakers who have addressed the noticing issue. Can you please address that?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. As you've indicated, there have been a number of speakers who've questioned the board's ability to hear the Supervisor Mitchell's amendment to the original motion. The Brown Act does not address amendments. Instead, this board follows Robert's Rules of Order as it pertains to parliamentary procedures. Specifically, Robert's Rules Section 12 states, and I'm quoting from Robert's Rules, an amendment must always be germane, that is, closely related to or having bearing on the subject of the motion to be amended. This means no new subject can be introduced under the pretext of being an amendment. To be germane, an amendment must in some way involve the same question that is raised by the motion to which it is applied. Here, in this instance, Supervisor Mitchell's amendment is clearly germane to the original motions of Supervisor Barger and Hahn, since the amendment seeks to narrow the directive. In addition, from a Brown Act's perspective, it's reasonable to expect during deliberations that a directive could be narrowed and therefore subsumed under the original directive. So here, the original motion was for an amicus. The amendment is still for an amicus. It's just narrowing the subject and scope of that amicus.
So people may object to what our process is, but we are complying with our legal process and how we normally conduct our meetings.
Yes, we are.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ambrose Brooks. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, yes, this is Ambrose Brooks, a resident of District 5 and a member of the Justice LA Coalition. I am in strong opposition to item 15. Filing or signing onto an amicus brief in support of the City of Grants Pass sent a message to the tens of thousands of unhoused Angelenos. And the message is, we don't stand with you. We stand with cities who want to criminalize your livelihood. I know this board is better than that. The media will take LA County's filing and run with it. Imagine the headline, quote, LA County appeals to the Supreme Court to criminalize homelessness. I'm a lawyer. I know mostly everyone does not read the nuances and amicus brief. There is no right way to thread the needle on this one. Do not submit or sign on to a brief in support of Grants Pass. Take a strong stance in support of our unhoused community members and invest in resources, not damaging and dangerous litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Peggy Lee Kennedy. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Venice Justice Committee strongly opposes this motion. I really appreciate the supervisors who spoke, Horvath and Solis. Thank you so much. Your comments were far more elegant than I could say, but as a person who works with unhoused people and vehicle housed people, and as a person with lived experience, I want you to know that this is wrong. I really am sorry, Supervisor Mitchell, but no matter how you change it, you're still siding with criminalization. And the point is, people want to use criminalization as a tool. These municipalities want to use it as a tool. If you agree with that, you are filing this. It doesn't matter what you say or how you try to narrow it. It's about siding with criminalization. If you want to take a stand and you want some clarification,
thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
And our next speaker is Max Estrada. Go ahead, your line is open.
My name is Max Estrada. I'm a constituent of SD4, and I'm also the Service Planning Area 7 Coordinated Entry System Program Manager with PATH. I am asking our Board of Supervisors to please vote in opposition of Agenda Item 15. Possible criminal enforcement of unhoused individuals for where they lay their head will make outreach workers' jobs more challenging, will push people away, which will break our outreach team's rapport with our unhoused neighbors, even with participants who may already be working on a housing plan. We support our outreach teams, housing navigators, interim housing providers, and programs like Pathway Home that provide opportunities for our unhoused neighbors to work on their housing opportunities with care. Trust, reliability, and consistency with resources to housing are the keys to building relationships to bring someone indoors. Please vote no on Agenda Item 15.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Helen Eigenberg. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Helen Eigenberg, and I'm a constituent of Supervisor Horvath. I'm a member of Hangout Do Good, and I also volunteer with SELA on the weekends going into encampments in Hollywood. I want to thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your heart and your thoughtful words. Supervisor Solis, the same thing. We need to do right by everyone in the city. I wish all this energy that we are expending on this went into our housing crisis, went into making our systems work better. I'll just encourage everyone to remember what was said in the invocation today at the beginning, and that was to move with a soft heart. Let's move with a soft heart, please. I oppose this bill, this motion, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Sarah Rubenstein. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Though we appreciate the amendment's intention, United Way still urges you to oppose Item 15. The county's Pathway Home and RV programs are proof that the lower court decision does not overly limit or impede the county's capacity to address encampments or maintain safe passage and clean streets. We've proven that we can bring people inside and align resources, connect them to permanent housing, and not criminalize. This approach takes more time, but the results are very successful. If the lower court decision is overturned, we'll feel small cities and districts across the county implementing camping bans with both traumatizing criminal and civil impacts on our most vulnerable neighbors, even if this is not the intention of the county. Telling people where they can't be without providing shelter or housing won't end homelessness or decrease encampments. It will push unhoused people into neighboring districts, cities, and unincorporated areas, and further expand the confusing web of prohibitions that people living on the streets must navigate. We urge you to oppose item 15 and continue expanding the housing, services, and prevention efforts we know are the real solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anthony Martinez. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Martinez. I am with the Sulla Collaborative, and we serve as a convener for the Small 7 region cities. I am calling in strong opposition to item 15, allowing unsheltered homelessness to be a crime, even when there's no shelter, would mean more people with criminal records, making it harder to get a job, harder to rent an apartment, and harder to have time to address barriers when life is filled with court appearances and jail time. If forced to leave the community, people experiencing homelessness will lose ties with family, caseworkers, churches, and others to help. Until humane shelter, housing, and services are made available, people will still sleep outside. Therefore, I strongly urge the board to vote no on item 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Levin. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
I'm a constituent of Supervisor Mitchell's and a member of Hangout Do Good as well. And I am totally with Supervisors Horvath and Solis on this. And I've called in to urge the rest of you, especially my supervisor, Mitchell, to oppose this motion, even with the amendments. I heard Supervisor Mitchell mention earlier that we are a care, not jails county. Joining this case would not be about care. Supervisor Barger says that encampments are not safe. You know what else isn't safe and is full of drugs or jails? Supervisor Mitchell, your amendment, while thoughtful, seems naive, and I am surprised you are resting your trust in our current Supreme Court. It feels like you are trying to have it both ways. If it's about removing items on the sidewalk, if the sheriff needs to know what to remove, there is a motion you can pass. But joining this case will be used to criminalize the weakest and most powerless among us. I am sure you and your staff
Your time has expired.
Have spent a lot
Next
of
speaker,
time.
please.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Crowley. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Crowley, and I'm Executive Director of Recovery Institute. I want to deeply thank Supervisors Horvath and Solis for strategically, humanely, and eloquently opposing this motion. Supervisor Mitchell stated today that it is not the county's goal to criminalize homelessness, but unfortunately, goals stated by the county are often in direct opposition to the outcomes that ultimately result. And far too often, force is used in times of crisis. However, while coercion and force can at times be all-conquering, any success seen is generally short-lived, deeply damaging, and costly, societally and economically. There are humane, innovative, and proven solutions LA County still has not scaled up and out. Let's do that instead. I urge Supervisors Mitchell, Barger, and Hahn to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And we have no further participants to address the board.
Do we have any other speakers in the room? Okay, that completes public comment. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the robust conversation we had today. And I thank staff for getting the amendment on the screen. And let me just clarify, when I said I wish we had a different way, I was completely clear. I was well within Robert's Rules of Order of bringing it forward. My point was our structure, our governance structure as a board, that we don't have an opportunity and more time to see motions and have them vetted and aired and have amendment language for our consumption and public consumption. So I just wanted to clarify. I was clear that I was following Robert's rules. I just want to make sure that that everyone can now see that the amendment language strikes out the language that says supporting the city of Grants Pass. That's what we have removed. So I won't repeat everything I've said before, but I think it's important that people see the amendment I brought forward and why I will be supporting the motion today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other of my colleagues? Okay. Executive Officer, item 15 as amended is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 15 as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis?
No.
Supervisor Solis, no. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
No.
Supervisor Horvath, no. Motion carries 3-2.
And we will now move on to item 5, proclaiming February 2024 as Los Angeles County's Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. In 2010, Congress first declared February to be National Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. This February, Los Angeles County joins with survivors, advocates, and supporters across the country to highlight teen dating violence and prevention in our community. Teen dating violence is the most prevalent form of youth violence, impacting 1 in 3 adolescents in the U.S. Furthermore, female-identified and/or LGBTQ+ teens are disproportionately impacted by both physical and sexual violence. Teen dating violence can be physical, sexual, emotional, verbal, or financial. In addition to traditional violence, teens today are increasingly being exposed to non-traditional forms of violence through digital platforms, which can be just as harmful, and in some cases, even more so. Unhealthy or violent relationships can have severe short and long-term effects on a developing teen, increasing the likelihood of depression and anxiety, engaging in unhealthy behaviors such as tobacco, drug, or alcohol use, antisocial behavior, or suicidal thoughts. We're raising awareness today by encouraging all county employees and residents to support organizations that provide services to our young people and to survivors of domestic violence and their families. We all must be aware of the warning signs of teen dating violence and know how to get teens the help that they need. Ending teen dating violence or intimate partner violence or domestic violence is a collective effort and a priority for Los Angeles County. So much of our violent crime, as we discussed earlier, is connected to violence learned in the home or learned at a young age. We're shedding light on teen dating violence and prevention in the hope that we can, once and for all, end that cycle of violence and protect our young people. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for joining me in this important motion, and I encourage my colleagues to support. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me and for inviting me to be your co-author on the motion. Adolescence is a period of opportunity, growth, and learning. It's an important phase in life where we develop knowledge and skills and learn to manage emotions and relationships, and learn skills that will transfer into adulthood. Experiences during adolescence can lay the foundation for good health and future success. But unfortunately, dating violence disrupts teens' development and can harm their current and future health. A teen's brain is still growing, and experiencing violence during this time can contribute to impaired decision-making, learning challenges, decreased connections to peers and adults, and trouble coping with stress. Violence can also affect teens' physical health and increase the chances of developing cancer, heart disease, or other health-related problems into adulthood. It is startling to hear that 1 in 3 adolescents in the United States experience dating violence, and it's important for LA County to stand with survivors. By elevating the concerns and warning signs of teen dating violence, we can better serve survivors and support their healing journey. I recall almost 3 years ago, a young man was killed violently in South El Monte area near a riverbed. He was found murdered there, and it turns out it was because of what I would call teen dating violence. Somebody was unhappy with the results of someone stopping a relationship, and as a result, that person's life was taken. We need to do more. I will gladly support this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Donald Harlan please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 5, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Recognition that I'm in the queue. I support this item. What I don't support is this system where folks are forced to wait forever to give a job. I think we have to think about my proposal of 3 discrete public comment periods so that folks who come early to address something important like this won't have to wait first. Or vice versa.
We lost the caller. Eric, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You lost me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Well, that was good. Normally I would feel like, oh, they cut me off, but this was a good one. Thank you. So yeah, I hope that, we've got a lot of domestic violence and harassment items recently. And one thing to look at is the entire DCFS that often create even more hostility than is already existent in some of our Angelino families. And I think
thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
And we have no further participants in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan, speaking on agenda item number 5. Sorry, this wasn't a priority item for me, but I'll speak because there's no other people talking about it. This is about the teen dating violence awareness. Sorry, I just think it's a little bit much for you guys to be doing that. I don't really trust the county supervisors to be sponsoring programs concerning teens or violence or dating or anything sexual. I don't really trust you guys. I thought that the people sponsoring that item, that you had just bought software from them recently, and that in another city they run a dating service. And this item's sponsored by Horvath and Solis. I don't really trust you two, and sorry, that's about it.
Thank you. Item 5 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 6, support for Senate Bill 915, prioritizing local control and the deployment of autonomous vehicle services, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. And I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for supporting as a co-author on this motion. Self-driving cars are already on our streets here in LA, and we've seen the risk to public safety these autonomous vehicles can bring when deployed. Though they are very interesting, and I know that there's work being done. In San Francisco, a hit-and-run driver struck a pedestrian, tossing her into the path of a self-driving taxi that then drove over her and pinned her under a car. Currently, authorization by California Public Utilities Commission and the Department of Motor Vehicles is all you need to operate self-driving taxis. State regulatory agencies' one-size-fits-all approach to allowing self-driving vehicles on our streets will lead to more incidents like San Francisco. Regulations in Los Angeles will look very different than regulations in Los Olivos, for example. SB 915 would require a local ordinance for autonomous vehicle services to operate in that jurisdiction, similar to what we require taxi operators to do. This means local government, who often know their communities best, will have a say in how these companies operate on our streets and how to keep everyone safe. I'm proud to stand with the California Teamsters Public Affairs Council, the California Conference Board of the Amalgamated Transit Union, and the California League of Cities in supporting this important bill. I encourage my colleagues to join Supervisor Hahn and I in supporting SB 915 to put those closest to the safety and security of our roads back in the driver's seat. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this motion forward and inviting me to co-author. It's hard to believe that we have to even say this, but cities should get a say when a private company wants to use our public streets for a big experiment. Self-driving cars are such a new technology that they're still only regulated at the state level. And SB 915 would change that, giving cities the ability to decide how and when driverless vehicles can operate in their streets. San Francisco is now suing the state because robotaxis there are operating without the city having any say in the matter. In San Francisco, robotaxis have blocked emergency responders dozens of times, and one even ran over and dragged a pedestrian, leaving her critically injured and fighting for her life. These vehicles have repeatedly run red lights, clogged residential streets, and even driven into wet cement. SB 915 will give cities and counties the power to decide how, where, and when self-driving cars can be out on our streets, so our communities get to be the decision makers instead of a panel of commissioners up in Sacramento. At the end of the day, this is about safety, about ensuring that those of us elected to look out for our communities can prioritize that safety over private interests. Thanks again, Supervisor Horvath, for bringing this forward, and it was a pleasure to be your co-author.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, and I also want to thank you for bringing this motion forward. Last week, I had the honor of joining Senator Dave Cortese, Teamsters Local 396, and several local elected officials in a press conference at LA City Hall to highlight this important piece of legislation. As you've heard, SB 915 will allow cities and counties who know their streets best to have local control over the regulation of autonomous vehicles and robotaxis. During last week's press conference, I brought up an example of the introduction of private sector mobility devices such as motorized scooters and bikes on our local streets. They provide a critical first and last mile connection, but local jurisdictions were forced to react to their impacts, often presenting significant safety concerns and disruptions to local streets and sidewalks. We are now seeing a more balanced operation of motorized scooters and bikes, but the catch here is that these are modes of transportation that local government can regulate. Unfortunately, to date, robotaxis and autonomous vehicles fall outside of local government purview, and there is limited recourse. I've always said that local cities and counties know their communities best. Our county knows how to regulate traffic, zoning, building, and we work with our public works and law enforcement partners to make our streets safe. Additionally, robotaxis are in direct competition with traditional taxis, an enterprise that the state currently mandates that local jurisdictions adopt ordinances or resolutions for their operations. Yet robotaxis are not subject to the same level or regulation. SB 915 would provide municipalities with a voice in automated vehicle deployment by requiring companies to obtain approval through local ordinance prior to starting operations on the street. Locally, we need to invest in smart city technology and other infrastructure to better enhance the use and safety of autonomous vehicles. As local officials, elected officials, we are called on by our voters to keep our streets and public spaces safe. This bill will allow us to accomplish that goal and to ensure that we are creating a thriving environment for all vehicles on our roads, as well as pedestrians and roadway users. So thank you for bringing this motion, and I plan on supporting it.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing the motion forward. Given the disproportionate pedestrian fatalities in the 2nd District, I am clear about this as a core safety issue. I do, however, have a question about our process and our timing. This bill was introduced January 9th. It's not been in print 30 days, so the legislature can't even take action on it. It's in Rules Committee. It hasn't been assigned to its first policy committee. And so we've had a practice of asking our own Leg Affairs unit before we support legislation, what analysis they've done to determine the impact on the county. So I'm just a little concerned that we're taking action to support a bill where the legislature can't even take action on it yet. So it's not that I oppose the policy at all. It is our process, and if we're getting in front of ourselves. So if I could hear from representatives from the LEDS unit as to whether that analysis has been done in terms of direct impact on the county. But again, for me, it's timing. The legislature hasn't even referred it to its first policy committee, and we're taking a support position. So that would be my concern. So.
Thank you, and good afternoon, supervisors. As was mentioned, our office did provide an analysis of SB 915 to date. Again, the bill was recently introduced in January and has not been assigned to a policy committee yet. So the feedback that we do have preliminarily is from our Sheriff's Department and also our Department of Public Works as well, just about some of the potential impacts. Additional information will likely take a little bit longer from other departments, including fiscal impacts on the county.
So we've had a preliminary report back from Sheriff and Public Works that said thumbs up?
that they believe there were some opportunities of note from the Sheriff's Department. They note that the bill would expand the county's and the contract city's local control and authority over the use of autonomous vehicles in their jurisdictions, as well as providing law enforcement remote access to override autonomous vehicles in emergency situations. And then the Department of Public Works notes that SB 915's potential impact to operations and planning needs, that they will need to continue to assess the potential impacts that will have on their services.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I'll support today, but I really want to wage my official concern that we are supporting legislation, in this case, from my perspective, prematurely, that the legislature hasn't even had their first committee. We will have filed our support so early the bill can be amended in, any kind of different ways. I think on bills that we sponsor, i.e. language we have drafted and written, it's a different situation. If it's a LA County sponsored bill, of course we wage our support because we have sponsored it. So I'm supporting, but I'm really concerned that we're taking action too early. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Solis?
Yeah, I would just like to ask our staff about the bill. Are there co-authors?
So currently the bill is sponsored, as was mentioned, by the California Conference of Board and Amalgamated Transit Union. I will have to check on the co-sponsors. I can do that actually while we speak. But
well, those are supporters, but any other members, usually they have a Senate or
co-sponsor.
Yeah.
Yes, I can likely get back to your offices with that information.
Because I think that's also important. I know, having been in the legislature, sometimes we would drop bills as a way of a spot bill and then kind of grow the bill and gain support. So part of it is getting the publicity out there and the information about this horrific accident that occurred and other things. So I understand what the author is attempting to do, and sometimes, unfortunately, the process doesn't work the way we would like it to work, but I'm supportive of this measure. Thank you.
And I would also offer that I hear Supervisor Mitchell that, your preferred process would be different. I think this is an opportunity for us to support a bill that we feel strongly about and get in early and be an advocate for a bill if that's the position we wish to take, which is what's before us. If we don't want to get in early, we don't have to, or we could, continue or take all kinds of action. I think we have an opportunity here to get in early to support and advance a bill that we want to support. But I've tried to tap dance long enough to see if our ledge team has a response about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will have to get back to your offices on the co-sponsors. Thank you for the tap dance.
Supervisor Mitchell, did you have anything else? I do not. Supervisor Solis? No. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Aiden Alvarez, Christian Castro, and Jim Smith please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 6, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Eric Previn. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And it's nice to have the board supporting something together here. And there's been a lot of conversation about the processes of the board, and I appreciate that. I'm wondering if the board could instruct the county council to respond to the CPRA request about the memorandums about the public comment on the rules, because there is an obligation to respond within 10 days, but it's been like almost 3 months, and I keep getting
Eric, you can talk about that in general public comment, but right now we're talking about support for the Senate bill.
Process. I know, but I may have to take a nap before general public comment because it's going to be
well, that's the time that's allotted to speak to it according to our rules. I understand that's frustrating for you, but we have to talk about Bill 915 in this item. Okay, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Waleed Hojij. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Waleed Hojij with the League of California Cities, a proud co-sponsor of SB 915. The purpose of this measure is twofold: prioritize local control and increase public safety. The development and scale of development is currently determined entirely by the state, who don't live in impacted communities and don't understand the needs of the local community. Local governments have extensive traffic management experience, offering more fitting solutions than the DMV's generalized approach. They are used to regulating traffic, protecting school zones, and establishing maximum rates for passenger fares. Municipalities know what's best when it comes to making their local streets safe because they are run by the people who live and work in the communities they oversee. SB 915 is critical to empowering local communities with a voice to consider reasonable safeguards for autonomous vehicles. We ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the queue on the phone?
We have no further speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Smith, Political Coordinator for Teamsters Local 396. I'm here to speak in support of the motion introduced today by the Board of Supervisors in support of Senate Bill 915. Throughout 2023, autonomous vehicles brought chaos to California roads in cities like San Francisco, putting pedestrians in harm's way, causing traffic jams, and preventing emergency responders from doing their jobs. Right now in California, local communities have zero control over the hundreds of autonomous vehicles wreaking havoc on our roads. The DMV and CPUC have near total authority over the operation of autonomous vehicles in our state, yet refuse to implement any significant autonomous vehicle safety measures. In fact, they're allowing AV companies to expand. The DMV recently approved an application by Waymo to expand into the suburbs of San Francisco and Los Angeles. Please support this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Christian Castro here with the Teamsters. And as important as it is to be a Teamster, I'm also a father of two young boys, ages 6 and 5 months. And yes, I'm really tired. But I'm also worried. I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about the safety of my boys. Autonomous vehicles have been deployed across California, and they're now here in Los Angeles. That means there's no driver to see my kids, to see their eyes as they walk by, as they cross the street, to look at me as I hold my son. And that is terrifying. It's past time California properly enforce autonomous vehicle safety measures that ensure big tech companies that want to use Californians as test subjects are held accountable. That starts with passing SB 915. SB 915 would provide municipalities a voice in autonomous vehicle deployment by requiring autonomous vehicle companies to obtain approval through a local ordinance prior to starting operations. Local governments have extensive traffic management experience, offering more.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much. I see no other comments from my colleagues. Does our ledge team have anything else for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is co-sponsored by or co-authored by Assemblymember Freddie Rodriguez.
Okay. With that, item 6 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 6 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 9, Green Zone Updates, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Hahn, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for co-authoring this motion with me. So a year and a half ago, just to remind everybody, we approved a program that created 11 green zone districts, which are meant to protect the environmental and economic health of communities impacted by local pollution. It placed restrictions on facilities that operate hazardous waste because we know that so many vulnerable communities who live next to these places have dealt with for years. They've dealt with the odors, the soil contamination, and toxic air pollution. And we know that pollution from industrial sites disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities, most of which are concentrated in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th districts. These communities have been crying out for years for a solution, and this Green Zone program was an answer to their call. The families in these communities deserve the same access to clean air, water, and soil that wealthier communities have, and the green zone was our way of ensuring that. But in the year and a half since we launched it, we haven't heard anything else. We were supposed to receive an annual report from the Department of Regional Planning on that program. We've yet to receive that report. We need to know what work has been completed, what work is outstanding, a timeline for completion, a list of barriers that have been encountered with the implementation, including any foreseen funding roadblocks. And it should include descriptions of funding gaps and limitations. This motion, colleagues, asks for yet another report back from the Department of Regional Planning on all these issues within 120 days. I think that this report is going to be important for all of us in the county to ensure that this program, which this board supported unanimously, stays on track. The county just can't afford to drag our feet any longer on this. These communities deserve better. Thank you. I would love to have your full, strong support on this.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for allowing me to join you as a co-author. And thank you to Department of Regional Planning Director Amy Bodek, because she did provide, I think, a big lift originally when the Green Zones Program Ordinance came before us in July of 2022 in response to a motion I actually had back in 2015 to address environmental justice matters and implementing equitable development tools. And that was in part because of Exide, which now we are both faced with, Supervisor Hahn. The Green Zones program and the matter of environmental justice is very important, I think, to the majority of the board and to our constituents, and especially in the unincorporated communities of places like City Terrace and also Florence Firestone. And we are grateful to our community stakeholders for their fearless diligence in addressing and pressing these environmental concerns in our community. And we're also grateful to our community stakeholders for providing excellent and meaningful input and recommendations despite the challenging circumstances. The Green Zones Ordinance and Program are very much aligned with the efforts that our offices have been working on directly with the community, not just in City Terrace, but also Walnut Park communities. And I continue to take very serious the concerns expressed by the residents of City Terrace, their complaints about odor amongst our environmental concerns, such as the Mutual Flavors Factory and the Republic Transfer Station, which is a garbage sanitation facility. Similarly, when Walnut Park was in the first district, we did a lot of work around Central Metal, that site leading to the cease of operations in the summer of 2019, and with the help of the fire hazmat, the removal of all hazardous material in February of 2020. Although a lot has been accomplished, the Green Zones communities such as City Terrace and the First District continue to experience concerns with impacting businesses and residents. Currently, both of our offices are working with DPH, DRP to identify any areas of improvement, including and improving the responsiveness of various agencies to the complaints of our community. That's why I think it's very important for us to continue to dedicate our efforts to ensure that the implementation of green zones is accomplished, and this motion provides us with an adequate report back. So I too strongly support this and thank our community advocates for being providing their voice and showing us that we still have more work to do. Thank you.
Seeing no other supervisors in queue, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Donald Harlan please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Jamie Sanchez. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
My name is Jaime Sanchez. I'm a resident of Los Nietos, an unincorporated area in the 4th Supervisorial District. I am also a member of Neighbors Against Fibertech, a group of concerned residents of Los Nietos and Santa Fe Springs who have previously requested that the State of California Department of Toxic Substances Control deny the hazardous waste facility permit for Fibertech Inc., which in our opinion is a serial polluter. The request is based on the historic and ongoing failure of Fibrotech to comply with laws, regulations, and policies governing hazardous materials and hazardous waste, resulting in extreme contamination. We ask the Board of Supervisors to address this issue and support us in our efforts to seek environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And we have no further participants to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan, speaking on agenda item number 9, Green Zone Updates. I'm going to have to say no to that program, that Green Zone program, totally reject that. It's so ridiculous that you people have illegally developed the oil fields and your people have illegally developed around the manufacturing areas, and your people have illegally developed housing around the industrial areas. And under that condition, none of those people in those illegal houses around those industrial areas have any protection
This is
at
about
all.
green zone updates?
That's right. So you guys built illegally on my oil field, and I wasn't done getting the oil out of it. And then you want to complain that there's you're owed clean air or clean earth or something. Now, that military...
Thank you. Your time's expired. Item 9 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 9 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 13, report back on homeless prevention programs and resources for transitional age youth and older adults, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Cherie Todorov, Executive Director of our Homeless Initiative, Chief Executive Office, and Dr. Laura Trejo, Director of Aging and Disabilities, are available for questions. Supervisor Barger, I will turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank Supervisor Mitchell for co-authoring this motion with me. As you know, we are facing an ever-growing humanitarian crisis on our streets. In 2020, LAHSA reported that an estimated average of 207 people exit homelessness every day, while 227 people become homeless. Additionally, the 2023 Los Angeles Continuum of Care youth count suggests that our youth homeless saw about a 40% increase from 2022 to 2023, bringing the total to 3,894 youth who are living on the streets, while we witnessed the transitional unsheltered count double. And I think that number is low. I think it's probably far higher than we even know. In addition to an increase of youth homelessness, another key population growth that has seen steady growth has been seniors, with approximately 11% increase in homelessness from 2022 to 2023. Around 5,000 of this group are ages 64 and older. Again, I think these numbers are low. Many of these older adults face difficult challenges associated with health issues and rising medical costs, fixed incomes based on pensions, savings, and Social Security, and more difficulty navigating technology pathways to prevention-based resources. This data has necessitated urgent action from this board to prevent inflows into homelessness to help curb the ongoing increase of homelessness. Given our heavily burdened systems and limited resources, we also know that it's more costly to rehouse homeless households compared to keeping individuals housed. To that end, in 2022, the board adopted the new Homeless Initiative Framework that focused on 3 key partners: mainstream government systems, the rehousing system, and partnership with cities, each taking action to coordinate, prevent, connect, house, and stabilize people experiencing or at risk of being homeless. Subsequently, by declaring a local emergency for homelessness and approving the CEO's recommended state of the emergency framework on January 10th of 2023 and February 7th of 2023 respectively, the board once again emphasized the need to prioritize prevention by adopting the 4th mission on eviction prevention on October 3rd, 2023. I co-authored this motion with Supervisor Horvath because I believe that homelessness prevention also directly impacts the success of the existing 3 emergency missions, which are primarily focused on responsiveness on our homeless rehousing system. Last year, the board was advised that homelessness prevention was in a planning phase, as we are trying to align with the RD Prevention Task Force and now the Prevention and Promotion Systems Governing Committee. It's my understanding that the task force final work plan will be submitted to the board at the end of 2024, but I believe we can simply not wait that long. The governing committee's work is intended to amplify, but not delay, the CEO's HI's urgent efforts in preventing inflows into homelessness. This motion focuses on 2 especially vulnerable populations today. However, given the board's past actions, I believe it is imperative to enhance and scale up homelessness prevention work across the county systems now in all categories. Given this urgency and the need for specialized support of our TAY and older adult populations, I respectfully ask for your support. But I would like to ask just a couple of questions for Cherie and Dr. Trejo regarding our program on homelessness prevention and older adults program, if that's okay. So Cherie, how has homeless prevention been prioritized since the adoption of our new people experiencing homeless missions? And what enhancements or expansions has the CEO HI implemented specifically aimed to reduce inflow into homelessness?
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisor and Board. Thank you for that question. So we have been prioritizing prevention. One of the things leading out of the work that happened with the new framework and as we went into the emergency declaration, what we've done in my team have established the first ever dedicated team within the Homeless Initiative focusing on prevention. So previously we did not have a single person that was their entire focus area. We now have a team of 3 people who are focusing on prevention. This is a growth and expansion area for us. And I want to also add that this is the only single area, like a particular focal area under the new framework with those 5 areas that has its team dedicated specifically to that. So there's actually more people dedicated to the prevention team than we have, for example, entirely focusing on interim housing or permanent housing. So we have established it as a priority. We are working in a couple of areas. One of them, of course, is with the resources that we oversee to make sure that they are being used in the most effective way possible and keeping as many people in their homes as possible. As it relates to older adults and TAY, our prevention programs are actually in a way disproportionately serving older adults, and I'll give you an example of that. Like the first quarter of 23-24, where older adults make up about 25% of the population experiencing homelessness, they're receiving almost 50% of the prevention services. So we recognize the vulnerability of older adults and the need to focus in that area. And we'll acknowledge we can always look at our programs and always do better, and we continue to do that and partner with our colleagues to do that as well. Another focus area, of course, is working with our other county departments. Much of the prevention resources are actually administered by other county departments, and it's really important that we look at prevention as a whole within the county. And so we have been focused on understanding all of those prevention resources, understanding who they serve and how they can work together as a system and how we can navigate client to the resource that they are eligible for. The next sort of level of that is how we're able to do that in a way that is more operating like a no wrong door for the client. So we get them to the resource that they need. They don't have to figure out how many doors they have to go knock on to get there. So that's the next iteration of our work together with our county departments to be able to get clients to the right prevention resource.
Thank you. And I'll limit my questions because I've got a lot, actually more than I thought. I've been notified that the CEO is presenting the 1-year anniversary report on the state of emergency on homelessness at the February 13th board meeting. Is prevention going to be part of this report? Are you going to highlight the prevention piece?
We are going to be coming back with a full report on prevention, yes.
Good, excellent. And then for the Department of Aging, how has the Department of Aging been working with communities through our county community centers and senior centers to build relationships as a trusted partner so that we can get out information and key resources such as homeless prevention programs or housing programs?
Thank you, Supervisor, for that opportunity to address this very important and emerging issue in our space. Our department is very much present in really mobilizing not only our senior centers, our 14 senior centers, but also mobilizing the aging network in Los Angeles. We've entered into historic partnerships, for example, with the federally designated area agency of the city and their entire network. One of the things I'm very proud of is we're now creating regional approaches and responses to supporting older adults' independence and also to preventing older adults from triggering into homelessness. For example, one of the ways that I've been working with philanthropy is in developing funding resources for microgrants. We've been working with small nonprofits because what we've identified, I'll give you an example, 78-year-old woman living in an apartment gets told, you know, people that don't walk very well can't live in an independent living, which was an appropriate caution to the person, but it terrified this older woman. She couldn't afford $78 for a pair of support garments for her legs to control her edema. This microgrant allowed her to do that, and in very short term, we were able to stabilize her ability to remain independent in subsidized housing. So this is one of the ways that the Department of Aging has been leading in trying to develop innovative approaches in working with older adults. We also challenged the California Department of Aging. I reached out to the director, and as a result of our conversations, the first ever roundtable to have a conversation about how do we prevent homelessness among older adults in California was hosted here in Los Angeles. And we were really fortunate to have Secretary Galley actually participate in that event, in addition to several other major state departments. So our department is not only engaging locally, but we're also trying to figure out how to engage with our state and other partners across the region in order for us to be able to come up with the solutions that older adults require in order to stay safe in their own homes.
Thank you, Dr. Trejo. All right, with that, I would ask for your support. I know that the challenges we're facing with those that are on the street, and I truly do believe by investing in prevention, it's not only, to me, ethically and morally the right thing to do, but from a financial standpoint as well, it is the right thing to do. So again, thank you, Cherie, for your work on HI. And I know that the staffing issue is being addressed as it relates to really making sure that you get the staffing you need to follow through with the mandates that this board is pushing. I want to make sure we help you succeed and lift you up as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, my office got a call yesterday from 721 Leadership saying that they wanted to be a part of this planning process. So I don't know if there'll be members here today that'll talk about that, but I wanted to make sure that I just noted that for you and all of us. So I'll assume that I see them. Y'all handle your business. Okay. So thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing the motion forward. And in July of last year, I was proud to be a part of our effort to establish the infrastructure for a prevention and promotion services delivery system. That's really important because from my perspective, we need to do all that we can upstream to prevent people from hitting the county safety net. So this, I think, is a part of that effort. And so as I understand it and why I'm supportive, the motion before us today provides for HI and all the departments that currently have housing and homelessness prevention programs in their portfolio to really have collective outcomes for TAY youth, and that's important. While the Prevention and Promotion Systems Governing Committee establishes its bylaws and creates the longer range vision and outcomes for all county prevention efforts, this motion gives us strategic shorter term coordination for the existing programs. We know that data pulled from our now old point in time count showed an overall increase in TAY youth experiencing homelessness. Most notably in SPA 6 of my district, there was a 158% increase in people experiencing homelessness aged 80 and over. And so we are continuing to work and support Pathway Home and bringing people into housing. And I think this motion is just a continued step in that process. And for those reasons, I'm glad to be a part of the motion and will be supporting it today.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues, Supervisor Barger and Mitchell, for bringing this item forward. I think it's really going to be an important report back on the homeless prevention programs and resources for our transitional age youth and our older adults. It's just shocking to me that that report, feel like it was up from San Francisco, that seniors are the fastest growing group entering homelessness. And from 2017 to 2021, seniors experiencing homelessness increased by 84%. That's so shocking, I think, to most people, too. Every time we have our discussions about our crisis that we're in, somehow it just is not in our minds that we're talking about seniors. Laura, what do you, I mean, you mentioned, you know, one example of how we help. What is causing this? Well, what is at the root of this happening?
You know, there's I think it's a perfect storm. We have affordability in terms of.
No pun intended.
Sorry about that. I forgot about it. But, you know, older adults are facing very limited income that doesn't allow them to be able to be very flexible when costs change. That happens a lot in our office. We get calls in panic when rents go up even slightly. I had two 80-year-olds in my office, and their concern was over a $60 increase. For them, they literally tracked it for me that in about 6 months, they would be evicted from their placement. And they were coming in to try to find out, well, how could we support them? So for us, it's not only the income, it's also the cost of housing. It's the lack of availability of affordable housing in our areas. And it's also the lack of supportive housing for older people. Older people's needs change over time as they're aging. One of the things that I'm doing is I'm working with housers, people that are in senior housing, to try to figure out what solutions should we be coming up with to provide supports for older people to be able to stay in that housing longer and prevent them from actually becoming homeless. So a lot of the work of our department right now is to really be strategically identifying what are some of the emerging trends, because 50% of all the new homeless are over the age of 50 years old. So in our department, that is an incredible crisis that is emerging that we are trying to figure out how to even understand it and how to get ahead of it. Not a lot of models, not a lot of programs, a little bit of research, very little. And so a lot of us in the field are really in a situation where we're learning from the experts. We're learning from people with lived experience who share with us their experiences in trying to cope with the situation that they're living in.
Well, thank you for that. And I also, every time I look at you, I'm really glad that we have created our Department of Aging and Disabilities, and we're lucky to have you as department head. Glad we took you from down the street. Because again, I think to have a department solely focused on our seniors, and now we're asking for your expertise as it relates to the homeless crisis, but it's also the younger people, the transitional age youth. 175,000, this is a report from the state, 175,000 people younger than 25 have interacted with the homeless system. Again, many of them coming from our foster system. You know, this is, I'm going to support this, of course, want to see this report back. Here's some of my frustration, colleagues, and I think I bring it up every year when we approve our Measure H dollars. We're approving today, I believe, $600 million. And I always feel like these reports are sort of, the timing is off. Because I bet we're going to hear some things that maybe we should have put more money in certain pockets. So I think, Cherie, have we given you some kind of a authority to, if this report comes back and says, oh my gosh, we have not been appropriating enough money in prevention for these two age groups, do you have the ability to tweak the bucket, so to speak?
So we do have the ability to continuously sort of adjust and improve what we're doing to do better. So we take this type of information and we look at like how we're already programming our dollars, and are we learning from working with our partners, our stakeholders, and hearing from consumers about ways that we could make adjustments so that we're having greater impact. So that's something that we're continuously doing all of the time. When it comes to moving dollars, I need to be very transparent that the dollars are largely, they're in a contract, they're funding a shelter, they're keeping somebody in permanent housing. So we have larger decisions and conversations to have when we're talking about making significant adjustments from one category to another, because it does mean.
I mean, I get that, because we, by the way, colleagues, we went from 37, strategies to 5 strategies, and it just seems like we're always, these reports coming back telling us where the resources should go, feels to me they come after we've already appropriated. So one of these years, we're going to get all these reports, processed, 6 months before on the date that we appropriate our Measure H dollars. And that's what I still hope for. It's certainly not criticizing you two for thinking about this and bringing this forward, but you see my frustration a little bit. And it seems a little backwards how sometimes we get the information after we've already appropriate. But I do know that it's a fluid situation, and I do know that you're right. Our money is contracted to specific things, but these kinds of things frustrate me just a little bit, because we more than anything want to target our dollars, and we want to target the taxpayer dollars to where it's going to actually address this crisis. And these are 2 areas that maybe we didn't have information about specifically before. And hopefully when we get the report back, we'll be able to make the adjustments we need to make, because it is shocking, both of these 2 age. It's interesting that this report covers both of these age groups. Couldn't be farther apart on the age spectrum, but 2 very needy populations as it relates to our humanitarian crisis on our streets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. And I too want to thank Supervisors Barger and Mitchell for bringing this item forward. We are under a state of emergency, of course, and as a board, we make significant investments in programs that provide interim housing, outreach, and subsidies for people who have lost their homes. And these populations, as Supervisor Hahn just said, are very deserving and in need of additional support. As we think about our Measure H dollars, I know there's been requests for us to think about accountability in terms of how we use those dollars, in this case, to support these 2 populations. But I think as we think about the future of Measure H, we also have to think about flexibility and empowering the ability for us to move dollars when things like this are revealed, that certain populations are in need or need a different kind of support than we've been providing. We have to be able to make those shifts. So noted for our future as it relates to Measure H. But over a third of our transition age youth identify as LGBTQ+, and were turned out of their homes by their family at least once. And for older adults, often experiencing homelessness for the first time in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, this is incredibly devastating. So I want to thank our departments for working on this motion. I'm grateful for the direction that my colleagues have given and the questions that they've asked to highlight how this will come forward. And I too heard from SEIU 721 about the partnership that they would like to have in making sure that these programs are delivering the results that we all expect. In my mind, this motion reflects the care and compassion we have for our most vulnerable populations, and I am proud to support it. Seeing no others in the queue, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Dexter O'Connell, Denisha Arcady, Jose Melendez, Mario Morgan, Natasha Smith, and Patricia McAllister, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 13, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Agia Wilson. You may begin.
My name is Asia Wilson, and I am a member of STIU 721. I work with Adult Protective Services in the APS Region 5 at the MLK Hub. And I also support this motion before the Board of Supervisors. I can't stress enough how important it is for you to examine the inner workings of this department. We are confident that you see what we see. When it comes to the workforce at APS, we do our absolute best. We take the needs of our clients very seriously. We give them our time and our attention that they deserve, to receive the services that they need in order for us to help enhance the quality of their life. And it's important, and we know how important our work is. And as it was stated before, the elderly population is the fastest growing population of homelessness in LA, and that is a tragedy. And so,
thank you. Your
LA
time
County
has
says it's
expired.
serious.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roberto Fonseca. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Can
Go
you hear me?
ahead. Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Good evening, board members. I'm here in support of item 13. Now, you're going to utilize the Adult Protective Services program to assist the homeless under this motion, which is under the direction of Laura Trejos. I would strongly recommend the following. Number one, examine the caseload ratio by social worker that APS has right now. Number two, examine the recent changes to the program which are potentially detrimental to the older population, as well as disrespectful to the social worker and create potential liability issues to the county. One of the examples is the backlog received by 211. They have raised exponentially every day. This creates unattended cases, particularly on Saturdays and Sundays, between 5:30 a.m. and 4 p.m., when there is close to no social worker attended to those cases and determine their urgency, as well as violating the policy that was created recently. And last but not the least, it is imperative to look at the policy and see what the policy does or doesn't do based upon what it goes from the field as opposed to what is in writing. Ms. Laura Trejos has stated in the past that she would never negotiate the safety of her clients.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
She's doing exactly
Next
the
speaker,
opposite.
please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
We have no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Hello, members of the board. Dexter O'Connell, a safe place for youth on the west side. A genuine pleasure again, and perhaps happier for this item, because prevention is the key. And we agree with Supervisor Hahn that shifting focus to transition age youth prevention programs is really valuable. I want to highlight SPI's Stepping Stones partnership with DCFS, which ensures that no youth has to age out of foster care into homelessness. And that partnership keeps beds open to ensure that DCFS is a place to put young people whose foster care transition plan falls through. We want to appreciate the effort of Supervisor Horvath's team to ensure that that demonstration program can continue and encourage the county to focus on successful prevention programs like that one going forward into the future, because prevention programs are often both more innovative in strategy and more meaningful, especially for young people. Again, we appreciate the specific focus on young people and look forward to a continued successful partnership with the various county agencies and the members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, hello, supervisors. My name is Denisha Arcady, and I'm a social worker with the Lancaster, Palmdale, Santa Clarita Office, Adult Protective Services, which is a unit in the county's Department of Aging and Disabilities. First off, I would like to thank Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Mitchell for introducing this vital motion. I've been a social worker for 20 years, and I've worked every day to make sure seniors in our community don't fall into homelessness and that they are connected to vital resources they need to survive. As we analyze what improvements can be made in our homeless prevention strategies, I call on the county's office officials to please listen to people on the ground like me who work with our seniors and others in need every day. For years, we have dealt with understaffing, creating big backlogs, delays in services for vulnerable people, yet we see little urgency to address this by our department's leadership, instead see management practices, procedures that we believe undermine our work.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Marlo Morgan, and I'm a member of SEIU 721. I work in Adult Protective Services at the APS San Pedro Field Office, and I want to express our strong support for the motion. It is time for LA County to take strong action in Adult Protective Services. I can tell you this, Absolutely, more attention needs to be paid to this department. The job vacancy rate is far too high. In fact, it is at the core of so many of our problems. Every day, we get urgent referrals on matters that affect some of LA County's most vulnerable people, the elderly. Our work cannot be delayed, yet the workforce is spread way too thin, and it has been this way for too long. When we don't have enough people to do the job or do it thoroughly, it is the clients who suffers. If the client is on the streets or on the verge of being homeless, they suffer, and in a way, we all do. Let's keep the focus on the department. We, the workforce at Department of Aging, support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hermes Jose Melendez, I am a member of SEIU 721. I work for the Aging and Disabilities Adult Protective Services at the Whittier Mobile Unit. I also support this motion before the Board of Supervisors today. I feel compelled to emphasize it's important to hear from everyone in Aging and Disabilities Adult Protective Services. I mean, not just by Aging and Disabilities Department managers, heads, but the front line. This Board of Supervisors is determined to solve LA County's homeless situation. That's great, but I'm asking you to make sure to get everyone's stake. I'm asking that you not do what Aging and Disability Department has to do. They take a strictly top-down approach, and that means they only see things from one perspective. We on the front line have a lot of insight as to what works and what doesn't. Too often it gets ignored by department heads.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
There are no more speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Item 13 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 13 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 20, preventing homelessness among survivors of domestic violence, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I will turn it to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me and also for joining me as a co-author on the motion. As we continue to look for solutions to decrease the number of people living in our streets, we need to look at opportunities to close a pipeline into homelessness. And we know that one of the many factors that can lead to homelessness is domestic and intimate partner violence. A recent survey conducted by the Benoff Homelessness and Housing Initiative at UC San Francisco showed that 1 in 5 women who becomes homeless in California flee their homes to escape violence and escalating abuse by an intimate partner. Intimate partner violence increases the risk of homelessness for survivors, but particularly for those with limited financial resources. And while intimate partner violence is often associated with women, the survey reported that 44% of men experiencing homelessness experience sexual violence, physical violence, and stalking by an intimate partner at some point in their lifetime. Overall, intimate partner violence increased participants' risk of losing their housing, with many survivors fleeing for their personal safety. The findings in this report mirror the results of the Downtown Women's Center's county-wide women's needs assessment, which I championed at the Board of Supervisors. The 2022 countywide women's needs assessment showed that among unhoused women in Los Angeles County, 48.4% had experienced intimate partner violence, and another 28.7% reported leaving permanent housing because of domestic or interpersonal violence. When these women end up in encampments, they're at the increased risk of further violence, which only perpetuates the cycle of trauma. As the county continues to grapple with the growing homelessness crisis, I think it's imperative to look for opportunities to prevent individuals from falling into homelessness by preventing survivors of intimate partner violence from becoming homeless in the first place. The county can reduce the inflow into homelessness and prevent the cycle of trauma that persists. That's why I authored this motion directing the Department of Public Health, in partnership with the CEO Homeless Initiative, LAHSA, and community-based and faith-based organizations, to report back in 90 days with the following: an assessment of the resources available to serve domestic violence survivors and prevent them from becoming homeless, and gaps analysis indicating what resources are lacking for prevention of homelessness among the IPV survivors and resources for those that do fall into homelessness, and recommendations for board consideration to improve the system of prevention of IPV survivors and to better serve IPV survivors who are unhoused. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, and thank you for allowing me to co-author this motion with you. We often say, as it relates to homelessness, that keeping people in the housing they're in as a form of prevention is a great way to prevent homelessness. But obviously, in the case of people who are in a violent home, they shouldn't have to choose between fleeing a violent home or being on the streets, especially when they might be with small children who also are in need of shelter and care. Women in particular fleeing abusive homes face new risks of violence while living on the streets, as we've heard in earlier items today. Lots of themes around perpetuating the traumatic cycle of abuse. This motion provides critical information to inform our board's plan to address intimate partner violence and the homelessness that is often the result. And we've made gender-based violence prevention a top policy priority for all of the reasons that we've been saying all day today. And I know that our deputies in the policy meeting that will be on February 15th and going forward will continue to focus on ways that we can implement change on these issues. So in our fight to end homelessness, we have to keep our most vulnerable people safe. And to create a more just Los Angeles County, this is a battle we must be ready to face head on. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for taking this on, and seeing no others in the queue. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Donald Harlan, Maisha McCoy, Patricia McAllister, and Soma Snake Oil, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 20, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Taya Heisel. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Taya Heisel, again, the policy manager for Downtown Women's Center. We just want to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath for their leadership in this motion to call for reporting on preventing homelessness amongst domestic violence survivors. As this motion highlights, the 2022 LA County Women's Needs Assessment, the most up-to-date comprehensive study on women's homelessness within LA County, shows that domestic violence is a prominent cause of homelessness for women, as well as their continued vulnerability to violence when unhoused. Prioritizing the support of victims of domestic violence will help to prevent women from experiencing homelessness and further violence. This motion will require the report back necessary to support those most vulnerable. Downtown Women's Center therefore urges the board to vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Luis Tron. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Lily Tran. I'm calling on behalf of the YWC of San Gabriel Valley in support of Supervisor Hilda L. Solis for her motion to prevent homelessness among survivors of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Please vote yes on item 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tracy Evanson. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tracy, and I am the Executive Director with Healed Women Heal, and I am calling to request that you would please vote yes on item 20. IPV is a major driver of homelessness. A survey of homeless women in Los Angeles County found that 53% had experienced domestic violence or intimate partner violence in their lifetime. We need more resources to prevent this from happening. We work with survivors of abuse, and housing and finances are a huge barrier. And while we're helping to support survivors with boundary setting, communication, and decision-making, sometimes returning to an abusive relationship is the alternative to being homeless, and that's just not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Constanza Pachon. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Constanza?
Constanza, possibly have your mute button on?
Yes, thank you.
We can hear you now.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Constanza Pachon, CEO of The Whole Child, an organization providing mental health and housing services in LA County. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to prevent homelessness among survivors of domestic violence. As provider of housing services, we see almost up to 60% of our residents in our shelters being survivors of domestic violence. Motions and initiatives like the one in front of you today will definitely help us understand more the plight that they are suffering and the trauma we need to address before they are fully ready to transition into permanent housing. This motion will help us ensure that adequate resources are allotted to address this growing issue. Please vote yes on item 20. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ruth Riviera. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Rivera. I'm with the East Los Angeles Women's Center. We are an organization that works with survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault and human trafficking. We want to thank Supervisors Solis and Hobart for bringing this motion forward, and the Board of Supervisors for the steadfast support in providing voices for the survivors of domestic violence. Our organization has seen firsthand how homelessness and domestic violence interconnect and see the aftermath of those who leave their homes without readily resources available. Due to the VOCA cuts that we are also facing and impacting our services, it is imperative for preventative motions like this to pass and assist to provide a ample resources for survivors who want to leave and not run the risk of being re-traumatized and re-victimized when they are unhoused. We thank you all for your support on this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jason Bautista. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Bautista, Policy Associate at Thai Community Development Center. Thai CDC is a nonprofit based in East Hollywood, Thai town that provides a broad range of services from legal aid, food access, and such to Thais and other marginalized ethnic communities in the area. I wanted to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to prevent homelessness among survivors of domestic violence. With over 75,000 unhoused Angelenos living in the streets of Los Angeles, the County Board of Supervisors must look at ways to prevent the inflow into homelessness. For women who end up on our streets, domestic violence is often a factor that leads them to homelessness. We need more resources to prevent survivors of domestic violence from becoming homeless in the first place. This motion will help us get there and will help us ensure that adequate resources are allowed to address this growing issue. Please vote yes on item 20. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And we have no further speakers in queue to address the board.
We'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Soma. I'm Executive Director of the Sidewalk Project. I'm speaking as a provider that does domestic violence work, but I'm also speaking as a survivor of domestic violence. I am in support of item number 20. Within a 6-month period last year, my team placed 43 women fleeing intimate partner violence and exploitation into interim housing, none of whom we were able to place through the overstretched DV service system. Our services are so low barrier that our drop-in has functioned for many women as a walk-in crisis center. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for your motion to prevent homelessness among survivors of domestic violence. With over 75,000 unhoused Angelenos living in the streets of Los Angeles, the County Board of Supervisors must look at ways to prevent the inflow into homelessness, including creating a robust DV service and DV prevention system. For women ending up on our streets, DV is often I'm going to wrap it up because I don't have much more time. Please vote yes on item 20. The Sidewalk Project and myself are in full support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Maisha McCoy. I am with the Cambodia Association for Domestic Violence. I go every Wednesday, and I do approve of Agenda 20 for all of my domestic violence sisters who need services. We do get services from LA County DPSS, but unfortunately we have to have documents, and a lot of those people don't have documents or whatever when you're trying to flee a scene of being a victim of getting battered. So I don't understand why the Department of Public Social Services requests for us to have documents to get temporarily housing. So I do appreciate the fact that you guys are coming up with ways to support the domestic violence victim women, because it's a lot of us that's in that group that talk about it every Wednesday, how they don't have nowhere to go. And last year in July, I had a baby who was 20 years old, called me at 1 o'clock in the morning, scared for her life because she was getting beat up by her baby daddy and didn't have nowhere to go. And I do approve of Measure 20. Thank you very much. Sorry, Agenda 20.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony and for sharing that feedback. Item 20 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 20 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. I think I'm the only one who has motions today, so I'd like to read two urgency motions. Yesterday, I had the privilege of spending time in our Emergency Operations Center. We're fortunate to have such a dedicated team working to keep Los Angeles County safe. My sincere gratitude to our Director of OEM, McGowan, Fire Chief Maroney, Sheriff Luna, our Public Works Director, Mark Pastrella. So many people came together to have a world-class response to what this storm and time of emergency has been. And it's clear that our preparation, regional coordination, and clear communication to the public paid off. As Director Pastrella has shared, we experienced 1,000 cuts, potholes, debris flows, a collapsed bikeway, but it could have been way worse. However, there remains devastation from Topanga Canyon to the Hollywood Hills to my colleague Supervisor Barger's Soledad Canyon community that had to evacuate. For every resident of our canyon communities and anyone experiencing debris flows, these have been terrifying days with significant recovery ahead. We know that Los Angeles County is here for you and we will recover together, and I appreciate my colleagues' support and actions throughout the storm. I know that you all have had to show up in extraordinary ways for your residents, especially in unincorporated areas. I ask for your support in ratifying our emergency proclamation so that we can bring all resources forward to recover from the storm. And a note to our community, we are not out of the woods yet. Please be cautious and on alert, especially in our canyons where rock slides and debris flow remain a serious risk. Let all emergencies be a reminder to ready ourselves for the next one. Proper preparation makes all the difference. And so I believe you have the ratification of a proclamation of local emergency for winter storms. I will read the directives and then we'll have to make the finding that it's an urgency item and then vote on the item after. So based on the foregoing and pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, I therefore move that the board determine there is a need to take immediate action to ratify the proclamation of local emergency, and that the need to take this action came to the attention of the board subsequent to the posting of the agenda for today's meeting. And I therefore move that the board ratify the attached proclamation of local emergency made on February 4th, 2024 for the winter storms in the County of Los Angeles. The proclamation of local emergency shall remain in effect until its termination is proclaimed by the board. Directive 2, to direct the Chief Executive Office of Emergency Management to forward a copy of the proclamation of local emergency to the Director of California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Director, and request the Director to find it acceptable in accordance with the state law, make available recovery assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, and expedite access to state and federal resources and any other appropriate federal disaster relief programs. And 3, direct county departments to implement all assessment, assistance, and monitoring efforts as applicable. So that is a motion. I would entertain if there's a second. Okay. Finding that there's a motion and a second, we will now need to vote on placing this urgency motion on today's agenda, and then we will vote on the motion after public comment. So I move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
So the urgency finding is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Also, I move that the board makes a finding pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2 that there is a need to take immediate action, and the need for action came to the attention of the board subsequent to the agenda being posted, and place on this agenda the following closed session item for consideration. CS4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation, one case. I believe that references, as well as CS5, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, one case, Suitability Determination of the Barry J. Nydorf Secure Youth Treatment Facility by the Board of State and Community Corrections. I will move it. Seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Okay. And this urgency finding is before us. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Urgency finding for CS4 and CS5 closed session items is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors, as well as general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on remaining items, as well as general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. Thank you.
Will Leslie Amaya, Delora Ellis Gant, Michael Pitkin, Donald Harlan, Maisha McCoy, and Soma Snake Oil please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address all remaining items and general public comment, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Paul Hennessy. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm commenting on general public comment and item 17. We need to address the root cause of diabetes, one of which is acute COVID infections. Even if they're mild, they lead to long-term effects like diabetes. Childhood diabetes on the rise because of unmitigated spread of COVID actually increases that risk. Children are more likely to have antibodies that attack insulin-producing cells. This occurs in both unvaccinated and vaccinated people. We cannot successfully do anything for Diabetes Month without protection from clean indoor air investments. We need investments in clean air in schools, public transit, and forest congregate settings, not to mention masking and healthcare. Awareness for diabetes, like Diabetes Month, is great, but addressing root cause is even more important. Furthermore, there is no evidence to suggest that California's public health one-day COVID isolation policy is based on any science, as those with COVID can be contagious for 10 days. So I'm calling to ask the board to reinstate masks in healthcare, urge for clean indoor air investments in forest congregate settings, and to reverse the one-day COVID isolation policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Steve Carter. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you, Steve. Go ahead.
Hello? It's T Carter to start. So if you could set my time back. I didn't know he was calling my name because he said Steve, but the extra T is in Tom. If you could start my time over.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm calling in regards to public comment, item number 2 and item number 4. And I also would like to respond to Mrs. Mitchell, who made a comment in reference to my comment last week on public comment. She waited until after I commented, and I also think it's biased that when I made a comment, the board let Mrs. Mitchell speak, but she got to speak without a time period. But I was only given a certain amount of time. In response to what Ms. Mitchell stated last week, that I was assisted and her office made many attempts to assist me, that is not true. I presented information to Ms. Mitchell's office, and there has been no investigation as I asked her to present my matter to all board members regarding Mrs. Sabales and her 2 staff members, Hispanic, who discriminated against me. Mrs. Mitchell says the sheriff's department tried to get in contact with me. I have documentation and proof they did not. And it's interesting that the history of the sheriff's department, Mrs. Mitchell elects to believe the sheriff's department. She elects to believe them versus actual documents. I have documentation where they ignore my matter. Ms. Mitchell still have not presented my matter to all board members regarding Mrs. Sabales and her staff members discriminated against me, and her staff members prevented me from filing a claim form that was about the sheriff's department. So all these agendas that Ms. Mitchell is speaking about fair employment and all these things, she still has ignored my matter as an African-American male within her district, as she does other races of people. When she says she doesn't want to vote for a ceasefire, when she has Muslims in her district, my matter has still been unresolved, and Mrs. Zabales and the 2 Hispanic females are still working for the Board of Supervisors. So if she could resolve my matter, I would have documentation of the results. I don't have that. No, I'm asking for the entire board to get my matter from Mrs. Mitchell, and I would like the board members to review my matter of discrimination, what I reported, and for Ms. Mitchell to respond to the public to say, and we helped Mr. Carter. The employees are still working there, and I was discriminated against. And I have emails from a whole year to the Board of Supervisors where no one ever responded. The BOS at customer service, at executive office, I had the emails. How come I come on here every week and none of the board members say, give us the emails? So I'm going to give I'm going to send the emails to Mrs. Horvath's office. She's one of the non-biased people here, the representative from Palmdale, a very nice lady. I never met her. She seems to be a very nice lady. I'm going to send her all the emails from Ms. Mitchell's office and every documentation to show the neglect. So when you get that letter, whatever supervisor, if you could forward it over to all the departments so we can see the lies that Ms. Mitchell stated, that she properly assisted me. And I'm going to send you the documentation where the office never responded to my emails. But she said she made all these telephone calls while the sheriff department did not properly handle my matter. But she tells the public she has all these contacts to the sheriff department. Also, Ms. Mitchell is a part of the MTA division, and she does not advocate for African Americans to have phone charges the way phone charges are in West LA. And to the shareholder, you are a shareholder for the MTA board, and in West LA, all of that area, they have phone charges at their bus stops. Mrs. Mitchell doesn't advocate for her district, African Americans, to have to have phone charges at their bus stops.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Mm-hmm.
Our next speaker is Jose Martinez. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. The reason that I am calling, and that this is, I don't know if it falls within some of the motions that you have already put forward, but I will enter it as a general comment. I would like to speak about 3 different things. One thing would be that I became aware that the isolation period for COVID was moved down to 1 day. And being a molecular biologist and I have a bachelor's in biomedical science also from Monterrey Tech in Mexico. I am very sure that 1 day is not sufficient as a isolation period, given that there is.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give a general public comment. How much time is afforded? Because it seemed like the Mr. Mitchell antagonist got a very long period. I don't know if that was to offset his comment that Mitchell was given more time. She shouldn't talk back at public comment if she can avoid it. I'd like to make 2 points. One is I really think 3 discrete, an early bird, public comment period, leave all the items open, middle of the day for the lunchtime people, public comment, leave all the items open, and then the cocktail hour public comment period. So people who can't get there until the end of their day is a much better way to hear from folks, just to be clear. And you can vote at the end in a way that makes it easier. Secondly, I think Mark Pastrell is doing a great job rescuing the county and great job, but he's got to provide the lease agreement if he wants to give one to Harvard Westlake, and it should be a subject of an agenda item because the people of our community who are inside the 3rd district.
Thank you.
And the 5th
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Well, that's bullshit.
Our next participant is John Friend. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Yes, I stepped away for a second. Are we on the thing for the number 19, or just can I comment on 19?
You can comment on 19. Go ahead.
Okay. There's a problem here that food truck drivers, they mortgage their homes to buy the trucks. I'm not in the food business, and they cannot compete against the people in the tents, and they're going to lose their homes and their trucks because if you let the tents go up, they'll become homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mel Bailey. Please go ahead.
Mel, go ahead. Mel Bailey?
I didn't have my hand up.
Okay, we'll go to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Alberta Franklin. Please go ahead.
And I've been here looking at it.
Alberta, go ahead. Alberta?
But I thought she was like that.
Alberta, we can hear you. Okay, she can't hear us, so we'll go to the next speaker, please.
I thought I would grab one. Yeah, that's what it's for. You could
One
have.
moment.
People can stop by and grab one.
Next speaker, please.
One moment. Okay, our next speaker is Roy Humphreys. Please go ahead.
Issues. Here's one on Hitler Solis is noted in the, I believe it's Los Angeles Times, so I'm not mistaken, says, hey, we're going to tear down men's central jail with no replacement. And to that the good supervisor should be allowed to immediately be incarcerated. That is a crime against humanity. Okay, number 2, that we have on the news here, Catherine Barger telling the news people, hey, when asked, why is it that the men's central jail isn't down yet, yada, yada, yada. And she says, lack of political will. And to wit, immediately, all supervisors should have their offices moved to men's central jail until such time as they can find their political will to do the task for the people. It has been gone, and it's nauseating. You should be ashamed of yourself. Maybe you just need to have a good man on the board there to get things done. This is Roy Humphreys from Rowland Heights, which is sorely neglected by the supervisors of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Albert Acuna. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Albert Acuna. I'd like to address 2 issues. One, could you please acknowledge the Gabrielino Shoshone tribe of Mission Indians, headed by Nick Roca, on your acknowledgement of tribes at the beginning of your what you know what I'm talking about. Secondly, I'm a Gabrielino Quiche Mission native. I'm an elder and not a member of any tribe, nation, or splinter group. I speak only for my ancestors. I'm also a Vietnam veteran, born and raised in San Gabriel. I came before you September 12, 2023, and gave you the top portion of my genealogy report, probably the only native to do so. I speak today about the talk around town about Henniger Flats. If you're going to do anything with it, let the descendants of the Henniger family have a voice in it.
Thank you.
I
Your
buried
time
the
has expired. Next speaker,
cremated remains
please.
of my sister, Corinne Handiger, there. It's a sacred burial site.
Are there any other speakers, moderator?
And we have no further in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Delora Ellis Gann. I am the president of the Los Angeles County African American Employees Association, an organization that was founded in 2009, and I am a proud county employee of 37 years. I support Supervisor Mitchell's motion proclaiming February 2024 as African American History Month in Los Angeles County. We support this motion because many in our community have expressed being impacted by anti-Black hate and microaggressions. LaKea is committed to the work to build a more equitable County of Los Angeles and have made significant commitments to collaborate with those that are advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion. We will continue to build on our existing framework and focus on addressing anti-Black racism throughout our county. It is important for us to continue to celebrate Black culture and history as it will help us eliminate Black hate. LaKea will continue to support the county's ARTI strategies.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired, and thank you very much for your leadership and for being here today. Go ahead, next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to express support for item number 23. My name is Leslie Amaya Yanez, and I am the Public Affairs and Advocacy Manager for the Michelson Found Animals Foundation. I'm here on behalf of our spay and neuter program, which helps ensure that affordable, adequately funded, and easily accessible spay and neuter is available to all Los Angeles residents, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Our organization operates a grant program that funds high-volume spay-neuter training for veterinary professionals and provides grants to new and innovative opportunities for spay and neuter in our communities. Increasing access to affordable vet care is an essential public service, which not only helps control the pet population, but saves taxpayer dollars. We'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for her commitment to supporting accessible veterinary care to pet families, not only in her district, but across the county. Officially recognizing Spay and Neuter Awareness Month and offering free spay and neuter services through the month of February are both imperative steps to reaching the pets and pet families experiencing the highest need in Los Angeles. We support Supervisor Solis'.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
I'm Donald Harlan. I'd like to speak on agenda items 11, 16, 18, 22, 27, 28, 29, 30, 47.
Okay, that's the maximum amount of time you can have, so go right ahead.
No comment.
We'll have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to say no on all those agenda items I mentioned. Agenda item number 11, Wilmington oil spill. I saw who did it. It was sabotage. The real estate's illegally developed there in Wilmington on my oil field. Somebody had poured something on the oil line there and some kind of acid or something. One of the workers from the oil field there in that illegal real estate development, who is not even supposed to be there, did the oil leak, and it's sabotage. Agenda item number 16, support for property tax payers. No, there's no escape assessments, and everybody has to pay. That goes the same thing with your parking fee waivers for the music center. Everybody has to pay parking now at the music center. No fee waivers for parking at the music center. Agenda item number 22, memorandum of understanding for the Fairplex. Yeah. The LA County Fairplex is just a parking lot. You guys aren't to be building anything or doing anything extra. There's no mechanism to run there or no program to run. There's no deals for you to make. It's just an open lot where they have the fair every year. That's all you need to worry about. Agenda item number 27, Homeless Initiative funding, Proposition HHH. You've triple spent this money already. And it specifically stated that Measure H funding was not supposed to be used for real estate development or housing whatsoever. And you guys have triple spent that. Agenda item number 28, totally destroy that. When somebody shows up to LA County and says, oh, I have an alternate payment system, or we have an alternate financial system, or we have an alternate title insurance system. It's your job as county workers to get rid of those people, to absolutely destroy them. Get the data from them, but then they're not to be doing anything in the county. Definitely destroy anybody that tries to do alternate title companies or support services. And also about the flooding, yeah, you guys are so dead. Hilda Solis remembers that because she went to the stripper pole straight after work on the day it flooded. She was the only one that survived that county supervisor's staff.
Your time
So
is
maybe you should
expired.
do-
Next speaker.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, general public comment. I am First Nations people of this earth. Rumor is my grandfather on my mother's side either killed the Russian royal family as an operative, or I am the real Russian royal family, as my aunts Anna and Mary did not survive the Russian Revolution. I do believe in freedom of religion, freedom of speech and of the press, and in the right to protest my own government. My grandfather was trained as a tailor in St. Petersburg. He was part of a team of tradesmen sent to establish lumber towns of Burns, Hines, Oregon. I guess he and all of my family have dual identities, similar to the movie Greenland, which now daily I am being gang stalked, harassed, hacked, abused, violated for being white privileged.
Thank you. Next speaker. Her mic is not working, so.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Maisha McCoy. I am a victim of neglect from LA County Health Department, and Section 8, a program that is supposed to provide safe housing for unprivileged Americans. My children and I were forced to live in an environment filled with roaches, rats, black mold, and severe water damage. Because Section 8 failed to properly inspect our home, LA County Health Department refused to inspect our home. To inspect my home. These hazards conditions, Section 8 continued to pay the owner instead of withholding payment until the necessary repairs were made. As a result, LA County neglected my family, and now we're homeless still. This experience has exposed the lack of accountability within LA County and LA County Development of Authority, Section 8. Section 8 receives significant funding from federal, state, and county sources, yet failed to effectively manage programs designed to.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Seeing no other speakers, Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following items are before you. Item 1, Item 3, Item 4 as revised, 7 and 8, 11 and 12, 14, 16 through 19, 21 through 31, 33 through 37, 40 through 57, 58 with Supervisor Barger abstaining from the vote, 59 with Supervisor Barger abstaining from the vote, 60 through 66, 67A through 67E, 67F with Supervisor Hahn recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Philip Starr, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. 68A and 68B, Supervisor Horvath's urgency read-in motions, 70 and 71, and 1D through 3D.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. Supervisor Mitchell will begin.
Madam Chair, I don't have any today. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few. First, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Carol Tantow, a longtime Venice resident and respected community leader. Carol passed away on December 28th at the age of 78. Carol was the youngest of Hart and Mary Tantow's children. She grew up in the Bay Area, receiving her BA in music at UC Berkeley. She was a lover of music and became an accomplished local pianist before moving to Southern California and developing her seamstress and jewelry designing skills. Carol owned and operated a jewelry store on Abbot Kinney for more than 30 years. She was heavily involved in her community, serving on the Venice Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors as president and later as treasurer. And I know she was a very strong advocate for women's rights. Carol was on several advisory boards for the city of Los Angeles and tirelessly contributed to community initiatives, such as renaming West Washington Boulevard to Abbot Kinney Boulevard, planting palm trees, and paving parking lots for use along Irving Tabor Court. Carol was a fierce advocate for victims of domestic violence and worked with others to help create support groups for victims. Carol will be remembered for her interest in the community in which she resided and her involvement in always keeping its best interests afloat through creativity, advocacy, and friendship. Members of our community like Carol, who make our community rich and beloved, may her memory live on alongside Abbot Kinney and in her favorite mantra, speak softly and carry a big stick. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Carl Weathers, who passed away on Thursday, February 1st at the age of 76. He was a resident of Venice as well. Weathers was born in New Orleans, and though his first love was acting, his undeniable athletic talent led him to play defensive end for San Diego State University. Weathers kept his love for acting alive by graduating with a degree in theater arts. After San Diego State, he joined the Raiders as an undrafted linebacker. After his football career ended, Weathers dedicated himself wholly to acting, where he began making regular television appearances on the shows Good Times and Kung Fu. Weathers' big break was as Apollo Creed in Rocky. Rocky was subsequently nominated for 10 Academy Awards, and Weathers' character became an international icon. Weathers' acting career soared to new heights as he took on multiple roles in movies and television, including the 1987 movie Predator, alongside Arnold Schwarzenegger. Weathers' charm and friendship extends past his roles on the big screen. He was a person beloved by many and a champion through and through. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of my good friend and many good friends. Ray Cordova was truly a man of the people, for the people. He was a driving force in our labor movement, and tirelessly he championed workers' rights, fair wages, the right to organize. It's a great picture of Ray. He led an extraordinary life. He was a Vietnam War veteran, serving as a sergeant in an airborne unit. He went to lay the foundation of the modern labor movement here in Los Angeles and Orange County, and was a mentor for many local elected officials, including myself. I was proud to call him a friend. I'm grateful for all the years we had together and the lessons he taught me. For well over 50 years, Ray spent his life in labor organizations and the Democratic Party. His work included leading the Communications Workers of America, Local 9571, and serving as a delegate to both LA and Orange County Labor Councils, and chair of the South County Labor Council, where he presided over quarterly breakfasts where everyone who was anyone showed up hoping to be introduced and allowed to speak by Ray. And he had two rules that he said every time. Number one, no talking unless I let you talk. Rule number two, refer to rule number one. And if anyone broke that, I don't care who they were, if they were talking in the back while someone else was talking, he would have them thrown out. He also did stints serving in federal and state government. He served as the senior deputy to California State Senator Ralph Dill. He was the district director for Congresswoman Grace Napolitano and assistant to State Controller John Chung. I visited him many times. Over a year now, he was in various care facilities in and around Long Beach. I visited him once with Congresswoman Grace Napolitano, and I really want to thank Congressmember Lou Carrera, who got him into the Long Beach VA hospital. Apparently, it takes an act of Congress to get somebody in the VA, and he did that. And Ray was so happy to be in the VA. He was such a proud Vietnam War veteran, and that made him so happy to be there. He's survived by some family members and his wife of 56 years, Suni, who was also in another care facility, and they would FaceTime each other. I'm sorry he never got to go home, but now he's truly home. And someone said, if the angels in heaven aren't unionized yet, Ray is hard at work already organizing them. But great man, really will miss him and did so much. We owe a lot. Every working person in LA County and Orange County owes so much to Ray Cordova. And I know Supervisor Solis is joining me in this adjournment.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. He was a giant, but he was also a gentleman, a strong labor advocate, and someone I recall now when you said he worked for Senator Dales. So I spent some time with Senator Dales. We were there at the same time. And I do remember him being there and being just very supportive and very involved locally in all kinds of races and campaigns and always pushing for the underdog. He was a mentor to me too, believe it or not. And his energy level and commitment to so many people, just honest, selfless, and a wonderful human being. I know he's in a better place, so take care up there, Ray. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And every time I went to visit him in whatever care facility he was in, he was always bragging about the staff that took care of him. And he wanted all of us to also honor the staff, the nurses, the doctors that took care of him. He was such a gentleman, as you said. So may he rest in peace. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Alice Jacobson, who was a lifelong resident of San Pedro. Passed away, she was 97. She attended Barton Hill Elementary, Dana Junior High, and San Pedro High School. Alice worked for Princess Cruises, the Hallmark store, and volunteered at the same hospital where she was born. Until age 90, Alice stayed active, playing badminton at Peck Park, participating in the San Pedro Senior Wednesday Club, and working out at the YMCA. But what she loved most was spending time with her family. She was preceded in death by her beloved husband, Jack, and daughter, Anne Marie. She's survived by her children, Nancy and Lois, John and Lucretia, and 4 grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Cletus Anderson, who was an icon in the Long Beach music scene. He died last week at the age of 82. In 1962, Anderson moved to Long Beach from Mississippi. In 1967, Anderson opened the first VIP Records in Long Beach on the corner of Pacific Coast Highway and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. It was there that he produced local artists like Snoop Dogg and Warren G., which led him to become a pivotal figure in West Coast rap. Under his guidance, at the height of its popularity, VIP Records had over 14 locations. It became an inspiration for music enthusiasts, celebrities, up-and-coming music artists, and record labels, and a cultural hub that celebrated the diversity of musical expression. He was a beloved family man, a mentor, and a friend to many in the industry. He will be missed very much by the community. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Lily Torres Valdez, a San Pedro resident who was 81 when she passed. She was born in Harlingen, Texas, and spent 40 years in the banking industry and finished her career at ILWU Local 63. She was very active in the San Pedro community for many years, participating in a variety of organizations, including the Chamber of Commerce, the Harbor Lights, a nonprofit dedicated to supporting the personnel of LAPD Harbor Division. She enjoyed arts and crafts, mariachis, music by the sea concerts at Point Fermin Park, and making tamales every year at Christmas with friends and family. Lily was an enthusiastic fan of the LA Dodgers and the Dallas Cowboys. She enjoyed traveling all over the country to visit her large family and many dear friends. Lily is survived by her brothers Paul and Sam, children Kathy, Robert, Albert, Teresa, Janie, and Jesse Paul, 24 grandchildren, 24 great-grandchildren, and numerous nieces and nephews who she loved dearly. She will be remembered for her community spirit. I knew Lily from the time I moved to San Pedro many, many years ago, and she was just a great force in our community. We will miss her. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Ivy Goolsby, a Long Beach born and raised business leader who was 71 when she passed away. Ivy was a trailblazer and marked her legacy through service and community. Ivy was elected as the first African American president to the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce Women's Business Council. And during her time as president, she was able to establish a scholarship fund for students at Long Beach City College and Cal State University Long Beach. Among her many accomplishments, she also spent 10 years of service on the executive board of Goodwill Industries and served on numerous other boards, including the NAACP, the St. Mary's Medical Center, and the Long Beach City College Foundation. Ivy's passion in life was giving and extending a hand to others in need. Ivy is survived by her husband, Kenneth, her daughters, Monia and Taraya, and son, Kevin. I also move when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Paul William Bellenbaum, a beloved resident of Cerritos, who participated in every city council meeting, passed away January 7th at the age of 71. Growing up, Paul served as an altar boy at Holy Family Catholic Church in Artesia and played football at St. John Bosco High School in Bellflower. He attended Cerritos College. He earned associate degrees in culinary arts and accounting. He also attended Cal State Fullerton, where he earned a degree in business administration. Paul worked as the head chef for the Long Beach Naval Station Officers Club. He also worked for McDonnell Douglas and Boeing after obtaining an airframe and power certification from the FAA. He enjoyed fishing, traveling, and cooking, and those who knew Paul described him as a kind and generous person who laughed loudly. He is survived by his siblings, Ernie, Pauline, Rich, Marianne, and numerous nieces and nephews. And my last one is that I move that we adjourn today in the memory of Iris Fukai, a longtime resident of Torrance, passed away at 68. She's survived by her mother, Aiko, her husband, Rick, her daughters, Stephanie and Lauren, 4 grandchildren, her sister, Sharon, and her sister-in-law, LA County's former alternate public defender, Janice Fukai. She will be dearly missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will take all the motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. Members of the public and colleagues, we're now going into closed session. While we're in closed session, we'll be showing video presentations. Supervisors Barger and Solis have video presentations recognizing Lunar New Year. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, public employment, consideration of candidates for the appointment to the position of Executive Officer of the Board. Item number CS2, public employment, consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of Interim Director of Internal Services Department. Item number CS3, public employment, consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of Interim Treasurer and Tax Collector. Item number CS4, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, as indicated on the posted agenda. Thank you.
Happy Lunar New Year. I'm Los Angeles County Supervisor Catherine Barger, and I'm honored to extend my best wishes as we celebrate the Year of the Dragon. In the zodiac, the dragon symbolizes challenges, changes, and opportunities. The dragon offers a beautiful reminder that despite any challenge we may face, there are opportunities for growth and strength as a result. One Chinese proverb says, if you ignore the dragon, it will eat you. If you try to confront the dragon, it will overpower you. If you ride the dragon, you will take advantage of its might and power. This proverb reminds us that when we're confronted with an obstacle, we don't have to avoid it or fear it. We can rise to meet any challenge when we remember the power we have inside of us. And like a dragon, we can all approach 2024 with renewed determination and strength. Many times, the strongest thing we can do is put our mental health first. I'm proud to be joined today by 2 exceptional 5th District residents who are helping our communities achieve that goal, Sheila Rue and Brandon Say. Sheila directs the Asian Pacific Counseling and Treatment Centers, and through his Hero Fund, Brandon is advocating for AAPI mental health support. With that,
I'd like to turn it over to Sheila and Brandon to say a few words.
My name is Sheila Wu. I am a clinical psychologist and the director of Asian Pacific Counseling and Treatment Centers. APCTC was established in 1977 as a directly operated program of the LA County Department of Mental Health. APCTC remains the oldest and largest AAPI mental health service provider in North America, serving all age groups. Our mission is to provide accessible, culturally sensitive, and linguistically appropriate mental health services and outreach education to our underserved communities. This past year, we provided countless hours of crisis counseling and support to the communities impacted by the Lunar New Year Monterey Park mass shooting. We partner with our hero, Brandon Tsai, to create the Heroes for Change project, where we provide mental health education and self-defense workshops to support and empower our older adult community. We believe that when we gather in a group, we are stronger together. We heal together and we thrive together. APCTC will continue to provide the care needed for our community. I would like to wish everyone a happy new year with a new beginning, new energy, and new hope in the year of the dragon.
Now, as we embark on a new chapter, I'd like to share with you my resolution and my vision for the future. In the coming year, I am committed to embracing change. My resolution is to cultivate the safety of our elderly loved ones. That's why in December 2023, I launched a program called Heroes for Change to help the senior community improve their health and safety with the help of the APCTC and my Brandon Tsai Hero Fund. With hopes to improve this program in 2024, Heroes for Change will have another program held in April 6th, where we will be teaching self-defense training, bystander training, and exposing health resources, and you will even hear from me speak on a personal level about my knowledge and experience with danger. So if you feel this is important, please mention the Heroes for Change program to your loved ones. And if you would like to support, check out my nonprofit fund called Brandon Tsai Hero Fund. In the spirit of gratitude and hope, let us collectively welcome the opportunities that 2024 holds. May this Chinese New Year bring us closer to our dreams, deepen our connections, and inspire us to reach new heights. Once again, thank you everyone for being part of this journey. This support means the world to me. Here's to the Year of the Dragon. Happy Chinese New Year.
A new year is the perfect time to take the first step to create positive change in your life. I wish you and yours much happiness, health, and prosperity this year. Gong hei fa choi. Thank you for everything you do. These proclamations reflect our appreciation on behalf of over 10 million residents. You are making a difference, and the future is going to be bright because of both of you.
I want to welcome you, Atayal, for all of your beauty, your voices, your heart, your culture, your wisdom, and above all, your strength. Thank you for coming here and gracing us today. We have many, many Taiwanese who live, AAPI residents, a mixture from all over the world who make their home here in Los Angeles County. I was almost brought to tears right now to hear this last song that was sang by you. It touched me because I can relate to it. It doesn't matter if you don't speak the language, but music transcends everything. You know, earlier this week, I was proud to lead a proclamation to recognize February the 10th to February the 24th as Lunar New Year here in Los Angeles County. And in 2024, we'll be celebrating the Year of the Dragon. Those born in the Year of the Dragon are believed to be ambitious, energetic, charismatic, and often inspiring others with their passion and enthusiasm. And those values are what I see in each and every one of you here today. Through your participation in this exchange program, I can see just how committed you are to not only preserving your indigenous culture, but also helping to educate others about the indigenous communities of Taiwan. May this year, the Year of the Dragon, bring all of you much success, happiness, possibilities, opportunity, and renewal, leadership, and resiliency. We want to present this special commemorative scroll that we provide today to salute the Atayal Youth Choir for coming here today and gracing us at the Hall of Administration, the County Board of Supervisors. Please, let's give them all a big round of applause. This is our future.
Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
Following is the report of action taken in closed session on February 6, 2024. Item number CS1, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS2, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS3, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS4 and CS5, no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
That concludes today's meeting. The next meeting of the board will be a policy presentation and public hearing meeting to be held on February 13th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. The next regular meeting of the board will be held Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.